Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for round number 3 of the NRG Sprint Series. As you can see, we've got Bambino already gridded up and ready to go. Big thing to note for this one is that Freddie Walker, who was due to take his place on the outside of the front row, has not made it out of the holding area. Problems for Walker means that Abel Hutton will have an uncontested front row here at Teesside for the opening race of round number 3. David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth on commentary. Green flag is down already, and we're away and racing. It's a great start from Oliver Bullock as Burgoyne in the 68 makes a slow getaway, and the 36, I believe, is heading straight back into the pit lane here.
That's Edward Charlton.
Problems for Charlton immediately, and what was supposed to be an 8-kart Bambino opening race is down to 6 already.
Yeah, that's a real shame that we've lost two races before we even really got going here in round 3, heat number 1 for Bambino Coma C50s. Welcome along to the stream if you are just joining us. It's great to have you with us. Lovely weather here today, very muggy out there, but there is blue sky on its way over, and it's trying to peek through the cumulonimbus clouds that we have gathering over the circuit.
What clouds?
Cumulonimbus.
White fluffy ones.
Yeah, that's... What, just mock me because I know the correct term.
Absolutely.
We're getting off to a good start here, aren't we?
Abel Hutton then leads from Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant and Sullivan Crawford, your top 4. Tommy Burgoyne and Isaac Young complete your 6 on-track runners at the moment. Hutton and Bullock still fairly close together. Bullock making that good start from the outside of the second row in 4th place. Going with Abel Hutton, who missed round number 2 due to holiday. Means that he's back after winning all 4 races at the opening round of the season. All 3 heats and the final for Abel Hutton. He's looking to add to his run of victories, even though he did miss that round earlier on in the season, Tom. So we are looking for Hutton to try and extend what will be a personal run for him. Bullock going with him, though, looking out in the background. Eyes are on Tommy Burgoyne, who's starting, I think, to close back in on Sullivan Crawford after that slow start, which we actually saw at round 2 as well, didn't we, Tom? Burgoyne struggling to get away. Yeah,
we did. In fact, it was almost... In fact, I think if memory serves me correctly, I mean, we were 2 months ago now, but it was every heat and the final as well. He struggled to get off the line, and it looks like those woes are continuing. Clearly, he's got pace once he gets up to speed, once it does get off the line, but yeah, really struggles at the moment to get that kart rolling.
Yeah, down the back straight they go. Sullivan Crawford with the wider line, opening the door potentially for Bullock. Bullock not close. So Burgoyne, sorry, not close enough. And see whether he's going to try a wider line into hairpin 3. He's carrying a lot more speed there. And I think if he can do a similar move into hairpin 4, he might try and get it down the inside, but then catches a little bit of oversteer. And this 3-kart battle for 3rd place, Calais Tennant, Sullivan Crawford and Tommy Burgoyne are still nose to tail. At the front, Calais Tennant, Abel Hutton has opened up the gap and has dipped first driver in a long time, Tom, to start heading into the sub 1 minute.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race so far, a 59.864 for Abel Hutton. And as you said, David, it's the first time I think probably this year we've seen a driver dip below the 1 minute barrier. Always the big target here for Bambinos. Go side by side down the back straight. That is Sullivan Crawford on the outside.
But Burgoyne might have had enough there, but the camera deceives often when you're looking at it straight on as to who's got the upper hand. And despite the fact that Burgoyne got a good run out of hairpin number 2, it was Sullivan Crawford managing to hold on once again to that 4th place. As again, Burgoyne gets over hairpin number 4. That's going to scrub off some speed. He's going to slot back into 5th place.
As always, please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube live chat function. You do have that available, and of course, like and subscribe the channel if you can on the TSK Motorsport Media, the channel that you're watching.
Yes.
But please keep your comments coming in. We do enjoy them, and we do do everything we can to read them out. First comment of the day comes in from Danny Bean, who said, "Can you give Jonathan Bean a shout out for being the worst mechanic?"
No, I don't agree.
No, I don't agree either.
No.
I think that's pretty harsh.
Yeah. Spanner your own cart, Danny.
Yeah. if you think you can do better, Danny, more than welcome.
Burgoyne briefly past Sullivan Crawford. Crawford gets back down the inside of Burgoyne, and now Burgoyne has that run out of hairpin 4. Will go wide, but will have track position as they come up towards the dogleg, and Burgoyne is through for 4th place.
Like we said, he's definitely got pace once it gets rolling, but it does take a while to get up to speed. At least a quarter of a lap Tommy Burgoyne is using to get that kart rolling and up to speed. And as you can see, the gap is already going out to Sullivan Crawford and coming back in to Calais Tennant. So potential podium here for Tommy Burgoyne if he can get past Calais Tennant in the next couple of laps.
Got the pace, hasn't he? I think hairpin 4, he was always fairly quick round there, halfway round. Then he'd go for that tighter line, scrub off a little bit of speed, and it would ruin that run. That one, because he'd already set it up through South Bank hairpin 3, he took the wider line round hairpin 4 and got the run out, and he's already closing up on the back of the 52 of Calais Tennant. We'll see whether the throttle, and you will have to spend the rest of what will be lap number 7, closing in again onto the back of Calais Tennant. Out at the front, though, it's still Abel Hutton with a gap of 4 seconds back to Oliver Bullock, who in turn has a gap of 3.5 to this battle on screen.
That's what I was actually just going to mention, is Abel Hutton at the front of this one is not getting much screen time. He's just miles away at the front. I say miles away. He's 4 seconds clear of Oliver Bullock, but the battle rages here, or it did.
We're going through with a lovely switchback on Calais Tennant out of hairpin number 2. He actually had that one lined up, took a much wider line into hairpin number 1. And earlier on, he got alongside Sullivan Crawford with a similar move on a number of occasions, and Crawford carried the speed. This time, got the move done early, and let's see whether he can break away from Calais Tennant. There's still Abel Hutton may well be. Might be last lap next time round. It's going to be touch and go
quick
for
from
Abel
Burgoyne
Hutton
as well. A 1 minute point 325. It was 1.5 seconds quicker than Oliver Bullock on that lap.
That's what I was going to say, Tom. If the next one is the last lap, he's going to run out of time. If Abel Hutton gets the power down and crosses the line with a second to go, Tommy Burgoyne might have a sniff of second place here.
Yeah.
If he gets that additional lap in.
Do you know what I really like about what I'm seeing about Tommy Burgoyne? Apart from that, just as I was about to say, apart from that moment there where he pulled the steering in and took a much tighter exit to hairpin 2, he's got lovely sweeping lines all around here, which is exactly what you need for these Bambino karts. Keep the momentum up. It's not necessarily the normal racing line that you would see from, and the final lap board does. The Rotax classes or Senior Pro Karts in the in the Bambinos.
You can't do acute angles, can you?
No, it's got to be big wide entries, hit the apex, big wide exit, keep that momentum up, because the acceleration on these karts is so low, if you like.
Just going to pick it up, Tom, out of hairpin number 1, and Burgoyne is right on the back of Oliver Bullock. As they're going to run down the back straight. I think Bullock will have enough to come across, will he? I think he got on the power earlier, so even though Burgoyne's there, I don't know whether Bullock's going to come across. No, Burgoyne's going to do it into South Bank. Burgoyne trims the grass on the inside, but that's a fantastic move by the 68.
Yeah, and again, you saw that exit that he got out of hairpin 2. It was just that sweeping line. Even though he came tighter than Oliver Bullock, it was... as across the checkered flag comes Abel Hutton to take victory in heat number 1, with Tommy Burgoyne in second and Oliver Bullock in third. Yeah, it was just as he exited hairpin 2, and we've got Sullivan Crawford, I think, has possibly had a half spin in hairpin 3 or 4,
No.
but gets going and comes across the line to take 5th place in front of Isaac Young. But yeah, just great traction out of hairpin 2, lovely sweeping line. Got down the inside of Oliver Bullock and took 2nd place. So despite not being able to get off the line, quick lap times for Tommy Burgoyne. Took fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well with a 59.7.
Great effort there from Burgoyne to come back
really
through.
good speed. Really good speed. So that brings to an end already heat number 1 for Bambinos and our first heat of the day. Once again, a reminder to please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We will endeavour to read them out. And please like and subscribe the channel if you are watching. And we will move on to our second heat of the day, which is going to be Honda Cadets, heat number 1.
Just one thing to note, Tom, before we move on to the grids for our Honda Cadet class, which is the next one up. We are running slightly ahead of schedule. So some of our drivers in the paddock, we have merged the Junior and Senior Rotax grid together. So that will shorten the schedule down. So if you are in Junior and Senior Rotax, particularly Senior, just be very mindful in the paddock. We don't want you to miss your race. We want to see you out here on the stream. So just be mindful that your race might be taking place a fraction ahead of where you thought that it might. On to Honda Cadet then, Tom. Yesterday's qualifying session, one of 3 classes that qualified. Bambino that we've seen. Inter's up next before we go into our random grid classes. Saw a maiden pole position for the 4 of Hugo McCluskey here at Teesside. He set the pole position time. One of 2 drivers to get into the 47s yesterday. Taking pole position by 0.027 of a second from the 13 of Joshua Sullivan, the reigning champion. Row 2 will see the 66 of Edward Rye, who's looked very, very quick in practice and again this morning in the 3-lap warm-up. Alongside him, round 2 race winner Luka Bachuev. Row 3, Noah Clark and Tom Nichols continues his superb start to the season, putting the number 74 machine on the outside of row number 3. The surprise of qualifying was Max Taddy, round 1 race winner and current championship leader, down in 7th place. Look for him to carve through the field early doors. He was very quick in the 3-lap warm-up this morning. Ollie Carter alongside him in the 33. The top 10 completed by the 7 of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Peter Webster in the 25 in front of Aaron Berridge, who had some problems yesterday but had good pace this morning. He's looking to bounce back with Ethan Pearson, his best qualifying here at Teesside since moving out of Bambino last year. Sees him take his new chassis to P12. Sam Dixon and Dexter Petty will start on row number 7 with Layla Berryman and Jensen Whitehead on row 8. Then it's Piers Whitehead and Tristan Gilfillan, Sebastian McCarthy and Jake Gibbon completing the top 20. Dylan Slack starts 21st, Thomas Harper in 22nd with Isaac Wellborn and Albie Cram, Andrew McCrossan and Alfie Keeling, Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald rounding out your 28 kart Honda Cadet grid, Tom.
Yeah, and already we're about halfway through the gridding up process. Looking forward to this one. We do have a new addition to, we'll talk about it just while they're gridding the final few karts up, but last night we had a little wander about the paddock, didn't we?
Well, we did have a wander around the paddock,
and we were hit with pelters at one point because
you
apparently last round.
No, we. You.
All right, I was hit with pelters. In the last round, I described Peter Webster in is it P10 on the grid? I
Yeah,
think
the number 25.
Yeah, as sounding like an accountant. Well, he does sound like it. He's got an accountant's name, hasn't he?
He does have an accountant's name, and he also has some accountant stickers.
He has. He's got some brand new stickers on that number 25, which of course, myself being myself, I offered to sign. So I've signed those stickers that are now on the cart. And of course, now that they are on the cart and they are signed by myself, they become a promotional item and therefore tax deductible.
Of course, which Peter already knows.
Absolutely. I think that's why they got me to sign them. But yeah, there's some brand new stickers on there full of dollar bills. He knows what he's talking about. Sure, they're going to give him an extra 20%. The green flag is up, the green flag is down. And we're away and racing here in Honda Cadet.
Sullivan slots straight across in front of Edward Rye, who normally starts well. Sullivan, not the fastest of starters, but slots into second place behind the pole man, Hugo McCluskey as they run up towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Luca Batuev, Noah Clark and Max Taddy already up into 6th place past Tom Nichols. A good start from Ollie Carter. The field has made their way through and already there's a change for the lead, Tom, as they head down the back straight. Sullivan down the inside of McCluskey. Edward Rise coming through as well down the inside. McCluskey going to struggle to get back in. There's Luca Batuev in the 2. He's down the inside as well. Hugo McCluskey's going to try and hold it off round the outside. As Noah Clark tries to dive back down the inside of Max Taddy into hairpin 4. Where
McCluskey just got freight trained around South Bank and actually slots back into 5th place in the end. So lost 4 places through those final 3 corners of the lap. Just one of those things where you get hung out around the outside, then nose to tail on the inside, and he couldn't find a gap to slot back in, but eventually does in 5th place.
Aaron Berridge with a move down the inside of Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. She's having absolutely none of that and fires straight back down the inside of hairpin number 2. That's going to allow Peter Webster to have an opportunity as well. We'll be back with the pictures shortly. We're just trying to rectify something here in the commentary box, so apologies for you watching at home, but Tom and I will turn this into a radio presentation and we'll run you through the top 10, maybe even 20 as they cross the line at the end of lap number 2.
So it is Joshua Sullivan from Edward Rye, from Luca Batuev, Max Taddy, Hugo McCluskey, your top 5. Then it's Tom Nichols, Noah Clark, Ollie Carter, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn and Aaron Berridge, the top 10. Peter Webster, Dexter Petty, Pierce Whitehead, Ethan Pearson and Layla Berryman, your 15. And then Jensen Whitehead, Sebastian McCarthy, Sam Dixon, Thomas Harper and Jake Gibbon, the top 20, as we return to our normal presentation.
Rye with a little nibble down the inside of Sullivan into hairpin number 1. Talking about nibbles down the inside, Taddy down the inside of Luca Batuev. That could allow Hugo McCluskey through as well. As they're side by side, Tom Nichols is looking interested in picking up some pieces as well. Looks like they're going to slot back.
Carved his way back into the into line again through hairpin 4. Made sure that he slotted back in there and wasn't going to have what Hugo McCluskey or what happened to Hugo McCluskey on lap 1. Fastest lap of the race to Max Taddy on that lap as well, in 3rd place of 48.1.
Not surprised, he got a good toe down that back straight and then pulled out from Luca Batuev. As they run down the back straight, the top 8 or so there, I think, in the same shot. I think back to, is that Aaron Berridge off the back? Oh, it's not. It's, yeah, it is. It's Aaron Berridge off the back of Ollie Carter. And then down the inside of Ollie Carter, I think, into hairpin 3. Tried to go. Didn't make it through the driver there at the back. The orange and black car is Ollie Carter's just off the back as Edward Rye and Max Taddy have a little bit of side by side.
Yeah, Rye got pretty squirrely.
Oh, he got squirrely again, sorry, Tom, through the D chicane, because I think there's just a little nudge in the back from Taddy. No harm done. It's just be different braking points as they make their way through there, as they go down the inside into hairpin 1. And Taddy in the 112 is through. Edward Rye's going to try and come back down the inside into hairpin 2. Didn't have quite enough nose, as Max Taddy then gets his head down behind the steering wheel. Edward Rye comes across to try and defend off Luca Batuev. And then Batuev is through down the inside, and this is going to be Rye's turn to get freight trained, I think, as Tom Nichols tries an audacious move down the inside of Hugo McCluskey. And Edward Rye in this contact between them. They're still all facing in the same direction, Tom. How? I've absolutely no idea. I thought Nichols was going to get pitched up into the air into a spin. His arms up off the wheel in remonstration. He's still on track, but he's dropped a few places.
Yeah, he has dropped a couple, but... yeah, I think it was an audacious move. As you said, David, trying to go 3 wide through hairpin 3 is never going to work because the car on the outside is not going to know that you're there, as Sullivan and Taddy go side by side, and Taddy now takes the lead from Sullivan. He's got some real pace at the moment, and Edward Rye looks like he's struggling this last lap or so, last 2 laps. Really looks like he's fighting the car every single corner as well. So Rye possibly dropping back in towards the clutches of Hugo McCluskey.
This, Tom, is not the same Max Taddy we saw practice day and in qualifying yesterday. An uncharacteristic 7th place, but 7th to 1st so far.
You did say during the gridding up process to watch for him coming through, and there it is. You've called it absolutely right. He hits the front now, and he's bringing Sullivan with him as well. So Max Taddy, fastest lap of the race on that lap. Sullivan and Taddy go side by side into hairpin 2.
Yeah, not sure that's done either of them any favours. They've lost a few kart lengths back to Luca Bacciuev. I think Taddy went in and there was a bit of a gap down the inside. I think Sullivan went into it in order not to run into the back of Taddy, and then they ended up side by side on exit, but it's turned it now back into a 4-kart train.
And Edward Rye, whose handling we saw go away for.
Yeah, behind.
Suddenly found all the pace again, and in fact, Luca Bacciuev set the fastest lap of the race, but only 6 thousandths faster than Edward Rye that time around.
Yeah, the two of them, though, were half a second quicker than both Sullivan and Taddy. As we look at hairpin number 1 once again, Tom, as they come together, and it's allowed Bacciuev once again to close up on the back. There's your top 7 all in one shot. Just behind, we've got overtakes aplenty happening down the back straight. Looks like Peter Webster's trying to move down the inside of Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. That'll be for 10th place.
Yeah.
Field may catch some lap traffic, Tom, before the end of this race. We've got 1.5 minutes to go. I think may well catch up onto the 20. The debuting Jacob McDonald in 28th place before the end of this race. Where is the important question? As always, as down the inside into hairpin 1 has gone the 13 of Sullivan. Change for the lead.
That's Luca Bacciuev is right there now. We've got a front group of 7 now that are all nose to tail. Essentially, any of these 7 could take the victory.
1 minute and 6, so 2.5 laps to go. They'll get round this time, but then it's going to be quite tight. I think they're doing lapping in the 48s. Nobody's dipped into 47s yet, but they have, because Bacciuev and a few others dipped in. Lap traffic in front. I think they'll probably catch towards Tom as they cross the line with 41 seconds. It'll be last lap next time round. Let's see what happens as they come through. There's the 20. The 20 will hold line, I think. No, Sullivan finds a way through. And that's the important thing. The 20 holds the line. It's the faster drivers. It's their job, Tom, to find the way through. We've said this on a number of occasions. Karting is not like F1. You don't move out of the way. Driver holds line, faster drivers. Taddy imploring Sullivan to push forwards.
He's saying, look ahead, my friend, we're going to work together, but is he?
Don't know, Taddy knows his onions there, mate. We look forward. Forward is fast, backwards is slow.
Yes, indeed. It's
final lap this time round, Tom. Of heat number 1 of round number 3. 47 seconds or so for this train. Top 7 as Noah Clark and Tom Nichols have come right back into this mix. Heading up towards hairpin 1. Sullivan is going to park the car on the inside defensive. Let's see whether Taddy can get that run out of hairpin 2 down the back straight. Sullivan will come across to the inside, I'm sure of it. Yes, he does. Taddy's going to take the wider line and Sullivan sweeps across then to open up the apex of the South Bank corner. I think your white line hairpin number 3, which is a common trait of his on the final lap. Taddy then will draw alongside. Switchback coming here, Tom. It's Luca Bacciuev who's got to the inside of Max Taddy. Sullivan takes the win from Max Taddy. Hugo McCluskey on the line takes 3rd from Luca Bacciuev. And then it's Edward Rye, Noah Clark and Tom Nichols. Aaron Berridge finding a way past Ollie Carter towards the end of the race. Scarlett Whittaker Dunn rounding out your top 10 in front of Dexter Petty, who makes up 3 places from 14th. Peter Webster and Piers Whitehead. Ethan Pearson, Jensen Whitehead. Thomas Harper up from outside the top 20 into P16. Sebastian McCarthy. Then it's Sam Dixon, Layla Berryman and Jake Gibbon rounding out the top 20. We've got Isaac Wellborn, Tristan Gilfillan and Dylan Slack, Albie Cam and Alfie Keeling, Andrew McCrossan, Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald.
Would you like Taddy taking that wider line into hairpin 1 when Sullivan went defensive, I thought that's going to leave a gap for Batchev to get in if he can see that opportunity. And of course he did through hairpin 4, but in the end it actually cost him a place, but only by 0.003 of a second. So a risk worth taking.
I'll always say I'd rather finish third when in second. I'd rather finish third going for a win.
Yes.
Than sitting in second and taking second. Unless, obviously, it's like the last round of the season and you just get collecting points because you want to, you know what the end goal is.
Still go for it anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I would.
So, Sullivan then takes the victory from Taddy. He'll be pleased just to get his name back on the winners board, Tom, having not taken a victory at round number 2. We mentioned yesterday when I had Max Shields in the commentary box, the first race meeting since October 2022 that Sullivan hadn't taken a heat or final victory here at Teesside was round number 2 at the last round, and the first time he'd not stood on the podium at a race meeting here at Teesside in over a year. So he very much wanted to get back to winning ways and has done in heat number 1. A great battle with Max Taddy, who came through from P7 to second place. We start where we finish in Honda, remember, so that will be your front row for heat number 2 later on today. We move swiftly on to our Intermats class. It will be our smallest field of the day. We have 4 runners in that class. It's Joey Swan and Grayson Crawford who will roll off the front row, rolling start. William Collinson and River Bell off row number 2. Joey Swan yesterday, Tom, in qualifying was very, very quick. We thought he'd made a mistake at the start because he went out right behind somebody and we thought, well, he'll have a few laps trying to push on. He didn't. He dropped back. He was really slow in the opening half a lap. Gave himself almost half a lap. Just went out and shotgunned a 45-second lap in on the opening lap, and that was enough for pole position. He went even quicker after that, but that first lap was enough to put him on the front row and in pole position.
Yeah, he looked quick in morning warm-up as well. We have a 3-lap warm-up session here before we go live for our first set of heats, and he looked quick in that as well. He went out in second place in that one. Managed to get the overtake done and dropped everybody as well. So Joey Swan looking very good here. As we head into heat number 1 through hairpin 4 on the rolling up lap, everyone holding a nice formation of our 4 runners.
Let's see whether we get this going. It's very fast, Tom. Too fast, and we're going to try that again.
So it was a nice formation.
The formation was lovely.
Just went too early.
But yeah, maybe 10 mile an hour slower, and it would have been absolutely perfect.
We do actually have cones on the side of the track as well, which designate that zone where they can start accelerating.
Is that what they're for? I thought that was for pro karts to try and hit.
If you well that as well. See Joe Grinsell in the wet for reference, but but yes, it's essentially if any of you are NASCAR fans, they have a restart zone where they all line up 2 by 2, exactly like we do here in the karts. And then once they hit that marking on a wall, at any point in that zone, they can hit the accelerator between there and the start-finish line, and that's exactly what we have. Looks like we're going to get going this time, and we do. Good start from Joey Swan, holds the inside line into turn number 1. And it's going to be Joey Swan from Grayson Crawford. And then it's going to be William Collinson, who has managed to overtake River Bell through that first set of corners. So head down the back straight for the first time.
Crawford coming a few kart lengths in as they head up towards. That's very Bambino-y line, but hopefully he's got enough power to hold that round. Then he goes wide round the South Bank corner on exit, and that's going to drop him in on the left side. So they cross the line. Hopefully it's going to pick up the opening lap positions for our leaders in our interclass, and it does. Absolutely bang on cue. It's almost like we know what we're doing, Tom.
Almost.
Yes. Swan with a sub 45 opening lap, which isn't too uncommon as they have a rolling start and don't go through the D chicane. So we see on a number of occasions the opening lap is often the fastest lap with some of our classes because they have, if the pace is quick over start finish, they just run straight round the first corner. See, we've had few people dip into the live chat. Thank you very much. Let us know where you're watching, who you're watching. More importantly, who are you supporting? We've had, have a quick look. We've had Ben Wilson on saying, come on, Alfie Keeling. Freya Yeadon saying good morning. And Debbie saying good luck to Lennon French today, who, Tom, I can tell you now, is in a bit of a vein of form at the minute. Lennon French was strong last weekend at Rowra in the endurance races in the wet weather conditions. And yesterday in the official practice, the only practice that we've had with Pro Karts with the transponders on, he was fastest. He was a fraction. And I mean, like Hugo McCluskey, Luca Baccio fraction quicker than Maximus Shields in that session. But nonetheless, it's the first time that we've seen French since the move up for both of them being there or thereabouts in Pro, and he's in the Pro Kart Pro class this weekend, as he has been all season for Lennon French. And if you can carry that form in, it's a random grid format, of course, for Pro Kart. As for second place, just behind Joey Swan here, there's the battle that we're going to concentrate on. It's Grayson Crawford and William Collinson. Collinson has closed in on the previous lap, was 0.2 quicker than Grayson Crawford. We'll see whether he can find a way through as they run down the back straight here of the Teesside National Circuit. And once again, Crawford takes that tighter line up towards South Bank. That's going to send him wide. You know, it normally does around about now, but it's actually William Collinson who sort of misses the apex ever so slightly and drops a few kart lengths away off the back of Grayson Crawford. They'll run up out of hairpin number 4 towards the timing line, where we see Joey Swan already leading by 2.5 seconds from Grayson Crawford, William Collinson and River Bell, who crosses the line now in 4th place.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like William Collinson has got some pace in hand as well as he's sat behind Grayson Crawford. Whether he's just keeping his powder dry or not, or whether it's Grayson Crawford feeling the need to go defensive.
Crawford's making it very difficult for William Collinson to basically get the run that William Collinson wants to get. In particular, they take very, very differing lines around hairpin number 1 and hairpin number 2. That gives Crawford that respite down the back straight towards South Bank. I think it's the first half of the lap here. Keep an eye on it. William Collinson through the D chicane is very quick. Too quick, in fact. He's into the back of Grayson Crawford. Gets onto the brakes to stop himself running into the back of the 22. And William Collinson spins out of a potential second place. And he has got a long way to go here, Tom, to try and close back in onto the back of Grayson Crawford. Yeah. What I would also say is I have got absolutely no idea how much longer we've got in this race, because our timing in the commentary box is saying that it's still a false start and it's 8 minutes. So I don't know whether that's my laptop or whether the start buttons had a bit of a thing. But nonetheless, we've had 6 or 7 laps and the field is spread out nicely. So unless there's any issues... Oh, no, the timing. It's back with us, Tom. 3.5 minutes to go in Intermax heat number 1.
There we go. And Joey Swan with the fastest lap of the race so far, just set with a 45.339. So Swan really picking up the pace now as these laps start to count down.
Maybe heading towards tyre save mode. I'll fix that, Tom. You do that. Oh, you done it. It's almost like you know what you're doing with the IT as well.
I've tried turning it off and on again. We've got more comments coming in as well with Ange Falkus saying good morning. Well, good morning, Ange.
Good to see her lovely husband here this weekend as well, Dave. He's helping.
Child not here this weekend, but husband
here. He's helping out down in the MS garage because Howard Lucas is down a shoulder. We'll talk about that later.
Okay. Yeah. Once we get onto Pro Karts, that's fair enough. And we've got Catherine Donachie as well saying, good luck, Sophie Pawsey. Love from Ram. Sorry, I'm not there. Well, yes, of course, Sophie Pawsey going in the Pro Kart race later on.
Good to see that some of our Honda Cadet drivers that were out 5-6 minutes ago already up on the bank watching the Inters.
Well, that's the next class, isn't it? For them.
Yeah, well,
the next step up.
potentially either into inters. Some of them may even go straight into juniors, Tom. You know, the top end of cadet is 12 years old,
Yeah.
which is an entry age for, depending on where your birthday is, an entry age into Junior Rotax or Junior Pro Kart. I know we've got at least a few runners in our Honda Cadet class at the end of this year who will be turning 12 and heading down that Junior Pro Kart route.
It's something we were discussing this morning, actually, isn't it? About this this interclass. It's a bit of a sort of. It's exactly what it says on the tin. It's an inter.
It is. It's
in between.
It's sort of it's a class that obviously it's still fairly new. It came to the fore really, you know, back end of 2022, 2023 really is still taking its time, particularly and effectively anywhere away from sort of national level at the British and sort of races of that sort of ilk to sort of keep growing. And I think the issue with that at the minute is potentially, we were discussing it this morning, is that the preceding class to it in terms of Rotax has a wide age range from 8 to 12. Inters is 10 to 13, so there's quite a crossover. And depending on where your birthday is, you could effectively go straight out of micro at the top end if you're a light side of 12 and go straight into juniors because of your age.
Yeah.
So it is a very, very strange class, is Intermax. Joey Swan, though, has taken to it like a duck to water.
Like a swan to water.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I did.
And
but you got it wrong.
No, I didn't. It was.
And I'm quite happy to point out that.
No, it was. It was funny until you ruined it.
As always. It's what you're trying to say. Well, Joey Swan is well clear at the front of this one, as you can see. 6.7 seconds clear as they came over the line last time around. As he comes over the line this time to take the final lap board, it is going to be Grayson Crawford in second, and the spinneroo of William Collinson unfortunately put an end to the battle that we saw earlier on in the race.
Credit to Collinson, though. He is ridiculously quick through that D chicane. That kart he's got is absolutely planted. And if he had 2 or 3 more kart lengths, uses it to catch up round the national loop, there's definitely an overtaking opportunity in heat number 2 into hairpin number 1 for William Collinson to get past Grayson Crawford. Then we'll see what his pace is like in clear air, where he's got a driver trying to get past him. Out of the final corner, though, comes the 95 of Joey Swan to win comfortably heat number 1. It will be from Grayson Crawford and then William Collinson and River Bell in 4th place as Swan makes his way round the national loop and through the chicanes. And I passed a compliment on really yesterday, Tom, is that Joey Swan was one of them sort of drivers that in Honda Cadet looked like he could always do it, but never sort of did on a Sunday. As soon as he's gone into a slightly more powerful kart with a little bit more grip, he's been on it since the moment he sat in that kart. And you often see that. You see one driver, they change karts and they just, you even see it sometimes where you don't think there's a big jump. Let's say Junior Pro Kart to Senior or Junior Rotax to Senior. There's not a massive power increase. But some of them, it takes the driver from being a midfield runner to bang straight at the front.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in Pro Kart, it's 1 horsepower extra per engine.
Yep.
Senior Rotax, you're probably going to 5-6 mile an hour more. It's not a huge amount.
But something just all of a sudden
all
clicks.
Of a sudden, they're like, I'm going a little bit quicker. I've got a little bit more confidence. I've got a bit, I can maybe I'm going a little bit quicker so I can get more heat in the tyres. I get a little bit more grip, and then the confidence comes, and then they're straight towards the front. We've got a random grid for the next one, Tom, so I'm going to find it, and this is the bit where you fill.
Yes, well, coming up next, of course, is the Rotax Sprint race. That's what we're gonna call it. Of course, we've got the Inter Rotax, which has just gone out now, but we're just gonna call this one the Rotax Sprint because we've got juniors and seniors going out together. So it is actually quite a packed field.
Yes, juniors will go first. They'll go off the front because we've got a lot more of them, and it will be Samuel Yeadon in the 181. In the 118, leading us from Riley Sims Ezard off the line. Then it's Mark Gomez In the 80, a new name with Oliver Walker alongside row 2. Freddie Witherington and Oscar War, row 3. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Bailey Heath on row number 4. The top 10 completed by Jake Walker and Joseph Yao in front of Elliot Dalton Ayres and Melissa Adrian. Then it's Max Wilkinson and Sam Robson, Holly Swan and Ben Adrian, Ben Robinson and William Howard will complete your 18. I think I'm going to keep an eye out. We've got a 143. I'm going to confirm the name on that, Tom, because I don't know their first name. Edwin Bye. I had an E Bye, so we'll that'll come up on the timing shortly. Then we go into our seniors. They'll start around about half a lap down. Owen Marquis and Nathan Jensen with Joseph Johnson and Paul Swan. Then it should be Pip Morris as well in the 44 machine, but I can't see
Morris out there at the moment.
Can't see him, so he may well be down to 4. Juniors already into formation with Yeadon and Sims Ezard leading them through. We're rolling round, though, because the tail of the field isn't quite tight enough to the back where we want them to. It's Evelyn Bye in the 143 was there. I think it was the 80. Mark Gomez, I think, has dropped towards the tail end of the field. I think he's going to run potentially as a novice. He was going to be starting on the second row, but I think he's decided in the 80 he's going to drop down. And seniors as well will roll round as well, because we can't let them start racing whilst juniors are still trying to grid up.
Our 4 Senior Rotax are all in the 162 class as well, so no 177s here this weekend, which keeps things nice and simple for us.
It does. It's also cheaper on trophies.
Yeah.
And
yes,
do you know who would be a fan of finding a way to save money? Peter Webster, the accountant.
He would, absolutely. He'd find you an extra 20%.
He would, wouldn't he? He'd definitely claim it back as well. Here we go then. It looks like we're ready to go in Junior Rotax. We are. Flags down. Yeadon slows slightly over start finish, and round the outside into the first corner comes the 45 of Riley Sims Ezard. He leads them through in front of the 21 of Oliver Walker as they run up towards hairpin 1 for the first time. Looks like the field is tightly packed together, but is nicely through. Ben Adrian making early inroads down the inside of Melissa Adrian into hairpin number 2 as seniors are underway as well. The 32 leading the pack through. In juniors, I think that could well be. Is that Owen Marquis running?
It is Owen Marquis. We've got 111 on our timing.
It is cheaper to only buy 2 numbers rather than 3. That is a.
Well, it's a 33% discount. Tune into something else.
Yellow out, Tom. We've got the 143 of Evelyn Bye round at the D chicane. She rotates the car and is back in the race. Down the back straight, the top 4 are tightly packed together as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson tries a nibble down the inside of Oscar War. Yesterday in practice, Tom, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson looked very, very quick. Finished second here at round 2. As slow out of hairpin number 3. Here's the 19 of Freddie Witherington, who's then squeezed to the inside of the tyre wall. Can't get the power down. And he's going to drop how many places? 10 places, Tom, on that lap for Freddie Witherington. Big move up, though. Ben Robinson moves 3, 14th up to 11th on lap number 2.
There was a yellow flag out at hairpin 3 as well, so I'm assuming that was going to be for Freddie Witherington.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson there is down the inside of Oscar War. War, though, gets the run round the outside of hairpin number 2 and is through back up into that 3rd place. At the front, though, as Witherington's got a technical defect, we'll have a look as to what that might be, Tom. At the front, though, Riley Sims Ezard is starting to open up a bit of a gap.
Yeah, just slightly pulling away from these front 3 as they battle away with Oliver Walker, Stansmore-Wilson and Oscar War.
Contact warning for Joseph Yao, having a look out the window for Witherington. I think he's coming through. I think he knows he's got a problem. He's already looking down to one side. Have a quick look what the problem is for Witherington. No, it's not the rear bumper. I think it's radiator, Tom.
His radiator's off?
Yes. Well, it's not off, but I think it's starting to...
Is it a bit loosey-goosey?
It is. It's starting to depart.
Okay.
At the front, we've had Isabella...
It's kept all the water in it
Yeah,
anyway.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is through and up into 2nd place. Now Riley Sims Ezard's going to have something to think about at the front, because Stansmore-Wilson has got that number 88 machine on rails at the moment.
Fastest lap of the race went to Joseph Yao on lap number 3 as well. So 42.1, which was 0.6 of a second quicker than the last lap by Riley Sims Ezard.
I think you got a contact warning on that lap as well, Tom.
So possibly did, but
could have maybe gone even quicker. At the front, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is down the outside of a fairly leery Riley Sims Ezard into South Bank. Didn't find the apex on the inside, and then finds Oscar Waugh having a little tap into his rear quarter halfway around hairpin number 3. Sims Ezard tucks in behind Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and he has a little nibble into the D chicane as well. And this is what practice was like all day yesterday, Tom, in Junior Rotax. It was like a race every time they went out. As, once again, Sims Ezard goes wide into hairpin number 1. Waugh is through. So is the 21 of Oliver Walker, and Joseph Yao as well is going to take
advantage of that down the back straight, and it's going to be 3 places lost in 2 corners now for Riley Sims Ezard as he struggles with the handling of that car. Had it really set up nicely for the start of this race, but as the temperatures have come up and the tyre pressures have come up, that handling has just gone right away. It is a warm day, as we said in the opening here at Teesside. Very warm out there, very muggy as well, so maybe just gone a little bit wrong on the tyre pressures, as we've got another technical defect go out for Sam Robson in the 58 as well, so we'll see what the issue there is.
That's a rear bumper departure. Witherington's still lapping, I think, Tom, in the 19.
Yeah, currently in 16th place. In the seniors, we've got Paul Swan now leading from Owen Marquis, and then Pip Morris is out there, as is Joseph Johnson. So 3rd place for Pip Morris and 4th for Joseph Johnson.
Oh, down the inside there on Samuel Yeadon was the 43. Trying to find out where we are with that. Who's the 43, Tom? I appear to be missing somebody.
Yeah, we're missing. I think we've got some slightly.
It's Max Wilkinson, normally running the 110, running the 43. Had a nibble down the inside of Samuel Yeadon. Ben Adrian's trying to find a way through. Thing to note earlier, there was a technical flag out for Freddie Witherington. The problem's gone away. There was it's just the overflow bottle on the radiator that was hanging, that's loose. So it wasn't the whole flap of the radiator that we thought. So that one has been rescinded. No problem with that. Still got Ben Robinson's rear bumper though that we'll see whether he's still lapping. I think he's due to come in. He's going slowly around hairpin number 3 at the moment. I think he'll box at the end of this lap. Arm is up already, Tom. He's coming in. At the front, we've had a change for the lead. Oscar Waugh is past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and he leads in the number 2 machine. Wilson down into 2nd place. Oliver Walker, Joseph Yao, Elliot Dalton Ayres and Riley Sims Ezard, Jake Walker, Melissa Adrian, Samuel Yeadon, and Max Wilkinson in 10th place.
It looks like Waugh is potentially gapping as well at the front of this one, although in those last few corners, Stansmore-Wilson has closed right back in again. The gap, 0.1 of a second. And we've got a yellow flag out over the D chicane.
Jake
we've
Walker.
got 2 carts, 3 carts, 4 carts off.
Well, one's Jake Walker, one's Riley Sims Ezard. Jake Walker's got a bent rear axle. He's already peeled off into the pit lane. Melissa Adrian is off. And we've got a stationary car in the middle of the D. It's number 80 of Mark Gomez.
And he can't get that one going again, so we're going to need to slow this one right down as we've got that stationary car sat in the middle of D chicane.
Yeah, not sure.
We're still racing here. Still through hairpin 4. There will be yellow flags now.
So still under yellows here at the moment, Tom. But I don't know whether we need Battenberg here. It's very, very dangerous, and we're going. I don't know if we're stopping it. We are
now.
We're stopping this, Tom. At the moment, we've got a stationary cart that doesn't appear to be able to move. Looks like the rear axle's locked in place, and it's just going to be far too dangerous for us to carry this one on, given where that car is on track. And with 2.5 minutes to go,
we've got a few carts peeling off into pit lane as well. Normally we would reform them onto the grid.
It's a 10-minute race, Tom, and we are 2 minutes and 30 remaining. So that's over 75%. I think we're declaring this, just waiting for confirmation, and the results will be declared. They'll be taken. I think chances are, Tom, they'll be taken back a lap. So What is on our timing screen at the moment, War, Stansmore, Wilson, Yao, Walker, Dalton Ayres and will be the top 5. I don't think they change round. Behind them is where the be reinstated back up to P6 if we go back a lap. So we'll confirm them a little bit later on as to what we're going to do, but we'll wait until the end of basically the period where we get everything sorted, and then I'll let you know.
Yep, so we will keep you posted on that one. Ange Falkus has been back in touch on YouTube, in the comment section, and she says good luck to Joshua Sullivan. And Melvin Whitehead has said great coverage as usual, watching Pierce Whitehead from Mersey in Essex. Well, it's Mersey, I believe, rather than Mersey. I think, if I remember rightly. I've been there.
It's in it, yeah.
It's like South End sort of direction.
Dan South.
Yeah, which you can't. It's not pronounced South End.
No, just having a quick
South
look.
End.
Just having a quick look. We have a bit of a WhatsApp group for people to comment in that are at the track. David Nichols saying, "What a race for cadets that was." Tom's delighted with P7 and 1 second off P1, second fastest lap with a 47.868. So they're really happy with that. Amanda Dunn saying. We've got a nail-biting Honda Cadet race. Scarlett delighted with P9 following a recent engine rebuild. So potentially more to come as well for Scarlett Whittaker Dunn in the 7th. Mum Amanda very happy with the performance there. Now we're going to have a quick look at our Junior Pro Kart grid. There we go. Now, Heat 1, we were expecting... because he's on the entry list for every round this season already, Jared Fox-Whiteley to be going off pole position. He won't be. He's racing in another championship, and credit to Jared Fox-Whiteley yesterday, finished in his day yesterday with a heat victory there and a fastest time in his qualifying group, 3rd overall for Jared Fox-Whiteley. We look forward to welcoming him back here again later in the season. He's taken to Junior Pro Kart this year, racing Junior Rotax, of course, one of many championships that Jared's won. So it may well now see Reese Cranston on pole position with Grace Matthews alongside, a new name to the championship. Joseph Williamson and Finn Davis, Alana Howard and Riley Matthews, and was expecting to see Isaac Duff. There's Isaac Duff. He's got a new sticker kit on that 74 machine. Didn't practice yesterday, so let's see how quickly Isaac, previous race winner here, picked up 2 wins in heats at the very wet round number 2, and he's already sliding that machine left and right. Interviewed a number of these drivers in the paddock show yesterday, Tom, when I had a walk around the paddock. So when we get to our lunch break later on, stick around because interviewed lots of people. Might have slightly gone over my time limit as well, Tom, but that's because I like the sound of my own voice.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you to go over your time limit on a paddock show. I mean, that's never happened before, has it?
It's the first time I've ever done it. You're cheeky.
Only every time.
You're a cheeky man, Tom. We are not going to go racing this time. Junior's not in the correct side-by-side format.
No, they were all nose to tail. Which I think...
But okay, looks like we could be going, Tom. Yes, I believe we are, because the barrier's gone back in place. So apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for the 9 millionth time in my life. I was wrong. At the front, though, we have got Reese Cranston moving away from Joseph Williamson. Isaac Duff's already up into 3rd place, Tom, but he's got a bit of a gap to try and close in as they head up towards the timing line for the first time. We'll see Junior Pro Kart appear in terms of timing, hopefully in the top left corner this time round, but Reese Cranston is leading from Joseph Williamson, then Isaac Duff, Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews, who are not related to each other but do have the same surname, and then Finn Davies and Alana Howard. I made the assumption they're not related to them because they're not parked next to each other in the paddock. You thought they might be if they were, but I interviewed them both yesterday, different ends of the paddock. So
Right.
either 3 options or 2 options, related and don't like each other, or not related. I'm going to go with not related.
Okay. For clarification, there is there is a comment section on YouTube.
For clarification, there's a race going on.
Either of the Matthews are watching, get in touch and let us know. Could just be a coincidence. So it is Cranston from Williamson, Duff, Matthews, Grace Matthews in front of Riley Matthews. Then it's Finn Davis and Alana Howard as we come over the line for the end of lap 2. And I was just looking at the timing screen on the line and got a bit surprised because it still says that we've got Oscar Waugh leading, and that threw me a little bit because I thought, oh, he's done two classes in 2
straight out, and just as
one
anybody got spare Junior Pro Kart, I'm going to jump straight in. Reece Cranston, though, Tom, is doing well at the moment to commence. He's pulling out a bit of a gap, over a second at the moment to Joseph Williamson, who Williamson sets a personal best on the last lap, and it was still 3/10 slower than Reece Cranston.
Yeah, Reece Cranston absolutely flying at the front of this one. Quickest car by at least 0.3 of a second that time around over the rest of the field, which is quite surprising in a essentially spec series here in Junior Pro Kart. Of course, we've got different chassis, but of course, all the engines are equalised. So, yeah, to be that much quicker than the rest of the field is surprising. Something that we see with Honda Cadet, how close they are in terms of lap time. Keeps that field all bunched together from the start right the way through to the end of the race. Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart, of course, powered by the same engine supplier and manufacturer. So they're all essentially equal engines and
sealed for parity. The two Matthews
still... that's the words I was looking for. Thank you, David.
Sealed for power. I know you're not necessarily a fan of balance of performance.
I'm not a fan of balance of performance.
You had a massive rant about Le Mans.
Yeah, of course, because we had Le Mans last weekend, and we were both watching that. So yeah, it was. I'm not a fan of balance of performance for the sake of balance of performance. However, LMP2 is a spec series, and I like that. So there is a difference. There is a big difference between balance of performance and a spec series.
Yeah, and this is a spec series. On screen at the moment, we had Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews battling it out. Spoke to Riley yesterday. Did pass on my thanks as well as a commentary duo for opting for the bright yellow helmet, making him a nice easy spot. We do like it when the drivers do us favours. Similar for Isaac Duff, who's gone for a bright orange one. I mean, obviously, if they all went and got one, then we'd struggle, wouldn't we? But it does make them an easy spot. And, Matthews in the 47 in the former Harry Brown Junior Pro Kart. So the colours will look familiar to you, Tom. So he's opted to go into a Junior Rotax, and Riley Matthews picking up that machine and currently driving it to 5th place, his first race weekend here at Teesside.
As Reece Cranston sets the fastest lap of the race as well with a 46.6. Again, another at least 0.3 faster than anybody else out there. Isaac Duff with a 46.9 was the closest one to him. And he's starting to close in on the back of Joseph Williamson now. The gap's still at 1.5 seconds with just under 5 minutes left to go in this one. It's doable. If you can maintain that rate of closure for Isaac Duff on Joseph Williamson.
Everybody's starting now to get quicker. Everyone's setting personal bests, as this is the battle between Finn Davis in the 9 and Alana Howard in the 28 machine.
The battle for 6th and 7th on the road.
Yeah, both running novice crosses on the back, Tom, so that's why there's an additional board with a cross. And Alana Howard's going to find her way through, I think, nearly down into hairpin 4. We were just watching them out of the commentary box window. There they are back on screen. Hopefully we're going to stay this one, because it's a really intense battle between two of our newer drivers in the class. And I was alerted to the fact that Howard had gone down the inside by a big cloud of dust appearing as she went offline for that dive down the inside into hairpin number 4. It's been very, very dry here. And you can see here there's still dust on the inside of of hairpin 1 to an extent on the entry. I think Senior Pro Kart will clear some of that away, particularly on lap 1 when they all go 5 wide, as Howard has dropped away slightly off the back of Finn Davis.
It's Finn Davis, I think, had a crowbar on the front end of that car heading into this corner, exactly this corner on the previous lap. So they went side by side, and Finn Davis managed to pry a gap through and hold on to position.
Yeah, just needs to use a little bit. The two of them really there just need to use a little bit more track and run all the way out on hairpin 4, open the corner up. That'll allow them to get on the power a little bit earlier. But very intriguing battle here, because I get the feeling that Alana Howard probably has the pace, just needs to find a way through. So they run down the back straight, and now Finn Davis is on the power sooner. 2.5 minutes to go. Isaac Duff, Tom, I think here is now beginning to close in even more rapidly on the back of Joseph Williamson.
Well, he was, but Williamson got a bit of a hurry up on the previous lap and set a personal best, and then went half a second slower, even in clean air, on the lap that they've just completed, and that allowed Isaac 0.4 of a second. So the gap down to just over a second between second and third place on the road, Joseph Williamson to Isaac Duff. That is for second place. We'll get them as they come across the line this time. It looks like that gap, visually, it looks like it stayed fairly static. Let's see them as they come over the line this time. A 46.9 for Williamson. So again, got the hurry up, sets a personal best, and actually quicker than Isaac Duff that time around. So Williamson struggling for consistency a little bit. 3.6 seconds off the back now of Reese Cranston, who is well away at the front of this one. But yeah, Williams struggling for consistency a little bit. Isaac Duff setting pretty similar lap times each time around. So it's going to be Williamson who's going to be the pivot here, if you like, going backwards and forwards towards Isaac Duff.
Alana Howard has managed to find a way through on Finn Davis at the national loop. Davis left the door open. Alana Howard in the 28 noses the kart down the inside, and now we'll see whether she's got the pace to commence pulling away from the number 9 machine now that she's got a little bit of clear air in front.
And as you can see, that's already happening as they head down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Alana Howard probably a good second clear already off Finn Davis in 6th place now.
I think some of that was created by Alana Howard going down the inside of and then Davis. Obviously, you can't really run 2x2. We've seen it before through the S's, but it doesn't often end overly well as they head through. So it's the drivers making their way through the
Williamson in second place has set another personal best that time around. We'll get them over the line now. And again, he was half a second slower that time around. And again, that brings Isaac Duff 0.3 closer. So it's Williamson sets a good lap, then sets an off lap, and then it's a good lap, and then it's an off lap. And Isaac Duff is just maintaining that consistency of around about the 47 second dead, 46.9 kind of bracket, you know, within 1/10 of a second each time around. It's Williamson who's going in and out in terms of pace, and that's only bringing Isaac Duff towards him. So we will, I'm sure we'll pick that up on camera. And in fact, there they are. That's the 74 of Isaac Duff with that orange helmet and orange stickers on the car, and you've got Joseph Williamson with the dark coloured helmet and the blue car in front. There's the final lap board is out as well, so it's sort of now or never for Isaac Duff. Williamson picked up the pace again, but Isaac Duff with a 46.7, probably helped by a bit of a toe from Williamson.
I think he's going to run out.
He's really going to be picking up a toe now down the back straight. He'll be really close here into hairpin 3 and 4 for the final time.
Out of hairpin 4 though, Tom, will come the 19 of Reese Cranston to take victory in heat number 1 here at Teesside. Drove off pole position, drives to victory for Cranston, with Williamson holding on from Isaac Duff, who peels straight off into the pit lane. Normally a sign that the driver isn't 100% happy with how their race had gone. She's finishes in P3. Then it's going to be Grace Matthews, who pulled away from Riley Matthews right at the end to open that gap up. So Grace finishes her first race here at Teesside in P4. Matthews in P5. Alana Howard is exiting hairpin 3 now. Gets a little bit sideways, but manages to hold on to the car and will hold on to 6th place from Finn Davis. That completes your 7 runners in juniors.
And pushing all the way to the end as well, Alana Howard sets a personal best on the final lap of the race as well. So 48.7. And that brings to an end Junior Pro Karts for heat number 1. Coming up next is going to be our Senior Pro Kart first heat of the day.
Yes, very much so. And rolling start again.
Random grid, rolling start. So we'll try and get through this as quickly as we can for you, David.
Random grid, full mix as well of juniors, of pro, club and novices all mixed together. It will be Connor Lucas, the championship leader, going off pole position for the first race with Macaulay Parnham alongside Robbie Lowe and David Brewis on row 2, Kyle Burns and Oscar Buckley on row number 3. Harry Roddy starts 7th, Brandon Jennings alongside Colin Handy and Gary Clark complete your top 10. Row 6 will then see Joe Grinsell and Liam Gallup. Chris Pebbody in the 9 starts alongside the UK plate in 14th of Ike Needham. Alfie King and Jack Hewland. Then it's Cameron Bailey and Lennon French with Max Shields and Zach Dawson in 20th. Sophie Pawsey and Wayne Pearson. Matthew Hauschby and Tom Hewland with Sean Feehan and Dominic Needham on row number 13. Connor Cran starts 27th. Sam Barrett, Christian Oblag, the returnee in 29th. James Kay, Danny Bean and George Ludwell will start in 22nd. So just having a quick look. The list. Liam Gallup had a tough day in practice yesterday, Tom. He'll start P12, but didn't do a lot of practice yesterday, was having numerous kart issues. We'll keep an eye out for the 191. Often it's better to have the issues on the Saturday than have them on the Sunday, so hopefully he's got all of them out of his system. Here we go then. 16 rows of Senior Pro Karts. 32 runners, 2 by 2 as they'll head over the start line in a few moments' time. That run up towards the national loop on the opening lap, so we'll keep an eye out. Hopefully everybody gets round, but with so many karts, we often see 1 or 2 off onto the recently trimmed grass. Lucas is leading them through at a nice pace. Green will drop now as they enter the acceleration zone, and we are away and racing as they run up towards the national loop for the first time. Isaac Needham goes for the opportunistic move, hits the bump on the outside, goes all the way round the outside. He's going to make up 6 or 7 places. Here's Isaac Needham in the UK plate. I think he started 14th. He's going to come out of this opening complex of corners, Tom, in P8. Just saw a gap off the outside, and Ike Needham in the UK runs all the way round the outside and gains a handful of places on lap 1.
Yeah, Lucas already at the front of this one and clearing off into the distance as we would come to expect with the random grid formation and Lucas going off pole position. It's something that we've seen many times in the past, but they're heading away now as they come across the line for the first time. So it's Connor Lucas from Brandon Jennings, Macaulay Parnham, then Robbie Lowe, Gary Clark, Joe Grinsell, David Brewis, and then Ike Needham, Harry Roddis and Lennon French, your top 10.
French down the inside of Harry Roddis into hairpin number 1. Ike Needham already making some advances even further forward as well, as is Joe Grinsell. He'll appear there in the background in the 199 machine, just dropping in front of Robbie Lowe. There's Ike Needham. We pick him up in the bottom right-hand corner as Lennon French is helped through down the inside of David Brewis by a very compliant 88 of Harry Roddis. And that's one of the Hewlands, I think. Is that Jack Hewland in the one? Is that 191 or 171? Yeah, finding a way through. It is, because it's Tom who runs the 8. And then Hewland takes a huge chunk of curb there on the right-hand side of the dog leg, trying to find a way past David Brewis.
Gary Clark losing 6 positions on that lap as well. I think just got freight trained a little bit as
yellow out, Tom, at the D chicane. I'm trying to figure out who we've got. I think it could be the 11 of Connor Cran. It was. So he's dropped all the way down. He podiumed here at round number 1. He's going to have to go some, Tom, to try and get on the podium this time in class, because he's just had a spin in heat number 1.
And Shields trying to take 2 in 2 corners here. It was Jack Hewland initially, and I missed who it was. The second, it might have been David Brewis. He was trying to overtake for the second one, and I think he got through, did he?
He did. He's right now on the back of Harry Roddis. So we follow them round here now on screen. There's the 88 of Roddis just in front of Max Shields. Shields is going to waste no time into hairpin number 1. And Max Shields in the 181, the recently reframed 181. They've taken all the parts off his old frame, put it on that one so that it's exactly the same as his BPEC chassis, so that they can run back-to-back setups on the 2 of them. He seems very, very happy with that after practice yesterday. Just in front of him now will be Robbie Lowe, as Lennon French there in the green machine has managed to make his way through on Robbie Lowe and is up and going for second place, Tom. Here's Joe Grinsell on Brandon Jennings. Jennings in second place. There he is on screen with Joe Grinsell going for second.
Yeah, Grinsell set the fastest lap of the race as well on the previous lap around, as we've got a contact warning going out for Jack Hewland.
And down the
171.
Yeah, so down the inside into hairpin 2 has gone Joe Grinsell and Brandon Jennings.
We're looking at Hewland and Roddis side by side down the back straight as well. So Hewland picking up that warning as well, or contact warning in fact, but still it hasn't slowed him down any as he goes past Harry Roddis.
Roddis trying to have a go back into hairpin number 3, not quite close enough.
So your top 10 as they come over the line this time, it's Connor Lucas with a new fastest lap of the race, followed by Joe Grinsell now in second. Then it's Brandon Jennings, Macaulay Parnham, Ike Needham, Lennon French, Max Shields, Robbie Lowe, Jack Hewland and Harry Roddis.
Macaulay Parnham, the leading novice runner in P4, is having a stellar race so far. I think he might end up handing a place over in a few moments to Ike Needham, who's charged through from P14 up to 5th place. But Parnham, by a long stretch, the leading novice on this random grid format for heat number 1, but not looking out of place, Tom. In 4th place at the moment, holding off Ike Needham, and it is bringing Lennon French and Max Shields into play as well.
Yeah, we're going to, we've got a new fastest lap, in fact, from Max Shields over the line that time, a 46 flat. There's a 10th.5 quicker than anybody else out there on circuit. Yeah. So Max Shields flying now, right on the back of Lennon French.
Here we are. So Parnham has handed over the place to Ike Needham in the UK plate. Parnham there in the orange suit, Needham in the UK is Matthew Hauschby. As Needham is trying to tell Lennon French to push him on, and Lennon French is saying, well, why don't you push me on as I go down the inside into South Bank.
And Shields looking on the inside as well on Parnham and runs him out as well. So makes room and gets through and will now try and hone back in on the back of Lennon French.
Robust there from Shields. I think that's the one thing that that's the only thing I think he's been missing really, Tom, for Shields, is that just that extra little bit of ruthlessness that, you know, let's say for example, you know, like looking at the drivers at the front of this class throughout the country, your drivers like Connor, Josh Folkers, your Jess Alexander, your Sam Spinales, Scott Tate, they're ruthless, Tom.
Yes.
And I think, you know, Max is still only 15 years old. I think, you know, but, you know, if he gets that, you know, for me, he's already, you know, sort of touching that sort of level anyway. But I think with that extra level of ruthlessness, there's no reason why he can't insert himself in the mix. He's now on the back of Ike Needham. Lennon French, who we spoke about earlier on, being in a rich run of form, is in 3rd place, or is in 4th place, sorry, because Brandon Jennings is in front of him in 3rd.
What I would say about the ruthlessness side of things, I think you're absolutely correct that you need to be ruthless, but there's a big difference between ruthless and kamikaze.
Yes, he's down the inside of Ike Needham into hairpin 1, though, with a lovely clean move. Needham running in a different class in terms of, you know, actual colour backgrounds. He runs in the club class and is second in that, so doesn't need to battle with Max Shields. He's still going to pick up the 2nd place points for the class, so doesn't need to get involved. And now we'll just drop back, and Shields is going to have an opportunity to get a run on Lennon French with still 3 minutes to go in Senior Pro Kart heat number 1.
So just back on that point about the ruthlessness and the kamikaze, well, I say there is a big difference between them. Sometimes finding that difference is a hair's breadth.
Yeah, as we head through the
it's
chicanes.
very,
Tommy's down the inside, and this contact between Shields and Lennon French into hairpin number 1. They're still side by side on track. Ike Needham's come through. Shields was alongside. French closed the door. They came together. And Lennon French is back down the inside of Max Shields into South Bank. Shields is going to come back down the inside of Lennon French into hairpin number 3.
Shields was on the grass of the inside at South Bank.
French is going to have track position, and then French will park it. I think Shields is going to have to slot back in here. And Lennon French and Max Shields, foes from their Junior Pro Kart days.
They've got history, these two, haven't they?
Yeah, in a nice way. They get, they're friends. They get along, but they've always raced in close quarters. Contact warning for Max Shields, probably the right decision for me in that case, Tom. And he's down the inside of Lennon French.
Oh, in fact, we've got a contact warning for French as well.
Oh, there we go. I think that might have been for the defence, and they're still side by side as they go down this rack straight. Macaulay Parnham's going to pick up some pieces. More contact between the two of them as Lennon French tries to squeeze across onto Max Shields, and French is on the grass.
I mean, that was a bit, for me, that's a bit crazy from French. He was squeezing and squeezing and squeezing, and Shields was there.
He can't go anywhere, can he?
Exactly. So, why is French still steering right? It was his own kind of, caused his own spin, really, because Shields is never going to back out of that one. French, yeah, just give him a... He doesn't need to give him a full cart width or anything like that. In terms of, they were already making contact. He just needs to move left 2 inches.
To be clear as well,
he'd been absolutely fine.
There is 1 point difference between individual finishing positions in these heats. Yeah, 1 point.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes you've got to weigh up whether it's worth it or not.
Well, it's cost him 1, 2, 3, 4 places.
Also 4 points. That's the thing as well. So you've got to find out whether it's worth it. Like I say, Macaulay Parnham, the one to pick up the pieces, and he's now back in front of Max Shields as Shields considers a nibble down the inside, tries the double dummy on Macaulay Parnham. He's going to be round the outside. He's going to slot back in behind the 222 machine. 30 seconds remaining. At the front, we've almost forgot about them. Max Shields, Joe Grinsell, Brandon Jennings are your top 3.
Connor Lucas.
That's him.
Sorry.
So
it's Lucas, Grinsell, Jennings, Needham, Parnham, Shields, Hewland, Lowe, French and Bailey, your 10. As Shields now looks to overtake Parnham. We've got another contact warning going out now for Shields in the 181. So that's a second warning. Final lap board goes out for Connor Lucas. Well clear at the front of this one to the tune of 3.5 seconds now to Joe Grinsell, who has come through very well into second place. Then we've got the first of your club class runners in Brandon Jennings, who's 2.5 seconds clear of Ike Needham. Then it is Max Shields, now in front of Macaulay Parnham in 5th place. Parnham down to 6th, but Parnham well clear of the other novice class runners. Of course, Parnham in the novice class. The next novice class runner is Zach Dawson down in 17th.
Yeah, out of the final corner, though, for a comfortable victory will come Connor Lucas. Joe Grinsell's pulled away from Brandon Jennings for second place. It's going to be Lucas from Joe Grinsell and Brandon Jennings. Ike Needham in 4th place. Max Shields has got through for 5th place. Out of the final corner at the moment is coming Macaulay Parnham alongside the 171 of Hewland, and they both peel straight off into the pit lane, as does everybody else.
Yeah, there was
or at least a number of them.
There were a lot of people just peeling straight into the pits there, which is, I don't know whether that's...
For me, Tom, anybody that's down there needs to have a stern word with them, because it's not... I'm saying...
Like, the speeds that they're coming over the line, yeah.
They're coming over the line at probably 60 miles an hour. And it isn't the fact that they're coming in at that speed, because they've got plenty of time to stop. It's the fact that other drivers behind them don't know that they're going to do it. That's the problem. So,
and then they're throwing out the anchor and coming to a dead stop, and it's going to catch people out. Is that so? Yes, Connor Lucas, now your race winner, peels into the pit lane. They need this little cooling down lap. That's all that needs to happen.
Some
deep
breaths.
Down lap. Yeah, some deep breaths. Smash the steering wheel a few times and come into the pits. A lot calmer than you cross the line.
A few little snap jabs.
Yes. So that brings to an end Senior Pro Kart Heat number 1. So Connor Lucas was your winner in Pro and overall winner, with Joe Grinsell also in Pro in 2nd place. 3rd in Pro was Max Shields, who crossed the line in 5th. Club class winner went to Brandon Jennings in 3rd overall. 2nd place in club was Ike Needham, 4th overall. And then 3rd in club was Robbie Lowe, 8th overall. Your novice class winner was Macaulay Parnham in 6th overall. Then it was all the way down to Zach Dawson in 17th place, and Gary Clark rounding out your podium in the novice class in 19th overall.
Some very white legs there on the screen. Tom reminds me that I need to pick up some milk on the way home.
Okay.
That completes the first. We will now head to our Coma Bambinos. Again, they will start in their finishing positions from the first heat, which will then now see Abel Hutton going off the front row with Tommy Burgoyne. Then it's Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant, Sullivan Crawford and Isaac Young, with Edward Charlton and Freddie Walker going off P8 if he is out. Didn't start the first race. There's Shields in the 181, and does look like Lennon French. Looks like they'd had a word with the steward. Maybe just a little. It's heat number 1, boys. Time to maybe calm down. There's a lot of racing left in this day. There are our Bambinos, and it does look like the 33 of Freddie Walker is joining us this time. He is. So Freddie Walker, who in his debut qualifying session here yesterday put the car on the front row in 2nd place, but was unable to start this morning's first heat from that grid berth, will now have to go off 8th place in this 2nd heat. As looks like Edward Charlton's had a few problems on the out lap, and he's going slowly round hairpin number 1 at the moment. See whether he gets up to pace. Looks like he's okay. And with it being a standing start, he'll have plenty of time to get himself round and into position, because as we hold all of our drivers on the inside of the right-hander of the dogleg, we will grid them up in their normal grid positions. So Abel Hutton then sat there on pole position. Alongside him is Tommy Burgoyne. Let's see if we can get that number 68 machine launched away this time, and whether we can see Burgoyne get some pace on the opening few laps of the that 68 machine. Oliver Bullock in the 18 alongside the 52 of Calais Tennant. All of our runners are into position then. Final few wise words from our helpers.
Just dipping into the live chat comments. We've got Catherine Potter saying good luck everyone as well. So please do get in touch. Of course, you do need to subscribe to the channel if you wish to leave a comment. So just hit that subscribe button, and a couple of minutes later you'll be able to leave us a comment.
Green is up then, Tom. Green is down. We're away and racing. It's a reasonable start for Burgoyne this time. Although round the outside of him has gone Calais Tennant. He'll slot into 4th place for Burgoyne.
Great start for the 52.
Yeah, better than what he's had previously for Burgoyne, but does drop into 4th place. As you rightly say, the 52 of Calais Tennant into 3rd place with a good start from the outside of the 2nd row slots in behind the front row of Abel Hutton and Oliver Bullock. One to watch here, Tom, for me, is the 33 there in the white and orange car on the inside of the back row of karts, effectively. That was Freddie Walker, who was the driver that qualified on the front row yesterday. Let's see what the race pace is like. Qualifying, a completely different game for our Comas, because they'll often go out either with a bit of track space, as down the inside of Tommy Burgoyne goes Crawford, and then Burgoyne's going to run him wide, and down the inside comes the aforementioned 33 of Freddie Walker.
Just took full advantage of that situation.
Yeah, read it well, didn't he? Up into 4th place as Burgoyne picks up a contact warning. And, Walker is already onto the back of Calais Tennant as the train of karts heads through the chicane up towards hairpin number 1. We'll pick them up. There we are. There's the 33 machine that we were talking about. And there's a switchback coming down the inside of Calais Tennant by Freddie Walker, and that could allow Tommy Burgoyne to get to the inside as well, although I think Tennant's going to have enough straight line speed and track position. Through they go, and Freddie Walker picks another one off, up into 3rd place already for the 33 machine.
You're heading over the line already to start lap number 3. Abel Hutton's looked very comfortable at the front of this one all day so far, and again sets the fastest lap of the race. Still well above the 1 minute barrier at the moment that we discussed in heat number 1. They were going a lot quicker in heat 1. I've just been outside, David, and it is very warm out there, but it's incredibly muggy. The air, it's like you can actually feel it as you're walking along. You're walking through the humidity, if you like. It's like soup.
Sorry, Tom. Just a little bit of contact there between Tommy Burgoyne and Calais Tennant as their lines crossed out of hairpin number 2. Back to what you were saying, it's really strange, actually, because out of the commentary box to our right and behind us, it's blue skies and sunshine. Over the A66 straight in front of us, it's grey clouds.
Yeah, very dark clouds, but then over to the left, it lightens up again. Over to the west, I want to say. We're looking north at the moment, aren't we?
I'm going to say, well, we call that the west track, so I'm guessing it's to our west. I don't know. I'm just putting two and two together.
I'm talking from our position, yeah. And as we say that, Abel Hutton actually does break the 1 minute barrier, and by some margin as well, managed to get that Coma C50 engine spinning up nicely, and has done a 59.684, which is, well, the best part of a second quicker than anybody out there, with the exception of Freddie Walker. Who was still 7/10 slower.
Burgoyne and Tennant still nose to tail here, Tom.
Tennant has left a gap there. Burgoyne couldn't quite take advantage of it, could he?
No, didn't have quite enough down the straight, but again, this could be... We've seen it before from Burgoyne. As soon as he sort of jumps the next driver, he does have the speed to go, doesn't he? That's the thing with Tommy Burgoyne in that 68 machine. At the front, Abel Hutton crosses the line. The gap, 3.9 seconds back to Oliver Bullock, who's been reeled in for second place by Freddie Walker. See if we can pick them up as we head down towards hairpin 1 or further down onto the back straight towards South Bank. But the battle for second place, the 18 of Oliver Bullock and the 33 of Freddie Walker. There's your race leader, Abel Hutton, coming into shot in a few moments' time. Out of this corner will come the battle we were talking about.
And they are side by side as they exit. It's going to be Freddie Walker out dragging Oliver Bullock down the back straight and into South Bank corner.
The way that they sort of went like close and further apart and close was Senna Mansell at Catalonia, 1992-esque.
Yes, that's the one with all the sparks. Yes. That used to be on the start of the BBC coverage, didn't it?
And I remember it because I think that was the first year they ran Circuit de Catalonia, and I don't think there was no grass around it. It was just all mud. So if you went off, you were proper off.
Yes, it's a bit different to what they'll be racing on today.
It's all concrete runoffs and mile.
No, there's grass and gravel.
Oh, they've started to go back to grass and gravel, haven't they?
But at Catalonia, there's grass and gravel everywhere. Yeah, there's a bit of tarmac runoff at the turn 1-2 chicane, isn't there? Where they
to be fair, they're carrying a huge amount of speed down into that. Aren't
yeah, they? But I think for the rest of the circuit, it's all grass and gravel. In fact, it cost Piastri yesterday in qualifying. He only had a one-shot qualifying in Q3.
Wouldn't know, Tom. Some of us work here on Saturdays.
Went off.
Bullock's closed right back in there on Freddie Walker as
I'll
Walker.
Just get David a shuffle so he can have more of a dig.
Well, so I can hit you with it.
Can have more of a dig at me.
You do live miles away, Tom.
I do.
I didn't realise quite how far it was until I had to drive to Perth last week, and it took about a week and a half. Down the inside of some lap traffic goes Freddie Walker. Round the outside of the same lap traffic goes Oliver Bullock. Didn't cost either of them a huge amount of time, but Bullock did have to travel further. But in travelling further, carried more speed into the D chicane, and he's closed right back up on Freddie Walker as they head through them chicanes and up towards hairpin number 1.
Oliver Bullock seriously picking up the pace as well.
Sorry, really wide there by Freddie Walker. Almost hit the white line on the exit of hairpin number 1. That's not going to do his exit speed of hairpin 2 any good, but I think he's managed to ride it out, and Bullock will have to find another opportunity. Through the right-hander of hairpin number 3 they go. And differing lines once again. We'll see Oliver Bullock draw alongside on exit, but he's got to go round the outside.
We've got a good luck message from Lewis Rogers to Abel Hutton as well. Well, that seems to have done him quite well, because he's well clear at the front of this one. 5.5 seconds now, the gap back to Freddie Walker. And of course, they will start in the order that they finish. So if Freddie Walker can hold this position to the end of the race and hold off Oliver Bullock, all of the damage done by not taking part in heat number 1 has already been undone.
Yes. We'll start heat number 3 from where they finish heat number 2, so we'll be fairly
back on
close
the front
to
row
the front.
as per qualifying.
Yeah, back to, and then we'll be able to see the pace of Freddie Walker, all being well. Behind them, Burgoyne has found that way past Calais Tennant earlier on. And like we said, Tom, as Abel Hutton crossed the line to commence the final lap, once Burgoyne's got some clear air in front of him, he's got some pace, because now he's closing right in on the back of Oliver Bullock and Freddie Walker, and that's a right time.
That is a heck of a time. He was only a 10th off the fastest lap of the race on that lap, was Tommy Burgoyne, so real pace.
There he is, right on the back, and potentially trying to go down the inside of Oliver Bullock. Bullock with the door closed. And let's see whether Burgoyne can get that run. I think Walker might have enough here to hold on to second place, because now I think Oliver Bullock's attention has turned to holding on to third place. Tommy Burgoyne trying to go round the outside as they head up towards South Bank. Long way round there in any kart, let alone a Coma C50 Bambino. Can he dive to the inside of hairpin number 3? Out of the final corner, though, is already coming Abel Hutton to come through and take his second victory of the day. The 17 machine sees the checkered flag, and it's going to be Abel Hutton taking the victory. Then it's going to be Walker, and then there's a drag race to the line. Who's going to get it for third place? It's going to be Burgoyne. Burgoyne takes it at the line from Oliver Bullock. It's Abel Hutton from Freddie Walker and Tommy Burgoyne, your top 3. Then it's going to be Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant in 4th and 5th. Sullivan Crawford will cross the line now in the 22 to finish in P number 6. Then it's going to be Isaac Young and Edward Charlton completing your Coma Bambino grid.
What I would say, obviously Freddie Walker's had a great race there to come from 8th and last place essentially on the grid, right the way through to second. And Burgoyne came across the line on lap 1 in 5th, of course, because of that slow getaway. But then on lap 5, he was 2.7 seconds behind. 2.7 seconds behind Oliver Bullock. By the time they finished the race on lap 9, he was in front of him. So once that thing gets up to speed for Burgoyne, it really does have some pace in it, and front-running pace as well. Just needs to get it off the line and get those first couple of laps in. And he's got the pace to go with even Abel Hutton at the front.
Absolutely. Tom, we're going to move on because we've got quite a big grid of Honda Cadets up for you next. 28 of them on their grid as the Comas come in. They'll start where they finished heat number 1. Joshua Sullivan on pole position. Max Taddy alongside after a 6th place gain, in fact, for Taddy. 7th up to 2nd in heat number 1. Hugo McCluskey and Luca Bachuev off row number 2. Edward Wright and Noah Clark on row 3. Then it's Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge on row number 4. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn starts 9th. Dexter Petty in P10 as he was promoted inside the top 10 because a driver got a penalty. We'll pick up on that in a few moments' time. Peter Webster starts 11th. Pierce Whitehead in 12th. Ethan Pearson 13th. Jensen Whitehead in P14. Thomas Harper, who was the driver with the most places gained in the opening heat, 7 places up into P15. Ollie Carter, the driver that got a penalty that drops him down from P10 to P16 on the grid for heat number 2. Then it's Sebastian McCarthy and Sam Dixon, Layla Berryman and Jake Gibbon in 20th. Isaac Wellborn and Tristan Gilfillan with Dylan Slack in 23rd. Albie Cam in 24th. Alfie Keeling, Andrew McCross and Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald in 28th place. We always like to sort of pick a driver out when we're gridding up, Tom, because there's plenty of them and it does take a few minutes. I want to have a massive shout out to the 44 of Harry Scrafton. We saw him here roughly this time last year when he was just starting out in the cadet class, and he had a tough time of things for a few rounds. What they did then with Harry, they took him away, they've tested him, worked hard with him. He's appeared for the first time back here at Teesside this weekend, finished the opening race of his return here to Teesside on the lead lap. Really, really impressed with sort of the progress that, not that we've seen, because we haven't seen it. They've gone away, they've done the hard work, they've put in the hours and the hard yards, and they've come back on to what is the strongest single venue grid for Honda Cadets. And he's finished it on the lead lap in his first return back. Really, really happy for Harry Scrafton in the 44.
Yes, indeed. Seconded here in the commentary box as well. Big shout out. And great to see the progress. And I'm sure what we'll see is the progress in terms of lap time as well. So those lap times that we were doing last year will be significantly quicker now that we've made a return.
What his best time was in the last session. He was in the 51s, 51.6. He was over a minute last time we saw him. The progress there is unreal.
So 9 seconds a lap.
Yeah, maybe more. And I'm really, really happy for him. Really happy that he's stuck with it.
Yeah.
And he's still in a car and that we get to see him race again here at Teesside.
Great stuff.
Out of the seat we get, Tom, for Honda Cadet. It's the start line marshal. He's jogging in this weather, Tom, in rigger boots. He's not going to be doing that at the final. We're not in this sun. Green is up. Engine notes rise. Green drops, and we are away and racing. Good start from Taddy. He's going to slot into the gap between Sullivan and McCluskey as the rest of the field vies to try and get to the inside for the national loop. Looks like everybody's through nice and cleanly as we head up towards hairpin 1 on the opening lap. So Sullivan will lead from Taddy. Let's see whether this moves further down the field. Ollie Carter trying to redress his 5th-place drop from heat number 1 has already started to make some moves.
Sullivan's off.
Oh, he's off.
Sullivan's off on the outside of hairpin 2.
What happened, Tom? He's on the grid.
I missed what happened, but he pulled off to the side.
Let's have it. You talk. I'll have a quick look to see whether we can pick up what happened.
Taddy was looking very, very racy. I noticed that around the national loop. I saw it around coming into hairpin 1 as well. And then just as I looked over to the left to see if anybody had spun
he's gone off
the national
no,
loop.
He's gone off on his own, Tom. I don't know whether
he might have.
Whether he thought he had a problem, and he's off again at hairpin number 4. And the race, the pole man is off, head in his hands. The driver of the 13. There seems to be a problem. Says he's trying to turn and can't turn. Looks like he'll be out of the car and out of the race. And he will start heat number 3 from 28th place. Running off towards the marshal's post. He's going to get there before the field come round. Back to where we were at the front. Max Taddy leading from Luka Bachuev, but Bachuev's trying to go down the inside into hairpin 3.
Yeah, Max Taddy was looking very, very racy, as I said, on that opening lap before we had all the drama with Sullivan. But,
Taddy then leads him over the line from Luka Bachuev and Hugo McCluskey. Then it's Edward Rye, Noah Clark and Tom Nichols. Then there's a gap back to Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn in front of Aaron Berridge. Contact warning for Edward Rye in the 66. Behind Berridge, it's Peter Webster and Dexter Petty, but Petty's going to go down the inside into hairpin 1. Great move, and then Webster fights back and trying to get down the inside.
We've got a contact warning going out for the 66 of Edward Wright. Noah Clark taking the fastest lap of the race that time around in 5th place. Max Taddy just doing everything he can to hold on to this one, although he's created a slight gap, it looked like, into South Bank Corner. Immediately closed back up by Luka Bachuev. So we've got Noah Clark on the inside of Edward Rye. They come across the line that time around, and Taddy initially set the fastest lap of the race, but that was immediately eclipsed by Aaron Berridge in 8th place. So your top 10 is Taddy, Bachuev, McCluskey, Rye, Clark, Nichols, Whittaker-Dunn, Berridge, Petty and Carter.
Top 6 on a little bit of a breakaway, but Aaron Berridge closing in on the back of Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn. You can just see them there, done in the red suit, black helmet in the background. Oh, Noah Clark down the inside of Edward Wright.
We saw that on the previous lap as well, and he couldn't get the move done that time around either. So perhaps going to try something different next time around.
He's down the inside with more than enough speed, Tom.
Bachuev setting the fastest lap of the race as he started to close back in on Max Taddy now. There was a slight gap appeared, although
McCluskey's going for
it.
McCluskey
might have something to say about that.
That'll play into the hands of Taddy and has done. There's a gap now. And if Edward Rye can get on the back of Hugo McCluskey here, as everybody's moved to the inside, and that's about saying it because Luka Bachuev's going to get hung out on the outside. Edward Rye's going to come down the inside of Luka Bachuev. And Tom Nichols is down the inside of Noah Clark as well. Clark is wide, Nichols is through. Bachuev's wide, they're 3 wide. And there's contact between Nichols and Noah Clark. Don't think that they sort of all converge together. But for me, that's
3 wide
racing.
there. Nichols didn't know that he was on the outside of 3. We've got a contact warning for the 4 of Hugo McCluskey there as Ollie Carter sets the fastest lap of the race with a 48.0 in 9th place. So we've got the we've got a group of 3 at the front. Then we've got a little gap now to the next group behind. So that's Rye. You can see they're just ducking down behind the steering wheel. So we've got Taddy, McCluskey and Rye. Your front 3. They're heading down now as they cross the line. To start lap number 7, Hugo McCluskey setting the fastest lap of the race with a 48.0. Personal best all the way down the field as the speed kind of as the tyre pressures increase, the speed comes to these karts. We've got personal best pretty much all the way down to 25th place. Max Taddy coming under increasing pressure now from Hugo McCluskey as they go side by side down the back straight. McCluskey couldn't quite find the opening there to pull fully alongside Taddy, but does now into hairpin 3 and moves through. Taddy immediately tries to respond with an up and under into hairpin 4. Can't get the move completed, and that brings Edward Rye back into play as well.
Bachuev not too far back, but needs probably a few laps of assistance from Noah Clark to try and just push onto the back, or needs them to continue battling at the front. Hugo McCluskey showing some good pace. Taddy in second will be very mindful now that that second place is probably going to be enough, with Bachuev back in 4th just to pick up the points to put him towards the front. He can continue now to push Hugo McCluskey away with a minute and 50. And I think here, Taddy, who's very, very experienced in the cadet game, I think he's going to push McCluskey for a lap and a half and open up enough of a gap that it can be a two-kart battle between the two of them without inviting Edward Rye, Luca Batchev, Noah Clark, and maybe even Tom Nichols there as well in P6 into a battle for the victory in heat number 2. McCluskey already defensive, though, into hairpin 1, Tom.
And that's going to bring Taddy back into play, isn't it?
Yeah, down the back straight they go. Taddy's going to have a little bit of a push now, and McCluskey is defending. Still a minute to go, so it's going to be 2.5 laps. They'll get round this time, then they'll have another lap before the last lap board.
Edward Rye really closing in on the brakes there of these front two, and I think Edward Rye is going to come to play here with a couple of laps to go. It's Luca Batchev set the fastest lap last time around, immediately eclipsed this time by Noah Clark, 47.941. So they're still going to be there or thereabouts as well, and potentially picking up some scraps if these three do come to blows.
Yeah, again, that defensive line from Hugo McCluskey, as now Max Taddy has a little move towards the inside. McCluskey seems to have it scouted. This will be we'll see the last lap board next time round. 8 seconds on the clock. Lap traffic in front may come into play, may not. They might just get round just in time. Thomas Harper up inside the top 10, Tom. Great effort from him.
I think Noah Clark just put a move on Luca Batchev as well.
He tried, but it didn't come off. He's still down in P5. Moves further down. Now Aaron Berridge and Ollie Carter have found a way past me. But driver dropping down the order. It's Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn in the 7, and she's just crossed the line now in front of the 17 of Isaac Wellborn, down in 19th, dropping 12 places. Problems for Whittaker-Dunn. Leaders, Tom, are up onto some lap traffic as they go down the back straight, and there's contact between the lap traffic behind, and we had one forced off. That was 2 lap drivers that were having laps put on them have come into contact down the back straight as we focus now back with the leaders. As Hugo McCluskey leaves the door open for Taddy. Taddy dives down the inside. McCluskey's back alongside. So they drive towards the timing line. Checkered flags out as they cross now. Taddy takes it for me. No timing. It's McCluskey who's giving it. Look really, really tight with the nose as they came over the line. But Hugo McCluskey takes the victory by 0.009 of a second. 9,000th between the top two. McCluskey wins from Taddy and Edward Rye on the line. Luca Batchev and Noah Clark, Tom Nichols and Aaron Berridge. Then it's Ollie Carter and Dexter Petty in P9 with Peter Webster in 10th place. Tom's having a quick look on the screen in the commentary box, which means I can't run through 11th and anybody else further down.
Trying to get a replay.
Then it's going to be Thomas Harper in P11, Jensen Whitehead and Pierce Whitehead, Sebastian McCarthy and Ethan Pearson, Layla Berryman, Jake Gibbon, Sam Dixon, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Isaac Wellborn round out the top 20.
So what I was trying to find is as they come across the line for the final time, I think Max Taddy ended up leaning forward, like pulling himself over the front of the steering wheel, like a sprinter in the 100 meters, dipping for the line.
Like the transponders on the front of his head, dipping in.
It was, it was pretty good. I'm just going to try and see if I can find it on here. That's under the yellow flag, so that must have been checkered flag. Can't find it, but I'm pretty sure I watched it in real time and it looked like he literally pulled himself up and over the top of the steering wheel to try and get his helmet in front. Of course, that's not where the transponder is located. It was pretty funny from Max Taddy and a good effort crossing the line. 9,000ths of a second in the end by Hugo McCluskey. Behind Hugo McCluskey, sorry. As he said, David, then it was Edward Rye rounding out the podium. Fastest lap of the race went to Noah Clark with a 47.941 as well in 5th place. So good action as always here in Honda Cadets. Coming up next will be the Inter Rotax heat number 2 with our 4 runners. that's going to be headed off by Joey Swan.
Yeah, just gone back. Great effort there from Hugo McCluskey to take his first victory here at Teesside in a heat from Max Taddy. Defended well them last couple of laps, had the car parked, did leave the door open, got the run though on Taddy on the way out. A really, really tight battle between the two of them, and they will go off that front row in heat number 3. So we just wait for the recovery of the kart that went off at the start, the 13 of Sullivan, and then we'll get our inters back in.
Have you had any info as to what the issue was?
I haven't, and the driver doesn't look too happy. But that's standard procedure after a retirement, so to be expected.
Okay. So coming up next, as we said, is the Inter Rotax Heat. They are about to leave the grid for their rolling up lap, and in fact, there they do.
Rolling start as previously, Tom. Let's see whether we can get going the first time round this time. They were too fast at the first bite of the cherry last time, and we had to go again. We'll get them in line.
We've got Ben Wilson in the live chat comments as well, who's said, go Alpha Keeling, speed is key. Yep, it is.
Yeah,
if you're going to go motor racing, to finish first, you have to go for first place.
You're not wrong. Here we go. It's a very fast start by the 99 of River Bell, who has crossed in. We're going to have another. Yeah, we're going to have another go
around again. I think River Bell was potentially too enthusiastic, and then lost. I think lost it around the national loop. But we are going to go again.
Yeah, we're going to grid back up side by side. Slow it down. So we're reformatted once again. Joey Swan on the inside in the 95, the 22 of Grayson Crawford on the outside of the front row. Then it's going to be William Collinson and the 99 of River Bell.
And we will get going. Hopefully this time around, everybody can keep into a 2x2 formation. And we are going this time racing.
Yeah, loads better that time, and Joey Swan leaves them over the line as they head up towards the national loop for the first time. Grayson Crawford slots into second place. William Collinson in third. River Bell in P4. We'll see whether Collinson can find a way past Grayson Crawford this time round. Because last time he was had the pace, and out of there pin 2, he's diving to the inside of Grayson Crawford and is through this time into South Bank. So hopefully we'll see that pace that he was carrying through the national loop last time round. Through the D chicane and the national loop last time. See whether he can carry that this time without any incident as they head up towards start finish. The end of the first lap, Swan's going to have a gap, I think, of nearly 2 seconds, 1.5, back to William Collinson and Grayson Crawford, then River Bell in 4th place.
Yeah, so Joey Swan well clear at the front of this one already. It's kind of as you were for the previous heat as well. So it's just Swan from Collinson, from Crawford, and then Bell. It's exactly the order that we saw in heat number 1. And the gap already opening up between these 4 drivers, although Grayson Crawford looks like he's trying to go with Collinson now. Didn't have the best of opening laps.
No,
Collinson, the times as they come over the line this time.
Yeah, Collinson getting through on the exit of hairpin 2 and down the back straight towards South Bank, but kart doesn't seem to be as planted as Joey Swan's for William Collinson. No, Swan is a little bit taller. And that will help his sort of seated position, maybe being a little bit further back, a little bit more reclined, puts a bit more weight over the rear axle, which you can sort of see from our commentary position down the back straight, you can see that Swan is a little bit further back, the back of his helmet line in terms of where he is over the rear axle. Helps get more weight over the back end of that kart and just keeps it more firmly planted than Collinson's.
Collinson, of course, a relation of the senior Rotax runners.
Yes, son of Andy Collinson.
Which of the Collinsons are we?
Andy, it's his son.
So it's Andy Collinson's lad is William Collinson, and of course we've got Joey Swan, who is the son of Paul Swan.
No, Paul's his uncle.
Nephew.
Yes.
Apologies, nephew of Paul Swan as well, who also goes in Senior Rotax. So we've got we haven't got Andy Collinson running here this weekend, but we have had many times in the past. But it's nice to see the next generation coming through.
Yeah, of course. I think there might even be more Collinsons through, or at least he was looking at buying a Bambino, and I'm fairly sure it wasn't for himself. Earlier on this weekend, don't know if he did in the end take delivery of that, but there may well be more Collinsons to come on our grid here at Teesside, and if not them, certainly someone they know, as he was having a quick look for it as we follow Joey Swan down the back straight round the South Bank corner. Pick up then William Collinson as he comes through. Same sticker kit, just in different colours. So the layout is the same. So they make their way out a hairpin 4. There's Grayson Crawford in the 22. And then the 99 of River Bell, who will pick up heading through an overstart finish. She seems to have a little bit more pace, Tom, in this second heat. There's River Bell in the 99.
Yeah, dropped off quite quickly in the first heat, but yeah, as you said, David has found some speed relative to heat number 1, and much better showing this time around from River Bell. The just a bit of admin from the commentary team as well. If you do want to look at live timing, you can do that through live.alphatiming.co.uk/SGP. That will bring you live timing and a circuit map as well that you can follow drivers around with. And if you click on the left-hand side of the timing, it should bring up the like a little highlight function as well, so you can highlight a driver that you would like to see as well, or you are following.
Just picking
you can see where they are on the circuit map.
Yeah, just picking up on some additional admin going back to Senior Pro Kart, Tom. 5 seconds applied to both Max Shields and Lennon French for both the contact.
Okay.
Yeah. In turn,
which
that drops
drop them down to where?
Drop Shields down into P11 and French down to P16.
Oh, okay. So quite costly that then. And the other final piece of admin as well is if you are watching the channel, it would help us out massively if you could please share the stream to your socials as well, whether you're on the book, the gram, the chat, the talk,
all the others.
Any others that you
all
might
the
be on.
socials are available.
Truth Social. I don't know. Is anybody on Truth Social in the UK?
I have no idea what it is.
Trying to think if there's any others out there that you might be on. But yeah, please just, if you're watching on YouTube, you can just click the share button and put it onto whatever social media channel you are on. That would be a massive help to us, and we would very much appreciate it.
Swan continuing to lead, minute and 30 to go. Gap is out to 8.8 seconds at the front for Joey Swan. Should have this one wrapped up nicely. Just trying to figure out what... There was a bit of tyre squeal there. I think it was River Bell at hairpin number 1 going in a little bit hot.
Just giving yourself some excitement.
Yeah, we'll confirm the lap time in a moment, but I think that will probably be down 1 or 2 seconds when they come round.
Good consistency from Joey Swan as well, in terms of lap time. Just having a look. 45.1, then a 45 flat, 45.2, 45.2, 45. Yeah.
Yeah, steady.
Decent consistency out there.
45.2s, 45.3s. He's put that one fast lap in on lap number 3. So that's when the tyres came really good.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And then Collinson as well.
46.1s down into that sort of region.
Yeah. So again, good consistency there. So it looks like that's kind of everybody sort of found their pace now that we're into in heat number 2.
Swan should see the last lap next time as he comes through. There we pick him up as he heads round the second hairpin and down the back straight.
It looks like we're going to get the last lap board out this time as well.
Yeah, we'll do. He's
Timer ticks down to 0.
Down South Bank for Joey Swan.
And that'll be 11 laps completed as well for these Intermaxes. Bear in mind, we've got another, is it 2 minutes for the final as well?
Yeah,
So
additional.
they're going to go quite a way in the final.
Through goes Swan to see that last lap board. See, rounds the national loop. Comfortable lead. I think he could be over 10 seconds by the time we get confirmation it is. Collinson. The gap back is 11.9.
We could end up with 14 laps in the final.
Yeah, possibly. Just got to be careful now with these tyres, haven't we? Just don't take too much life out of them.
It is Joey Swan now heading through hairpin 3 and hairpin 4 for the final time in heat number 2. Comfortable victory for the 95 of Joey Swan. And taking the checkered flag. Coming over the line in second place, barring any mishaps, will be William Collinson. Again, in a comfortable second place, a good 12 seconds clear. It will be of Grayson Crawford in third, who will be around about 5 to 6 seconds clear of River Bell in fourth place. And there we have Grayson Crawford now taking your final podium position. And then it will be River Bell completing your 4 runners here in Intermax heat number 2. Coming up next, will be Junior Pro Karts.
Right,
and
so
we'll endeavour to bring you a grid very shortly.
Right, Junior Max is up next, Tom, as Inters move off and into the pit lane. So we'll have it's random grids once again. There's Joey Swan peeling off into the pit lane, the race winner. So should be able to see in a few moments. We have a look into the pit lane. All of our juniors getting ready to go out onto track.
Are your headphones working?
So there are our juniors getting ready to go. It's a random grid once again. This time it's Joseph Yao there, the driver in number 8 with the black helmet, with Elliot Dalton Ayres alongside on the front row, Melissa Adrian and Max Wilkinson on row number 2, Sam Robson and Holly Swan on row number 3. Then it's going to be Ben Adrian and Ben Robinson on row 4. William Howard and Samuel Yeadon will complete the top 10, with Riley Sims-Ezard and Mark Laredo Gomez on row number 6. Oliver Walker starts 13th, Freddie Witherington 14th, then it's going to be Oscar Warren, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on row 8, Bailey Heath and Jake Walker on row 9. Evelyn Bye, the novice runner, will start 19th for all of our heats. Then it's going to be into our senior runners, Paul Swan and Pitt Morris, Owen Marquis and Nathan Jensen, with Joseph Johnson in the 26th, the final one of our 5 scheduled Senior Rotax runners. We did only have 4 out, I think, in heat number 1. Let's see how many we get this time, Tom, as they exit now the holding area. And I do believe it is 4 again for our... So we've definitely got Swan. We've got Pip Morris in the 44. It could well be Nathan Jensen, who we are missing. Oh, no, he's in the 32. So we've got Joseph Johnson in the 36 as well. So it could be Owen Marquis that we are missing, who we'd expect to be running in the 111. Heading towards the timing line, Tom. Juniors look like they've got themselves into a nice 2x2 formation as they head up towards the acceleration zone. The green flag drops and Joseph Yao will lead them up towards turn number 1 with Melissa Adrian hot on the heels. Round the outside, though, is going to be an audacious move by Elliot Dalton-Ayres. They're going to go side by side through the chicanes. Dalton-Ayres has to acquiesce on that one. He drops back into second place. Melissa Adrian then going to dive down the inside of hairpin 2. Dalton-Ayres will have enough to hold on to second place. Problems already for one of our seniors. Looks like it's Joseph Johnson, I think, in the 26. He peels off into the pits. We're down to 3 in Senior Rotax.
Yeah, it is still Yao from leading in the juniors. And, yeah, as you said, Elliot Dalton-Ayres taking the aerial route over the second part of the chicane on that opening lap. But it is Yao from Dalton-Ayres, Adrian Wilkinson, Ben Adrian, then it's Sam Robson, then Stansmore Wilson, Ben Robinson, followed by Howard and Yeed in the top 10.
Great opening lap there for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Up into 7th place after a row number 7 start. And now she's down the inside of Sam Robson as well. We've got a contact warning for the 2 of Oscar War. Robson is back down the inside of Isabella Stansmore-Wilson down the back straight. You can see it there on the screen in the background. So we follow the leaders wide. Out of 4th place goes Max Wilkinson up towards hairpin number 3. Dives back in to hold on from Ben Robinson, and Stansmore-Wilson appears to finally be through, albeit with a contact warning on Sam Robson. As they come over start finish, she's up into 6th place.
7 places and a contact warning in the first 2 laps as the 44 of Pip Morris now runs.
No, that's Jake Walker. That's the
Jake
junior
Walker,
runner.
Sorry, in the juniors.
Yeah,
My
he had a
apologies.
bent axle. He was one of the drivers involved in the incident in heat number 1 with a bent axle, and problems as well in heat number 2 for Jake Walker. So, tough day for Jake in the 44.
And Ben Adrian, who's on the back of this front train, he set the fastest lap of the race that time around with a 4-kart slipstream. That's going to help him. So Ben Adrian now going to attempt to make his way through this group, but Stansmore-Wilson looks like she's gapping Sam Robson in 6th place, and will start to move towards the front.
And sets the fastest lap of the race as well, Tom. A fraction quicker than those in front with a 42.404, but still quicker. What she needs is a little bit of overtaking in front, and right on cue, Ben Adrian sends the move down the inside of Max Wilkinson for 4th place. And if they continue to battle, Stansmore-Wilson will be right on the back of that in no time. Adrian couldn't get through in the end. Wilkinson still holding on in front of them. Melissa Adrian having a nibble at Elliot Dalton-Ayres there in the gold helmet in front of her.
Joseph Yao out doing a great job at the front of this one as well. He's now clear at the front by best part of half a second. Stansmore-Wilson closing in 7/10 on that front 5 group. And set the fastest lap of the race and was a 1/4 of a second quicker than anybody else out there.
Oh, Melissa Adrian down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres as we pick it up there on camera. Switchback move incoming as Dalton-Ayres is back through. Radiator flap adjustment as well, even before he'd straighten the wheel. Adrian's back down the inside, though, into South Bank. And then she'll have track position for hairpin number 3. Melissa Adrian's through, and in the background, so is Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on Ben Adrian. The 2 female drivers running up inside the top 6. Melissa Adrian 3rd up into 2nd. Stansmore-Wilson 6th up into 5th.
Yeah, great move from both of them there. And no fastest lap that time around from any of the front group due to those overtakes. But Oscar War bangs in a new one of a 41.9, and he closed in 6/10 on this front group as well now. So closing in on the back of Sam Robson, and then it's going to be that train at the front of this one that's headed at the moment by Joseph Yao, who is doing, as I said earlier, a great job. Elliot Dalton-Ayres has a look on the inside of Melissa Adrian, but can't get that move completed. Tried to do the switchback from the previous lap and swap positions back. It's that Oscar War. It's Max Wilkinson, apologies, on the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres, and that bolted him, and through goes Stansmore-Wilson. Yes. Now Stansmore-Wilson up to 4th, and already... And in fact, Dalton-Ayres has taken that position back.
Well, no, Stansmore-Wilson's up into 4th. It was Wilkinson that dropped back a place, so went for 1 and lost 1. Stansmore Wilson has gained. She's up into 4th place. Onto the back of Elliot Dalton Ayres.
Dalton Ayres again using that slipstream on Adrian to close back in. Had a bit of a lift into South Bank, and that created a bit of a gap, but that gives him room to manoeuvre. But leave the door open for Stansmore Wilson, and she's going to be straight through as well. So this group 4, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Very, very tight.
Yeah, I'm just keeping out. There's another battle further behind. About 11th place, 10th place back, Riley Sims-Ezard leading a train of 6 or 7 carts as well as Stansmore Wilson is down the inside of Elliot Dalton Ayres. There's contact between the two of them into hairpin number 1 on the exit of the run up to 2. Dalton Ayres has Nauseo panels on its side. He shakes his arm. I don't think he's too comfortable. Elliot Dalton Ayres rolls off into retirement. Contact between himself and Isabella Stansmore Wilson into hairpin number 1
as well. Does Stansmore Wilson, but continues on in 4th place. Joseph Yao looking supreme at the front of this one.
Left side of the rear bumper of Stansmore Wilson is slightly up in the air. There's 2 bolts. Basically, the rear bumpers now, Tom, are adjustable on the rear width, because when they put the wet weather tyres on, they have to be able to adjust the rear bumper. And there's 2 bolts, one top and bottom. It looks like one of them bolts has come out. The bumper now is up to one side on the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson. That would have been with the contact towards the rear there. You can see it, back left corner, just sticking up on the Isabella Stansmore Wilson. She goes down the inside.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be slowing her up at all, though, does it?
No, down the inside of Ben Adrian for 3rd place. There you can see it just up in the air to the left side.
So while we've had all this action at the front of juniors, seniors is being led at the moment by Pip Morris, with Paul Swan in 2nd, Owen Marquis in 3rd, and Joseph Johnson has retired earlier on. We've also had Jake Walker retire, as well as we saw with Elliot Dalton Ayres on the last lap. There goes Stansmore Wilson on the inside of Adrian now, and that's Stansmore Wilson taking 2nd place away from Melissa Adrian with a nice clean move through South Bank corner.
At the front note, Joseph Yao, with 3 minutes to go, has a gap of what I think now will be just over 2 seconds. Will it? It will, 2.1. As Stansmore Wilson slower on that lap with that overtake. Yao puts in a personal best. He's got a bit of a gap at the front of this one.
Yeah, he's just looked super comfortable, hasn't he, Joseph Yao? He's not come under any pressure throughout this race, and has just moved away at the front of this one. 2 seconds clear now is Joseph Yao.
Really took advantage of the field battling, didn't he, earlier on, because he was in close quarters with this train of 5 carts. Dropped them and moved off at the front. So it's Stansmore Wilson in 2nd, then it's Adrian, then Melissa in front of Ben, with Max Wilkinson and Oscar Waugh now creeping up onto the back. This one, he set the fastest lap of the race so far, 41.9 for Oscar Waugh.
So this is the battle for 2nd that we're going to be focusing on. So it is Stansmore Wilson from Melissa Adrian, then Ben Adrian, then it's going to be Wilkinson and Waugh. These 5 nose to tail. We've got a contact warning going out for the 21 of Oliver Walker in 9th place.
He was in that battle that I was talking about earlier, that's now 7 deep down the back straight heading towards South Bank. They're around about 6 or 7 seconds off the back of this one as Ben Adrian and Melissa Adrian in close quarters. Think we're going to hang fire here and pick it up on exit, and you'll see them come into shot now. There they were, just coming through. Train of carts. We'll pick them. There they are. That train there going through the D chicane up towards our camera round the national loop. That was a little bit closer on the previous lap. There was an overtake in the middle that's opened it up slightly, and there's one further down. As Freddie Witherington goes down the inside of Ben Robinson. Riley Sims-Ezard is still leading the train there from the Oliver Walker, who we mentioned earlier on with that warning earlier on. Samuel Yeadon's in the mix as well. He's 3rd in that train with Holly Swan. William Howard in the 27 is there as well on the back of it. So we've got a yellow flag as 2 of our seniors, I think, come together. Pip Morris, I think, in the 44, and Paul Swan. They were leading that class in seniors, come together at hairpin number 1. And there was, that looks like it's had a change. No, Morris was leading Swan, and it's still the same. So no harm done between the two of them in terms of they've lost a bit of time overall, but not no changes in track position. So here's the position with Sims Ezard. Yeadon down the inside of Oliver Walker down the back straight. They have a little bit of a discussion with the side pods as they head up towards the South Bank corner. 9 seconds to go for the leaders. Yao crosses with 5 to go, and they're going to have some lap traffic to contend with for the rest of them, Tom.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Joseph Yao's going to come up on some lap traffic, and it's actually going to be...
Well, Yao's through most of it. It's the other runners behind.
We've got Stansmore Wilson and Adrian going side by side through hairpin 2 as well. Got contact warnings out for the 44 and the 95. That was what we talked about earlier, that coming together in the senior class.
Ben Adrian is through on Melissa Adrian. As Melissa tried to get past Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Ben Adrian takes advantage. Melissa's back down the inside into hairpin number 3. As we head towards the timing line, we'll commence the final lap. Joseph Yao leading now by 2.3 seconds from Isabella Stansmore Wilson.
Yeah, and Stansmore Wilson is about to come up on this lap traffic through hairpin 1 and 2. So it's all about how they're going to negotiate that, this group of 5.
So Tom, I've got a driver off behind the marshal.
Almost got caught out there, did Ben Adrian.
Yeah, I think
it's cost Max Wilkinson a place, definitely.
Yeah, we've got driver off down at hairpin 3. Don't know who it is. I'll have a quick look in a few moments' time. We've got behind the marshal's post. Out of the final corner, though, will be heading Joseph Yao to take victory in heat number 2 for Junior Rotax from Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Ben Adrian, Melissa Adrian and Oscar Ward. Max Wilkinson will complete your top 6 in front of Sam Robson, who charges through. Then it's Riley Sims-Ezard, Oliver Walker and Samuel Yeadon in front of Freddie Witherington. Then it's Holly Swan, Ben Robinson and Bailey Heath in 14th place at the moment. I think it could be... Is that Will Howard off? I don't know. We'll keep an eye out. Trying to find where the 27 is, Tom, but it looks like he didn't cross the line on the previous lap. That could well be the driver off down there.
Yeah, I think you're right, David. I think it could well be.
Seniors, let's have a quick look. Pip Morris took the victory in seniors from Paul Swan and Owen Marquis. And Joseph Johnson didn't get to race. He rolled off at the end of that first lap.
Yeah, so such was the pace of the juniors. They were only about 10 seconds off being able to lap all 3 senior runners. In fact, Joseph Yao was on the tail of Owen Marquis as they came over the line as well to put the seniors a lap down. So, yeah, amazing pace from Yao and the rest of the junior field as well.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Will Howard who is off down there, although not 100% sure, Tom, because I'm sure he normally wears an MS suit, and I think it could well be Evelyn Bye, who.
We'll try and get a number as
well, it's going
to get recovered.
It's got to come past us, hasn't it,
Yes,
to get home? So
we'll get a number.
No, 27. It is Will Howard.
Okay.
You can see it on the back down there. That's definitely Will Howard's machine. So he retires with 1 lap to go. The 27 machine. There's, just in front of us here, Elliot Dalton Ayres, his number 84 machine, is being pushed back in as he holds his wrist. See whether he's going to try and drive it home.
He did look a little bit sore. Was it his left wrist you were talking about there? Yeah, it looked a bit sore post incident as well. Did that one, but has managed to bring it back under its own steam, which is a good thing. It looks like it's only bodywork damage to that one.
There's the cart of Will Howard being recovered. That will await recovery.
Is that Shane?
Looks like it could be.
Well, I think we've diagnosed the issue there then.
He's either found one in the grass or it's fell off his cart.
I would go with the latter. And there it is, hanging off. Yeah, so looks like that one, we've diagnosed the issue for William Howard. That's going to get recovered fairly swiftly back into the pits.
There we go. Cart into position, foot on the brake so it doesn't move.
That's it. We see this a lot during the British 24-hour, don't we, David?
Yeah, get your car, get recovered back in.
But well, that gives us a nice little segue as well to talk about the British 24-hour coming up.
Does weekend of the 10th and 11th of August. We'll be back here at Teesside Autodrome for the best weekend of the year for us, Tom.
Yes, it's a proper festival of karting. I know there are other kart events out there that call themselves a festival of some kind or another, but this is a real festival for us. It's like it's Glastonbury, but the music is 4-stroke engines.
It is. Will Howard's kart's going to be recovered back into pit lane. His dad Keith there awaits to find out the diagnosis that we've already done. Yeah. He needs to get a new chain out. Treat him to a new chain.
Yes.
Junior Pro Kart will be next out then. Looks like we've got the 9 of Finn Davis on pole position. Will's sister Alana will go off second place alongside Finn on the front row. Riley Matthews and Isaac Duff on row number 2. And then it'll be Reese Cranston and Grace Matthews in front of Joseph Williamson's 811 machine.
Start to find themselves into formation as they head through hairpin 3. Seem to have lost our live chat comments temporarily.
Oh,
but please do keep them coming in.
We've just got one kart hanging off the back here, Tom. Joseph Williamson in the 811 has had a bit of an excursion on the outlap. I think he might have been trying a little bit too hard to get some heat into the tyres, and we'll start this one around about 100 metres off the back. He was going off the back anyway, but has got a really hard task now to try and close back up. After that opening lap issue, Reese Cranston is already up into the lead with Isaac Duff following, and they've put their arm up. I don't know whether...
I think there's a yellow flag.
There is a yellow light board at post 1. So really, really good there, actually, from Reese Cranston. Even on the opening lap, knowing that there was nothing in front, he's seen the yellow light board and put his arm up. Fantastic awareness for from the 19.
And that gap has closed already from Joseph Williamson. In fact, he's started to make his way through. And
Riley Matthews is off on the grass on the outside, goes round to hairpin number 4, goes too wide. That's Grace Matthews is off on camera as well.
And Joseph Williamson, who was so far off the back at the start of this race, is already up to 4th place. And in fact, I think he's actually up to 3rd.
I think he is picking up the pieces of a turbulent opening lap for a couple of our drivers. Riley Matthews went wide at hairpin number 4 onto the grass. Grace Matthews with similar issues stopping down there at hairpin number 4 as the tarmac ran out and that cart had to be pushed back and she had to rotate it and get herself going again. As round South Bank, that's Finn Davis struggling with a bit of setup. Kart going slightly sideways. That'll give Riley Matthews an opportunity to come back at him, and Alana Howard's on the back of that one as well. So we pick them up over start finish, and they head through the D chicane. There's your leader, Reese Cranston.
Isaac Duff in P2 as well, as you see him sliding sideways into hairpin 1. We see that a lot from the senior pro kart runners, especially the guys right at the front of that they're locking the rear wheels up, and the back end attempts to overtake the front as they enter hairpin 1.
Cranston looking comfortable, Tom, at the front. Isaac Duff pretty much matching him for time. Not on the previous lap, though. Cranston pumped in one was 4/10 quicker. The gap looks fairly similar to what it was. I think it's gone out of fractions. Once again, Reese Cranston with another fastest lap there in the 19.
And Joseph Williamson, who made that massive headway in the first lap and a half to get from the very, very back, or quite a significant way off the back of the group, of the front 6 when they started the race.
Yeah,
has now kind of stalled out in terms of progress, and
Yeah.
comfortable third place.
Alana Howard's just found a way past Riley Matthews. We'll try and catch them as they head up towards South Bank, because there's a good battle going on for 4th place between Davis, Matthews and Alana Howard. Howard now up into 5th place.
And Matthews has gone round again.
Oh, no, that's Finn Davis, Tom,
is
in
that
the
Finn
night.
Davis?
Yeah,
My
Davis
apologies.
is round. Alana Howard is through and up into 4th place. Finn Davis with the spin drops down. So just as we pick it up, that's the recovering Finn Davis. So the steering wheel takes the brunt of the frustration from the driver of the night.
Still a chance to close back up to that group, but Alana Howard now into 4th place, and that's another one. Alana Howard's another one who's made huge step forwards in terms of pace. We were talking earlier on about Harry Scrafton, weren't we?
Yes.
Well, Alana Howard is another one taking leaps forward in terms of pace and experience here.
There is Howard on the screen now in that white helmet. Being closed back in, though, by Riley Matthews now that he's got a target in front. Out of hairpin number 4 they go. The gap closing this time by nearly a second as Riley Matthews puts in a personal best with a 48.5.
Isaac Duff almost matched the fastest lap of the race that time around in 2nd place as well. The gap is 1.1 seconds, and he was a couple of tenths quicker than Reece Cranston that time around as well.
Oh, as Alana Howard spins out of hairpin number 2.
Sorry, Alana, that's my fault.
Tom's fault, commentator's curse of the 28 machine. Alana Howard, a little bit too tight on exit and pirouettes the car out of 4th place. So drop behind Finn Davis, so that put her down into P6. And
just as I said, Isaac Duff was starting to pick up the pace. He really is as well. That's fastest lap of the race now. Another 2 tenths quicker than Reece Cranston. So that gap down to less than a second now.
Closing back in. Just be different strategy, Tom. This couldn't it? That Isaac Duff's gone a little bit lower on tyre pressures. They're starting to come up now into an operating window that he is happy with. And
Reece Cranston did set a personal best that time around as well. So personal best for the front 2. We look at the gap starting to close. We'll see what it is across the line this time around. It was less than a second. Still less than a second. 0.781. Another 10th and a half for Isaac Duff. So with 4 minutes to go here, it looks like the battle for the lead is on.
Yeah, really is going to become starting to tighten up, isn't it? So Reece Cranston has a look to his right. Not really a look over his shoulder. He was just looking back at the other drivers round the hairpin 2 and 3 bit. Similar for Isaac Duff as well. Duff needs a good run.
Looks like he's got nice lines though, Reece Cranston.
Yeah, Alana Howard has caught back up to Finn Davis after that spin. You can catch them there in the background heading towards South Bank. So we'll keep an eye out on that one out of our commentary box window to see if there's any moves taking place. And there is some moves taking place, Tom, because Howard's gone right the way round the outside of hairpin 3 and then dived down the inside of hairpin 4 to take 5th place away from Finn Davis.
Yeah, and there you go. There is Alana Howard there just coming over the line in front of the aforementioned Finn Davis. Personal best for Reece Cranston that time around as well. So the gap has gone out ever so slightly to Isaac Duff. I think he's had a quick look behind and got the hurry up. And come over the line this time. A 46.6 for Cranston and a 46.6 as well for Isaac Duff. Just slightly slower. Both of them setting huge personal bests that time around. Much quicker than they were on the previous lap. It's a pace starting to come to both of these karts at the front. Everybody else is best part of a second off. These front 2, Joseph Williamson in 3rd. And we've got Riley Matthews, Alana Howard, Finn Davis and Grace Matthews. 5th, 6th and 7th have all spun at some point in this race as well. But Alana Howard has now overtaken Finn Davis, as we said on the previous lap, and got herself back up to 5th.
Gap on the previous lap between the leading duo was 8.5 tenths. It's down now to 7.5. Another tenth of a second chipped away by Isaac Duff, but the time is starting to elapse. 2 minutes remaining, and we're lapping in the 45 or 46 second region, so he's going to have a few more laps at this, but the more laps you go, the more he has to be taking chunks out of Reece Cranston, and he's really struggling at the moment to make massive inroads into Reece Cranston in that number 19 car.
Just to tuck in behind the steering wheel now and try and get some slipstream effect. If with the gap the way it is, it should be picking up something at the very least. 0.8 of a second now. It's gone out slightly. We're going to have another 2, possibly 3 laps to go here. Just having a little look down the order. Alana Howard as well, doing a 48.7 on the previous lap. Riley Matthews a 48.3. So the gap went out between 4th and 5th. And it does again to the tune of 0.7 of a second. So 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, all expanding are those gaps.
Yeah, Matthews is chipping away at in P7. They took 1.2 seconds out of Finn Davis on the previous lap. Now closing, did a 47.9, which on the last lap was would have been the 4th fastest lap after the top 3 on track.
Isaac Duff with the new fastest lap of the race closes that gap into half a second. Will definitely now be picking up the slipstream. Needs to tuck in behind that steering wheel in one way or another. And there you go. That's one of the ways, is to duck down behind it. The other one, of course, is to lean forward and duck down behind the steering wheel. But you slide your bum forward in the seat in the way that Isaac Duff has just done. And then you'll slide your bum back and pop up. We call it the gopher, don't we? Or the mole.
We do. Final lap then as they cross the line, this time for Reece Cranston.
Gap down to 0.4, and it's another fastest lap for Isaac Duff. But now it's now or never for Isaac Duff. Got to get these this chicane right, and these next 2 hairpins close in, and then you've potentially got a chance into hairpin 3.
He was wide at hairpin number 1. Lost a little bit of time, and I think the opportunity to close in and take a few more tenths out and have a chance into hairpin 4 may well have gone for Isaac Duff. With that wider line round hairpin number 1, I think Reece Cranston may well have done enough. Duff is closing in still on the brakes at hairpin number 3, but doesn't close enough to have a chance to find the way through. On the way out of hairpin number 4, and Reece Cranston will win for the 2nd time today from Isaac Duff. And then it's going to be Joseph Williamson, who started some 50 to 100 metres back at the start, comes through to finish in 3rd place. Then it's going to be Riley Matthews, who had that good battle earlier on with Finn Davis and Alana Howard. The two of them had 2 spins in separate occasions. And there's still a battle going on, Tom, like you say, like you just pointed to, for 6th place. We're going to catch that as they cross the line. Coming out hairpin 3 and 4.
It's Finn Davis and Grace Matthews.
Davis might hold on here, but Matthews has closed in. 1.4 seconds on the previous lap and needed another one to find a way through for 6th place. So it ends Cranston, Duff, Williamson and Matthews, Alana Howard, Finn Davis and Grace Matthews in P number 7.
Okay, so that will move us on to heat number 2 for Senior Pro Kart, and it's a large grid with a random grid formation as well. So that will, David will bring you that shortly, or I can bring it to you if he can get it up on his phone.
Sorry, I was preoccupied with something else, Tom. There it is, it's already there.
All right, lovely. Okay, so pole position will go to Cameron Bailey with Lennon French and Maximus Shields lining up 2nd and 3rd. Well, that's going to bring some spice to Senior Pro Kart heat number 2, isn't it? If you missed it, heat number 1 was. You're right there.
preparing myself, Tom. Sorry.
Heat number 1 was definitely exciting between those two. Then we've got Zach Dawson in 4th, Sophie Pawsey in 5th, Wayne Pearson in 6th, Matthew Hauschby in 7th, Tom Hewland, Sean Finn and Dominic Needham will round out the top 10. Then we have Connor Cran, Sam Barrett and Christian Oblag. Then it's James Kay and Danny Bean. George Ludwell, Connor Lucas, Heat 1 winner, goes off P17 with Macaulay Parnham, Robbie Lowe and David Brewis rounding out the top 20. Then it's Kyle Burns, Oscar Buckley, Harry Roddis and Brandon Jennings, Colin Handy, Gary Clark and Joe Grinsell going off P27. He finished in 2nd place in Heat number 1, so watch for him coming through. Then we've got Liam Gallup, Chris Pebbody, Ike Needham, Alfie King and Jack Hewland, your 32 runners.
So Heat 1 winner Connor Lucas starts well down the order on the random grid. He starts 17th, which should probably put him, I'd probably say, last for Heat number 3. I'll confirm that now because we've already got the grids. Yeah, he's down in 31st of 32. That's the 9. Trying to get Chris Pebbody, trying to get back in, Tom. Looks like he's had a bit of an off on that outlap. The driver of the 9, although he has only got to find a few places.
So ones to watch in this one. We've got Lennon French and Max Shields. Obviously, they're going to resume hostilities from Heat 1. We've got Connor Lucas way down the order, and we've got Joe Grinsell way down the order. Watch out for them coming through the field as well.
Over the start finish we go then. Cameron Bailey leads them, and Max Shields is already right into the rear bumper of Bailey. That's going to allow him to come through, and then he's down the inside into South Bank, International Loop. We've got yellow flag out because Ike Needham's off in the grass. He's one of a few drivers. Dominic Needham as well. His dad is off as well. So the two of them off, and I think Carl Byrne in the 31 is the other one off onto the grass. I think there was one more, but missed who that one was. But we've got 3 out of 4. That's a good ratio.
It's Max Shields holding on now at the front of this one. They're going to come across the line for the first time. They're still side by side as they come through South Bank. They're still not getting them all, getting themselves into order just yet. It's going to rage all the way through is this one. Shields comes over the line. From Cameron Bailey, your pole sitter. Then it's Lennon French, Sophie Pawsey, George Ludwell, Zach Dawson, Matthew Hauschby, Sean Feehan, Connor Cran and Connor Lucas already up 6 places. George Ludwell climbed 9 places on that opening lap. And Jack Hewland 13, Joe Grinsell 7 places. So huge movement. Jack Hewland as well came. I think he was last at the start of the race. He's already up to P18.
Yes, he was, Tom. Started 32nd as just saw Joe Grinsell out the commentary box window have a great overtake down the inside of hairpin number 1. Got hard on the brakes, got it stopped and made up some places. So strong opening lap there. Like you say, 13 places for Jack Hewland, 9 for George Ludwell. Last year's novice champion in club now for George Ludwell. Contact for the 11 of Connor Cran. He gets a warning. We're currently running in P10, is he, Tom? Yes, he is.
Yeah, he is, yeah. Macaulay Parnham, who had that great opening heat, has just dropped 5 places down to 21st on that lap. So I think probably got freight trained or perhaps a half spin somewhere. And Tom Hewland dropping 3 as well.
Contact for Joe Grinsell in the 199 machine.
Still in P18 for Grinsell. There's a bit of a gap opened up between 9th and 10th now, which is Lucas in 9th and then 10th for Connor Cran. So we'll see Connor Lucas on the back of this train and already moving or trying to move through. We've got a contact warning as well for the 11 of... we saw that one for Connor Cran, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. That was earlier on, and then Grinsell followed up.
Lucas with a new fastest lap of the race as he's gained another 2 places up to 7th place. And already through this lap on Zach Dawson as well and closing in on the back of Sophie Pawsey. We did say to watch out for them coming through. There goes Lennon French now on Cameron Bailey, taking 2nd place.
Gap for the lead on the previous lap was 0.8 of a second. I think that overtake might open it up to just over the full 1 second mark. And then Lennon French then will have the target of the 181 machine in front to try and close in. It's out to 1.149. Fastest lap once again though, 46.3 for Connor Lucas in 6th place.
Yeah, 10th faster than the leader that time around as well, despite an overtake as well already onto the tail of Sophie Pawsey as they come through hairpin 2. That's your leader, Max Shields. And there's your 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, which is now Connor Lucas into 5th place, passing Sophie Pawsey.
And the inside from Lucas, good move into South Bank. Didn't lose either of them any time as George Ludwell gets past Cameron Bailey, but only briefly. Bailey's back through and they are back to being line astern as they cross the timing line.
So Grinsell passed Hewland on the previous lap and has now dropped him. Grinsell up to 11th place. Jack Hewland with that great opening lap, but has stayed in 15th place. Still 17 places from the start of the race. It's not bad going, is it?
No, it's just steady work. George Ludwell goes down the inside of Cameron Bailey into South Bank with a late move that also allows Connor Lucas to come through as well. And then Lucas is going to try and move into down the inside of Ludwell. Ludwell will run wide, but Ludwell should have track position. He doesn't. Lucas is through, and Ludwell, I think they're decided, well, look, he's probably coming past me at some point anyway. I might as well tuck in. Maybe I can go with him and catch up onto the back of Lennon French in front. Contact warning for the UK plate of Ike Needham. He had troubles on the opening lap, but he's already up now into 19th. After that trip across the grass, finds his way past. And we've got David Brewis, I think, dropping 6 places on that previous lap. Maybe those two go hand in hand.
Personal best for our front 3 drivers. Shields, French and Lucas all setting personal best on the previous lap. So we've got our pro class runners now running 1, 2, 3 and our clubman class runners running 4th, 5th and 6th.
Just on the screen there, Tom, we've got a great battle going on behind that sort of top 6. A little bit further, a little bit deeper down onto the back end of the top 10. It does have Jack Hewland in it as well. Warning for the 222 of Macaulay Parnham in 20th. Looking at this battle now that we've just picked, we're going to pick up, Tom, at hairpin number 1. We're about 7 or 8 carts now. Christian Oblag leading it in the battle that we're going to pick up in the 76 machine. There they are on screen. You can see them going down that back straight. That's Brandon Jennings on the inside of Oscar Buckley. As they head up towards South Bank, Buckley closes the door. Matthew Hauschby in front of them. Sean Feehan on the back of the train. And that is Jack Hewland in the yellow that we were talking about earlier. Buckley down the inside of Hauschby. And then more contact. And Hauschby's not particularly pleased with it, but does hold track position. That allows Brandon Jennings to cut through. Jennings, that strong opening heat, finished in 3rd place. Contact warning for James Kay, in the 808 machine, currently running in 28th place.
At the front of this one, Lucas is homing in on the back of Lennon French now. The gap was 0.179 of a second, and I'm just having a look out the commentary box window, and he's already got through
Jennings
for 2nd place.
Down the inside, sorry, Tom, on Matthew Hauschby into South Bank for Brandon Jennings in the 71. Ike Needham starting to work his way through as well, as him and Harry Roddis swap positions. They're side by side as they come up and over start finish. Roddis is going to have to drop back in, and then Needham goes wide through the D chicane, and then he's very wide through the D chicane and up and over the concrete rumble strip, and that allows Harry Roddis to come back through to retake the position. So up towards hairpin number 1 they go. And they'll run down the back straight. They've lost around about a second to Sean Feehan. There we are. We can just about catch them. We'll see them in a few moments down towards South Bank and hairpin 3. So that's Connor Cran down the inside, I think, of Jack Hewland. By way of an apology, maybe, but
I think that's the battle for 12th place that we're looking at there. So Jack Hewland up to in 13th now, but has gained a couple of positions since we last spoke about him. Joe Grinsell up to P7 now. Got a bit of a gap to close on Sophie Pawsey with a couple of minutes to go in this one. got to find 2 seconds to get on the back of that train for third place. It's currently headed by French. So it's Shields, Lucas, French, Ludwell, Bailey, Pawsey, Grinsell, Dawson, Barrett and Bean, the top 10. With Connor Cran, Christian Oblag heading that next group then. That's including Oblag, Cran, Hewland, Jennings and Hauschby.
Looked like we had Hewland trying to make a move back on Connor Cran there, but Cran had it scouted, ran round the outside and held on to position.
At the front of this one, Max Shields is still leading by over a second, or a second and a quarter from Connor Lucas, but Lucas was a quarter of a second quicker. I think he's just going to run out of time here, is Lucas, to catch Shields.
It's always good to have a little bit of a target. We're down in the 45s though, aren't we, for Connor Lucas, 45 nines, and he's done a few of them. 46 dead almost that time round, but another quarter of a second out of Max Shields with what will be 2 laps to go. They'll get the last lap board next time round.
It's going to be close. He's got to find another half a second. Well, he's got to find another quarter of a second of pace relative to Max Shields. He's already a quarter of a second quicker, but he needs to find another quarter of a second on top of that, or for Max Shields to make a mistake.
Oh, Hewland down the inside of Connor Cran into hairpin number 2. This battle between the two of them has gone on for most of the race, with Christian Oblag in front of them, and it's allowing Brandon Jennings to catch up off the back as Max Shields will lead us over the line to commence the final lap here from Connor Lucas. He's down again as Lucas pumps in a 45.920, 4/10 of a second. The gap's down to a little over 6/10. Don't think we're going to have sufficient time though. Behind them, French, Ludwell, Bailey, Pawsey, Grinsell up to 7th, Tom. Great race for Grinsell.
Yeah, he has had a great
Sam
race.
Barrett occupying a berth inside the top 10, Dawson and Bean rounding out.
He's almost closed in those 2 seconds as well to the back of Sophie Pawsey, so I'll keep an eye on that one as they're heading over the line for the final time. It doesn't look like Grinsell's going to get there. Doesn't look like Connor Lucas is going to get there either. It's going to be victory for Max Shields, followed immediately over the line by Lucas. Lennon French taking 3rd place, with George Ludwell in 4th. Cameron Bailey in 5th, and again immediately diving into the pit lane, as was Joe Grinsell. And a few of the others are starting to come in now, and that's the problem that we talked about. If they are going to come into the pit straight over the line, there's going to be a crash, and indeed there was.
Christian Oblag was nearly collected there by the 171 of Jack Hewland as they slowed coming through the barrier.
Yeah, and there is absolutely no need to dive into the pit lane straight after the checker flag, and that's caused the issues that we saw there with Jack Hewland going round. So your top 10 and leaders of class was... Oh, sorry, David, thank you for that. So it's Max Shields, Connor Lucas and Lennon French were your top 3 overall, and they were your first 3 in pro. Then, fortunately, we've got 4th, 5th and 6th, George Ludwell, Cameron Bailey and Sophie Pawsey were your podium in clubman class. Then it came Joe Grinsell, Sam Barrett, and then in 9th place overall was your novice class leader, which is Zach Dawson. Then it was Danny Bean, Christian Oblag, Jack Hewland, and then 2nd in novice was Connor Cran. And then just to skip a few, Matthew Hauschby finished 3rd in the novice class and 17th overall. And that brings to an end our 2nd round of heats. We will go through our 3rd set of heats very, very shortly, which will begin with Bambinos, the Coma C50 Bambino class. Be heading out as soon as we can clear the grid of the Senior Pro Karts. Oh, we're on to lunch break now, are we? Oh, my apologies. Okay, we're heading on to a lunch break. I thought we were going to go through our 3rd cycle of heats and then we'd have a lunch break, but we are actually going to go for our lunch break now. So we'll see you in roughly half an hour. Please stay tuned. We will put a holding screen onto the stream so you can see that we are still here, and we will be back with you very shortly.
Hello and welcome to the Teesside paddock. It's round 3 of the NRG Sprint Series. I'm David Sullivan. We're going to have a quick walk around the paddock. We're in front of the start-finish line at the moment. Junior Pro Kart are on track, so we're going to have a walk up because seniors are about to go out, and we might see have a chat with a few people. He said he doesn't want to speak to me, which means he doesn't have a choice. Turn round. He's out there. He's fine.
He is, yeah.
Your lad, Riley, I believe.
Riley, yeah.
Yeah, introduce him.
So Riley Matthews, he's 13 years old. This is his second race weekend of this season. So pretty much a newbie, finding our feet. It's been a baptism of fire so far.
Well, he looks handy out there. I've just seen him. Not easy to spot as well. Bright yellow helmet, always helpful.
Absolutely.
It's good. So getting on track, first time here at Teesside. How's he finding it?
He's loving it so far. Yeah. We've had a few issues this morning with setting up his kart, but we're finding our feet, like I say, and he's looking good out there today. Good.
I've noticed you've had the kart. You've been down to Howard, the man at MS. You've been in the top paddock. You've had a bit of help getting it out there, but it looks like he's going well now.
Yeah, it really is.
Lovely. Well, I might catch him when he comes off in a minute, and not that he's going to know because he's still going round on the track. We're going to walk this way. If you're wondering why I don't have my normal microphone with me this weekend, it's because somebody, me, left them all the way back at my house, and I wasn't going back for them. So I'm using somebody else's, hence why I've got this big fluffy thing here. Nice little nose tickler. So we'll have a walk up. We'll see if we can have a chat with anybody else. If not, someone's been the cafe. Someone's been, no, that's not. We'll sort you another one out. We'll sort you another one out. Right. Seniors are about to go out. We're asking difficult questions.
No, I was just asking if what weight you had to be in Inter.
Inter? No idea. Cat answers the questions. I just turn up. That's a nice bright suit. That looks new. Is it? It's new.
Yeah, it's new.
Good. So, with it being brand new, I imagine later on we'll find you sliding down the grass bank on it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, because that's what kids do. They put new suits on and they go sliding down hills or running off round the paddock. Sounds like juniors might be coming in, which is handy. Hello. Hello, puppy. Good. We always like a good dog on a paddock show. There you go. Jake Walker, hi, how are you? I liked how you sort of went, I'll not look at him, he might not talk to me.
Yeah.
Wrong answer. Hi, how are you?
Great, thanks, yeah.
Good.
Really.
Probably the biggest grid of juniors we've had here in a while, actually. We're almost up to 20. Just watch practice, it looks quite frantic out there. You looking forward to it?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I wasn't really in with the pack and I haven't been all day, but I can tell it's quite frantic when you are in there. There's been quite a few spinners.
So, last practice, are you going to dump yourself right in the middle?
Maybe. Try get a bit of overtaking practice. Maybe not. Not sure.
Well, why not? You've got to be in the mix, haven't you? Rolling start tomorrow. Random grid, of course, in juniors. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that'll be really fun. Front, middle and the back always makes it exciting.
Yeah, well, just got to get round that first corner and then see how it pans out, really, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely.
Good
yeah.
stuff, Jake, brilliant. Juniors are coming off. Before that, I'll let him go. We're going to head in here. Got a brand new driver in here. Jump up, young man. Come and show me your machine. Nice new sticker kit. You bring yourself round. Introduce you to the camera. What's your name?
Jacob.
Good. First race meeting here at Teesside. How are we finding it?
Good.
Good. Is Dad stressed on the spanners?
Yeah.
Good. Oh, he's got the toolkit out because I know what he was doing. He's had a play with the axle to see if we can find a little bit more rear end grip. How are you finding it out there? Nice big grid of Hondas. Yeah. Looking forward to qualifying. We've got that in a few hours' time. Looking forward to it.
Yes.
Good. Hopes that we can get into the midfield pack. Wonderful. Right. Well, Pro Karts are going. Have a good weekend. There we go. Let's have a little fist pump. Come on. There we go. Lovely. Right. I'm off to speak to some juniors. That's Jacob. Jacob's here for the first time. Gonna see if I can. This is Riley. We'll let him jump out. Grab back end at cart. I need to show people that I do some work round here. Don't let anybody tell you that I don't earn my pennies. Yeah. Lid off, young man. Come on, let's have a chat. I can't leave you out, you see, because I've already spoke to your dad on camera. He did that little thing where he went, Don't talk to me, don't talk to me.
Yeah.
So I spoke to him. First time at Teesside?
Yeah.
There's a bit of a smile, so it looks like we're enjoying it.
Yeah, really good so far. Missed 2 sessions so far. Had a couple of mechanical issues, but they're all sorted now. And the last session went really well. I've been lent an Alfano, and it's saying I do like a 53 or something. So I think that's all right so far.
South Bank's a bit quick as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really fast. Yeah.
It's good when you sort of drop it in there and get that wheel hooked up on the inside. It's really, really nice. Obviously, first time at Teesside, how are we finding the track? Like it?
It's really bumpy. I don't like the bumps, but then the corners are nice. I like like a double chicane almost as you come out the first corner. Struggling to get to grips with the first chicane as you come over the line, but apart from that, it's a really good track.
Tough cornering over the start line. It sort of rises up, and you're a little bit off camber, and it's just sort of getting it right. Yeah. When you do, and it sort of hooks it in, it's brilliant. But it's one of them. It's like you're never going to get it right your first time here. It's one of them things. More time on the track, the better you'll become.
Yeah, of course.
Brilliant. Riley, also appreciate it from a commentator's point of view that you've gone for a nice bright helmet. We always like that. A nice easy spot for us. Sweet. Good stuff. Catch you later. We'll carry on our walk. See who else we've got. Hello, young man. Hi, we're Mid-Paddock Show. We're live. Introduce yourself.
I'm Finn Davies.
Oh, you are Finn Davies. You'll be racing the number 9.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We'll keep an eye out for that. How are you finding it?
Good. Yeah.
You're another driver making their debut here. We've just spoke to Riley in the 47. He's also making his debut. So 2 debutants. Really, it's a case of who's the faster between the 2 of you, I think, for tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on that. How are you finding it?
Good. Yeah. This engine's just cut out. So, yeah, that obviously is a problem that we need to start fixing. But yeah.
I'm taking no responsibility. Normally it's a commentator's curse when something goes wrong, but that went wrong before I spoke to you, so I take no responsibility for that. Looking forward to race day tomorrow, though?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Just want to get out there.
Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, we'll let you carry on and have your debrief, because you were mid-debrief when I stopped you, and we'll just carry on walking down. We've got Bambino's coming up. Oliver Bullock there walking up, who is one of our front runners. Here's a new name. Oh, yeah. Hello, come round, young man. Edward, how are we finding it here? I'm gonna come down to your level. There we go. No, you don't have to crouch as well. You're already small. It's fine. How are you finding it?
Good.
Good. Been to Teesside much before?
Not really. I don't think. I've been before, but this is my first race day, so.
It's a quick track though, isn't it? With it being nice and wide for Bambinos, you just keep your foot down and just keep going.
Yeah.
Good. Have you had to use the brake at all?
Maybe.
God, don't use the brake. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just don't use the brake. Just take it off. Just take it off. It's fine. You don't need a brake. Well, you do when you come into the pit lane. You definitely need a brake there. We've got qualifying a little bit later on. How are you looking for pace?
Fast.
He looks fast. Look at that. Look at that smile. Look at that smile. He's very confident. He's got some pace. I'm going to let you go because you're just about to grid up and go back out. And we're going to I'm going to go that way. Last time I think we went down there. We're going to go up here. Edward Rye's car always arrives early for practice. He's over there already to head out. So let's have a walk in. Oh, I'm going to have a head in here. Mr. Yao, where's your driver?
In the van.
He's in the van. He won't be relaxing in a few moments because I'm going to pin him in. Joseph. Oh, look at this. Battle of the sunglasses. Yours are way cooler than mine. Because you're way cooler than me. Practice, how's that gone?
Not been too bad, been pretty fast to be honest, yeah.
Good. Now, I'm not going to chat about this. In a few weeks, I think, you're off to France, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're on the TSK-Media page. We'll be streaming the Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race. You're heading out there as well as part of the Teesside Academy. Who else is in that kart? Do you know yet?
I think it's Max Wilkinson, Pip Morris, and then I'm not sure about the other 2 drivers.
Well, you're in it. That's all that matters. You looking forward to heading out there? First race abroad?
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. Obviously, long 24 hours, but yeah, it should be good.
It's good. Well, I raced it last year. It's a great event. You're a bit quicker than me, so that'll be handy for you.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he said yes. As soon as I said he's a bit quicker than me, he went, yeah, great. Cheers for that. Thanks, Joseph. Wonderful. We're heading off. Sun's just about coming out. Swan Motorsport karts to the right-hand side there, all in the dark blue with varying colours. they're all pinned in here, round the back. Now, we could have a chat with Joey or with Holly, but we won't. We'll have a chat with Mum instead. Because we like to spring surprises during paddock shows. Hello, how's things? Good, good. So there we go. We'll spin the camera around so we get some camera time. Holly behind us there thought that we were coming to interview her, and now Mum's on. Busy weekend when they're both out, and I mean, not like we say that Paul does most of the spanner, and you do the trolleying. The trolleying,
yeah. Yes, it's quick because we've got Joey out. Got to get Joey back in so I can get back out and watch Holly.
Well, yeah, because it's straight after each other now, isn't it? Now that he's moved up out of Hondas into Inters. Seemed to equip himself really well with that, having taken the win last time. Must have been really pleased.
Chuffed a bit because we'd waited a long time for him to get the win from Bambino to Cadets and now Inter, but he seems to really, really enjoy the Inter a little bit faster.
It's strange, isn't it? Because it looked like he was getting there in the Honda, and then he seemed to plateau a little bit, and then we've given him loads more power, and he's just gone, yeah, I'm having a bit of this.
Yeah, I think that's all he says. That's all he needed, a little bit of power. I think the Cadet grid was massive anyway, so it was always a good race for him. But just that extra power, and he's away with it. He's enjoying it.
Fantastic. I'm going to head back out. Apologies to my camera crew that had to navigate the rabbit warren of the Swan Motorsport compound in there. So we're going to head back out. Best bit of kit at Teesside. You'll see it on the live stream, the quad of salvation. That goes back out. I've got absolutely no idea why Attenborough's in the back of it, but if we spin that round, we've got cardboard cut out in the back. Absolutely no idea why. I'll try and find out later. I'm going to walk backwards so the camera crew can walk forwards. In fact, we'll go a little bit half and half. We'll have a look at the paddock. We've got Adrian's in the background. That's Layla Berryman walking up. We'll put a stop. We've got a helmet on, it's fine. Layla, how's practice going? We missed you here in the last one. I believe somebody booked a holiday.
Yeah, but it's been going well so far today. So, yeah, we're hoping to have a good qualifying.
Yeah, it's important in that qualifying. When you've got a grid of 27 or so Hondas, you've got to get yourself out of that sort of midfield pack, try and get towards the front of it and go. So is that where we're hoping? Top 10 for quali?
Hopefully.
Good, well, I'll let you go because I think you'll probably be gridding by the time you get up there. So I'll let you head off and we'll see who else is joining us down this one. 17, that's Isaac Wellborn. He's joined us. Tom Nichols, he's here. Mr. Nichols, we'll speak to you while Tom joins us. Got some very helpful instructions there on the steering wheel. Don't look back is handy, drive fast is even better. Yes. So we do like that. That's a massive help. Do you think he looks at them?
No.
No.
It's for my benefit, not his. I know that.
As in, when he doesn't do what you want, you can say, look, I've told you to go quicker. There you go.
Absolutely.
What I will say is, for me, we mentioned it the first few rounds, really, the surprise package of the season is really, we always find that one driver jumps out of the midfield to sort of get into that sort of front pack. Tom's been there or thereabouts. He really has improved the last couple of meetings here at Teesside. You must be really happy with that.
Absolutely. He had a great winter series. We saw improvements every time we went out. We've missed a few rounds at Hooton, where he was the champion. Could concentrate on this one this year. And yeah, he's come on leaps and bounds. I think the confidence factor of knowing you can do it here is unquestionably where he's getting it from now.
Yeah, in terms of a grid at a single track, I don't think you're going to find stronger than here at Teesside. So, and especially because we're on sort of fixed gearing as well, where it's open at some other places. That sort of fixed gearing means that everybody's on par. Yes. You can really see where your driver sits into that jigsaw.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a case of playing about with the wheel spacings, the axle, tyre pressures here are quite critical with the new Vegas. They seem to be very sensitive to temperatures and input pressures. So yeah, it's all down to Tom really. I can only do my bit. Once he goes out on that track, it's down to him.
Wonderful. Well, I would speak to him, but he looks like he's ready. He looks a bit bored because I reckon he wants to go and get his helmet on and get himself out. I will have a chat, in fact. Tom, how are we finding it?
Really good.
Good. Practice, I've noticed that you've been going out generally towards the front of the pack and sticking with everybody. So is that the plan for the weekend, particularly for qualifying, where track position is the all-important game?
Hopefully.
Well,
hopefully I can get a good qualifying and get up the top before, it's too late too.
Yeah, we're 10-minute session, just got to find that one fast lap.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Right, I'm going to let you go. You're ready for a chat already, because whenever there's a camera about, you always try and find the thing. So we'll let Tom's cart go. He's out of the way. Peter Webster, another driver that's shown some decent improvement, heading towards the top 10 now.
Yes, keep on pushing, keep on working, and we never know where it goes.
Good. Good to see. Good to see you've got one of your two helmets on. Is that the qualifying and race day helmet?
No, this is just my practice helmet. Tomorrow you'll see me with the fully painted one.
Yeah, I know. So you changed yours for qualifying. You put your other one on. Must be lucky.
Yeah, I prefer the other one. It gives it kind of like a bigger kind of like feeling almost. So I feel like it's a bit more lucky.
Good. Oh, your cart's coming up. Wonderful. Well, I'll let you go, and I'm going to head down here, and I'll surprise you, Mum and Dad, with a chat. So we'll head into the paddock. We'll get to the bottom. We'll see. In fact, we'll have a quick stop. Max Taddy, hiya. Welcome. How are you?
Good.
Good. How's practice gone so far today?
Not the best.
Still looking for a few extra tenths?
Yeah.
Good. Well, I'm fairly sure, seeing as we've seen you running at the front, not just here, but pretty much everywhere for the last, well, pretty much since you were in Bambino, actually, remembering back to when you were, that you're always there or thereabouts. I'm sure it'll come good in qualifying.
Yeah, hopefully. Just hope for the best for qualifying.
Good. Well, I think Bambino's are heading out, which means you're next, so I don't want to hold you up. I will let you go. We were going to have a chat with Mr. and Mrs. Webster, but they decided that they got lucky because Max arrived at the right time, so we had a quick chat with Max Taddy instead. Now, you'll have seen this on a few paddock shows before, but this is the pit lane for the full track here at Teesside, which we'll be using in a few months' time when we come back here weekend of the 10th, 11th of August for the British 24-hour race. This joins in down here at Rib Bend, so the track, the pit lane joins onto the track just before the first heavy braking zone of the international circuit here at Teesside. Having a look down the bottom end, there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of activity down the bottom end. Not really. So we'll head up the hill instead and see what's happening up here, because there's a little bit more up this end. It's a bit hit and miss because we're filming this whilst the practice day is going on, so Honda Cadet, they'll go out. You'll notice here we've got van to the right, no kart there. That's a Honda engine on the floor. Looks like that the colour scheme. I would take a massive guess that belongs to Aaron Berridge. So we'll, you get a bit hit and miss. We've got Burgoyne, so that will be Harry Burgoyne. He races in Bambino. Some work going on here by Mr. Yeadon.
Good afternoon, David.
Hello, what's going on, sir?
Jets. Need grip. Need speed. So yeah, don't really know what we're doing.
Never had these problems in Honda where you just put fuel in it and pull
pull
go
the
button.
string, pull the string and go racing. Yeah, this is a bit different. To
Yeah,
that.
now you've got to think as well, haven't you?
Yeah, and it's all my fault when it goes wrong. Yeah, it's not the driver's fault. It's always my fault.
Yeah, well, that's
racing.
That's racing, isn't it? First page of the racing driver book of excuses is mechanic did something wrong.
Yeah. So how are you getting on anyway? Nobody seems to interview you ever. So let's turn the tables. And how are you finding Honda Cadet this year?
Me personally,
as a racing fraternity, how are you enjoying it?
Yeah, really, really good. You know, I'm as some people may or may not know, my lad races in Honda Cadet. We try and keep a bit of a low profile on that, just because, you know, I'd spend most of my race weekends in a commentary box shouting, and for 10 minutes every hour.
Reigning champion at Teesside.
He's done well. What I would say, for 10 minutes every hour, he's just another racing driver. For me, that's the thing. I go out and I just commentate on karts moving. But yeah, he's had a really strong season last year, and moved to the front towards the back end of 2022.
Plans for next year?
We're going Junior Pro Kart next year.
Right.
Yeah, the grid seemed to be growing, not only here but in other series as well. I think that'll give us 17 or 18 weekends, so that's the route that we're going to go down. You're not too. You've had a dabble in a pro kart once or twice.
Once or twice, yeah, I've had a go. A bit too old and a bit too heavy now.
Same as me. In fact, I did Le Mans hire last year and got down to 85 kilo. I think it was 83, bang on weight.
I think I'd have to lose a leg to get to 83 kilos.
And it's been a turbulent year. I'm back up to 91.
Good. Well,
Good.
All the best.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that, Michael. I'm going to carry on going. Should there not be two karts in there? Have you lost one?
My lad's done his footing, so he'll doing seniors this weekend, so he's not come this week, so it's the first time we've come here. So.
Poor lad. Well, Absolutely, it's good that you've got the banging tunes on.
You've got to have some music on the background, haven't you?
Yeah, of course you have. Who owns this one?
Bailey Heath.
Yes. I'm familiar with the name, but not his face, because they have helmets on and stuff, and you can't see him.
He's in the caravan. I'm not sure if he's going to come out and give you a few words. Bailey?
Don't know if he gets a choice.
That's it.
No.
But yeah, we knew.
Trying to figure out what the next tune was. The last one was 4 Strings, Take Me Away, but I'm trying to figure out what that one is.
Some classic ones, aren't there?
I've no idea. Let's go and find out. Bailey Heath, hello. Hello. Good, I'll come to the other window. No, don't come out. We'll interview in the caravan. Get the window up. It's loads better. It's loads better. Get up. Yeah, I mean, if we can see your face, if we lift this up, will the dog jump out the window? No, I'll get the dog. Good. Yeah, go on. Let's lift this up. You've never done this before in your life, have you? No. You've never done this window at all. There we go. Hello. I'll sit my arm in. First time at Teesside. How are you finding it?
It's pretty good.
Good. Do you normally get interviewed randomly in your caravan at tracks?
Most days, yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Looks like someone's been to cafe and sampled that appears to be a milkshake of sorts.
Yep.
Good. Next big important question, what are your dogs called?
Millie. This one's Millie. This one's Izzy.
Good. I'm guessing the smaller one thinks that it's the bigger one.
Yep.
Yeah, as dogs always do. Wonderful. Enjoying your time here?
Yeah.
Good. The main thing is, first of all, it's not raining. That's handy, because last time we were here, it was pretty much like waist high in water. At the last round, it was really, really bad. So good to see that it's dry. How are you finding the track?
It's nice, because you can go flat out over it. So, that's what I like.
Grippy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It tends to. We've not had a huge amount of rain. We had a bit of a drizzle this morning, but once it grips in with the hires, and even down the bottom end around South Bank when they're doing car testing, it does tend to grip up a little bit. So yeah, enjoying it. Looking forward to random grids tomorrow.
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah.
Good. Happy days. Well, I'll let you close your window, and I'm going to crack on with my paddock show. Thank you very much. Yeah. There we go. That's the type of things you get here at Teesside. You just get random interviews when I just stick my head in people's caravans. There's not a lot they can do about it. Just stick my head in, and the worst thing they can tell me to go away. Someone just said yeah in the background as if they want me to go away. Let's have a quick chat over here. Someone's making some noise. Brandon Jennings, hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. We don't see you here too often. You come when you fancy it, really.
Yeah, could say that. Mainly focused on BPEC and other championships. It's a good way to keep fit and keep car fitness up, coming here every now and again.
Good. Doing the 24 here this year?
Yes, we'll be, yeah, in the BPEC team.
Yeah, so well, you practice for half the track at least, and then you do you just learn the rest again when we come for the 24.
Yeah, it's always handy coming here, getting practice on the shorter track. It can translate to the bigger track as well. It does help.
Yeah, pace-wise, I watched a session earlier where I think there was yourself, Max, and Danny Bean, all pretty much sort of like nose to tail. Pace-wise, it looks quite good.
Yeah, definitely promising. Nothing's gone majorly wrong so far, fingers crossed. But yeah, definitely looking strong. Yeah.
Good. Happy days. Brilliant. Thank you very much. We'll keep walking. See if we can chat to some other people. Mr. Bean's putting some wheels on. Does the driver check them when you've done it, or has he got 100% trust?
Trust his dad now.
Trust his dad now? What do you mean now?
He never used to.
Never used to. So, is it that he doesn't test them, or is it that he doesn't know which end of a spanner to hold?
I think there's a bit of both.
That's fine.
And now he's left school, he needs to learn.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
qualifying? Right. Oh, F2 race. We don't have to worry about spoilers because this will be going out tomorrow in the main show. So at the moment, Vuma is leading from Mia, and then Mia and Bora and Jukka and Ara. I've got no idea who any of them people are. No people at all. Elliot Dalton Ayres looks proper cool because he's got sunglasses on like I have. Proper cool. Here you are. We find you in the gravel trap.
Yeah.
There we go. How's things?
Not too good so far, to be honest. We've got the practice engine on, and it's absolutely awful.
That's the joys of the paddock show. It's like I'll see some people and go, yeah, I'm having a great day, and then next you get someone, how's it going? They just go, terrible, wish I stayed at home.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, next session we're putting our Venator on the race engine on, so I'm looking forward to that.
Right, so it's always good to get the engine builder's name in.
I know. Just give them a quick shout out to Reese Hunter, giving us an absolute rocket ship of an engine, and just absolutely love it and cannot wait to get it on.
Didn't tell me you built the rubbish one though, did you?
No, I didn't.
I'm not even going to press you. Nothing to see here. Go that way, camera. We're not seeing it. Nothing to see here. I have no idea who built the engine. It's just all coloured stickers to me. Go. Again. Alfie King, hi, how are we? Hey, oh, someone's taking it seriously.
No, I'll just wait for tomorrow.
Someone's taking it seriously. We've got fresh rubber ready to go later on.
Well, I was just comparing it against the tyres on there because they're absolutely shot. There you go, you can see the difference in the holes there.
The simple guide, quick, slow. Slower. There we go. First time back here at Teesside. Focus so far this year has been on the endurance side of things. Back in the sprint, how are we finding it?
The sprint or BPEC?
Well, we'll take the sprint first.
No, not too bad. We had a few issues this morning. It's been the first time we've used the kart since December. So I've just been clearing up a few issues, but apart from that, everything's been all right.
Good. We're struggling to make weight, or because you appear to have left half a portion of chips on your floor tray?
Nah, I started that lunch before the session, and I need to finish it now.
Oh, well, they're not going to be very warm, are they? What did we have? They look like cheesy chips. See how I've transitioned around there for a perfect Liam Gallop segue? Oh, it's not my first rodeo. To be fair, the three of you have had a bit of BPEC fun. Yeah. So your first time back as well in a little while. How are we finding it?
I've done one lap throughout the full day, so nothing's going very well.
And are you mechanicking your own kart? No, absolutely not. So whose fault is it?
Well, it's probably my fault, to be fair. I'll take the blame. No, yeah, everything's just going wrong, to be fair.
Yeah. Don't turn the camera around to the guy frantically putting it back together about... Oh, well, cadets are out, so you've got a bit of time, haven't you?
We've got a bit of time.
Yeah, lovely. How we find? Well, I was going to say how we're finding it, but, you know, we're back at Teesside. It's a nice weekend, that's good. Doing the 24?
No, I'm on holiday. I'm on a cruise. But these two are.
They're doing it. Oh, well, we'll chat to him in a minute. Yeah. And even if he says no, I reckon I could outrun him, even with an extra bit of timber on me.
Yeah.
So you're on a cruise?
Yeah. I'm going around I don't know where I'm going, to be honest, actually. I'm going somewhere on a cruise.
So you're going on a boat. Yeah. He's going on a cruise round the Teesside International Circuit, including superb delights such as Rib Bend, the mountain section, and South Bank. Yeah, you're looking forward to it?
I am, yeah. I did it last year as well, so, you know.
Good.
I mean,
what team are we with?
A team with Haas, I'm not sure. 959.
Ah, Shenby Racing. I've seen the entry list. It's almost like I have to get commentary notes for 500 drivers for a race weekend, and I have to look at it.
Yeah, that sounds tough.
Yeah, they work me hard round here and pay me reasonably. And occasionally with chips.
Oh, okay, yeah, well...
But Alfie didn't offer me any because he's tight. This is good. It's not an interview anymore. It's just me monologuing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not even asking you a question. I'm just doing that every time because it's making you uncomfortable. It's brilliant. I'm really enjoying it.
Bad at
it's brilliant.
kind of...
Everyone else is laughing. I'm going to an audience of myself. It's fine.
Yeah, and I'm just
good. You are. How's practice going?
All right. It was a bit rough this morning, but we're getting into it. So
that side pod says a lot.
That wasn't today.
Was it not?
No. It's been like that for a while, so it's fine. It works.
That
so.
needs someone to jump on it. We should
We've
put it
tried.
on the floor and watch you do it. Film you doing it as well.
I'm not too keen on that idea.
It's a firm no. Right, we'll get going. That lady there's looking that way because she doesn't want spontaneously interviewing either. But she's got some camera time now, so it's fine. Mind the curb, we don't want to fall over that. We're going to head down. We've got Honda Cadet going at the moment round the track. Yeah, we'll have a chat. Because what happened there is you went here and you went, he might talk to me. I hope he talks to me. So I'm talking to you. Introduce yourself, not to me, to the camera.
Oliver Walker, 21 Junior Max.
You're 21 and still in juniors?
No, number 21.
Good. How are you finding it?
I mean, it's the second time here. It's all right. It's a good track, but we're just trying to find the pace, really. Trying to find setup and that.
Good to see you complying with the most recent regulations as well by having effectively what looks like a Rubik's Cube on the back corner of your car. We've got to have the stickers on now.
The best thing with these is that it is easy identifiable when he's going round track, because there's quite a few Tony karts in his group. So with these on, I just try and clock them, and then I see him straight away. So that's one good thing about them.
Like Le Mans when they have all the same colour cars but they have different colour sunscreens. You've gone for different colour rear bumpers.
And we went for the luminous ones, didn't we, mate? Yeah. So because we can get the Tony kart colour green ones, but we thought we'd go for them.
That's the thing. Like my lad's on track at the minute. He's in bright orange. He's a really easy spot, and that's the same thing, isn't it? You know, pace-wise here at Teesside, it's quite a fast track, particularly in juniors. We enjoy it.
Yeah, it's a really good track. I mean, we're sticking it at the front, trying to find our pace with the fast ones. I think I'm only like 3/10 off, but see if we can find that.
We're just having a bit of a mess about with gearing today and trying to find what suits him best. So we went a little bit extreme that last one, didn't we? But it seemed to work out for him, to be fair. It's just nice to be here without it being like a monsoon, because we was here last round and it was absolutely horrendous with weather.
Armbands and rubber ducks, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awful. So it's just really nice to have a bit of sunshine.
It is. I had to respect the sun earlier. The sun cream went up on the big bald head. Yeah, you two are lucky on that front. Right, we'll carry the walk on. We've got down the bottom end, as you can see. If you look at the track, this is the national loop. Normally we have a camera point in the middle, but you can actually see as you come through the de chicane, it rises up, goes into a dip and back out the other side. You've probably got about 3 foot of elevation through the middle part of that corner to where we are. Let's have a quick walk up here. Big question is, why are you two here when your driver's on track down there? Have you not got to go and collect him?
He's in the caravan. He's having a rest, keeping him fresh for qualifying.
Keeping him fresh for qualifying. It's almost like later on. It's like at the minute he's on like a little sack barra, and later on you're just going to like lift him up and go. Boop, there you go. Let's get you out your box. Let's go qualifying.
If it makes him go fast, that'll be all right.
He's coming out, so we'll have a chat with him. But more importantly, shall we have a chat with your camera dodging wife?
Yeah, go on.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. It's because you've got sunglasses on, and I've interviewed everybody that I've seen up there that's wearing sunglasses. Sebastian's in here as well. Yeah. So we'll have a chat with you first. Out of Bambino last year as champion, straight into Hondas, and seems to be acquitting himself very well.
Yeah, he's doing really well. He's doing not better than we expected, because we know his drive and his passion for it. But yeah, you're doing really well, aren't you? Yeah, good boy. Yeah, yeah.
We'll have a chat to Sebastian. Still one of the smallest drivers, and we'll have a quick look at your kart in a minute, because I was showing somebody new like all the karts here. I was like, look at them, and look at Sebastian. He's got his pedal box on, and it's like so far forward, because you're still Bambino size, really. Let's be honest. But that's the thing with Honda Cadet. You're going from 8 years old, where we are now, up to sort of 12 years old. So you've got loads of time, and the fact that you're already running in the midfield, you must be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
Cool earrings as well. Let's have a quick look. We just got the one? Just got the one in that side. I thought maybe we'd have like a circle in the other, like noughts and crosses, or like if we can get extra piercings, up like 3 extras up there, we can get all the symbols off the Xbox, so we can get like a Y and everything all the way. I'm not trying to give you ideas or anything. You think we can get full Xbox up there by the end of the season?
Well, probably not.
Probably not?
Yeah.
So you're not a team player, you, Sebastian. Right, we've got a little bit more up here. We're gonna have a wander up a little bit more. Christian Oblag is back in the 76, which is great to see. So this is Sebastian's car. As you can see, normally the pedals would go through this hole here. But because Sebastian's only got little legs, because he's only 8 years old, he has his pedal riser plate here on this sliding mechanism. And what that does, it means when the steering moves, and you'll see here the track rod lifts up as it turns, that means that his feet are able to go over the top, whereas if it was down here, it'd lift his legs up in the air and his legs would be waving at us rather than his arms. So that's why that's there, because Sebastian is nice and small. What it does do as well is it helps keep the weight over the rear axle, which is important because this is where all the drive comes from, where all the weight is, and if he doesn't have weight over the rear axle, he'll have a few pirouettes, and we don't like that. Sebastian's doing very, very well so far this season in our Honda Cadets. So we're going to have a wander down, and we're going to end our paddock show down here. This kart this morning, I was saying it had a number 5 on, but now we've got a 26 on the back. Don't look at the 5. So is 26 the lucky number? So 26 is racing. Introduce yourself. Not to me, of course. Camera's over there.
I'm Grace Matthews.
Good. Racing this weekend?
Hopefully, yeah.
Practice first weekend. I recognise the kart. That's Oliver Watson's. It's still got his name on. Get some get some tape over that, and get a pen as well. But write your own name on there. Get your own name on there as well. How are we finding Teesside?
It's really nice. I think it's our 5th time here. We've only just got the kart a couple of months ago. So first race weekend, and we'll see how it goes.
Good. You seem to be enjoying yourself out there in practice. Looks like you're sticking. The pace looks okay. We happy?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, for how long we've been doing it, I'm pretty happy with myself. I think just need to be a bit faster in the corners and sort of lean out the kart a bit more.
Good. Not just you learning, of course, as well.
Yeah.
Mechanic, he's got to do some learning as well. He's done it for years.
Yeah.
Good. Is he confident in his own ability?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Whether I am is a different question.
You've got to be.
Yeah.
In the end, obviously, it's, Teesside. It's a nice track. It's a fast track as well, which is handy. Favourite part?
Probably South Bank.
Everyone says South Bank. I like the D chicane just because I think that's where you can gain a lot more time.
You can gain time, but it's like awkward if you just run off. It's very bumpy for the car.
Yeah, the curb on the outside is not very nice either, is it?
No.
Right, well, I'm going to leave you to crack on with that. I'm going to walk backwards so that you can see the back straight here at Teesside. This is where the rest of the 24-hour track runs, and it runs up the mountain section and back down here where it joins onto the national circuit. And then we're going to head back into the commentary box for the finals here at Teesside for round 3 of the NRG Sprint Series.
Hello and welcome back to the second half of our day here at Teesside, round number 3 of the 2024 Owner-Driver Sprint Series, already making their way round for their third heat of the day. Our Arcoma C50 Bambinos, not our Senior Pro Karts, as you can see on the screen. It is actually our Arcoma C50 Bambinos who are heading round and gridding up for their third heat of the day.
Grid positions as per the finishing positions of heat number 2. Once again, Abel Hutton with 2 heat victories. He's going to start on the front row in pole position. Freddie Walker alongside him after starting 8th and finishing 2nd in heat number 2. A place where he qualified yesterday but didn't take part in heat number 1. Let's see where he can go from the outside of the front row. Row 2, Tommy Burgoyne and Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant and Sullivan Crawford on row 3, Isaac Young and Edward Charlton on row number 4, as Charlton rolls his machine in place, the driver of the number 36 machine. Just one thing to note, I've just noticed, Tom, is yesterday, throughout the practice day, Freddie Walker's mum was running in. Today, a return of Adam Clark, a name that I'm familiar with. His son Tommy's raced in Honda Cadet, is on the spanners for that kart today. Green is up, green is down. Bit of a creep by the 33 of Walker at the start, and he's going to draw alongside Abel Hutton. I'm not sure that'll get looked at, Tom, because he did gain a few feet at the start, but he leads at the moment from Abel Hutton and Oliver Bullock round the national loop for the first time.
Yeah, so we'll see whether there is any kind of penalty or anything coming through for Freddie Walker. But as you say, David, he does lead.
Let's see what sort of pace he's got now. He's running at the front. As last time it was Abel Hutton gapping the field previously. Walker, though, now at the front on track with Hutton behind, then it's Bullock. That looks like it's Calais Tennant, then up into 4th place. Again, a fairly slow start for Tommy Burgoyne, dropping from 3rd down into 5th place. That looks like that's Sullivan Crawford in the all-black machine blue helmet just behind.
Yeah, it looked a bit racy going into hairpin 3, didn't he? But
yeah.
Decided against it in the end, and the gap has creeped back out. But the gap between the front two has closed right back up, as Abel Hutton is now right on the tail of Freddie Walker.
So Walker leads from Hutton, Bullock, Tennant, Burgoyne, Crawford, Young and Charlton.
So we think there's a potential 5-second penalty coming for Freddie Walker.
Yeah, just a reminder again, these are our youngest drivers from 5 through to 8 years old, but when they say 8, it's normally the early part of 8, as out of the slipstream comes Abel Hutton and through down the inside of Freddie Walker. Walker's now just got to try and open up as much of a gap to Oliver Bullock to try and negate that, what we think will be a potential penalty for the 33, as they run out of hairpin number 4 over the start-finish line. Once again, and Abel Hutton is starting to open up a little bit of a gap from Freddie Walker. Walker with a gap back of 1.4 seconds.
Did you change something over?
Yeah, I took that one out of there. That's how it was originally. Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. We've just had a few little technical gremlins in the commentary box, but we hope that they've now been fixed and we're away and running again properly, without any static or anything like that. As we look at Abel Hutton, your leader here in the Arcoma C50 Bambinos, gapping now Freddie Walker. But Tommy Burgoyne has now overtaken Calais Tennant for 4th place and is starting to move towards the tail end of Oliver Bullock's kart. 59.4 for Abel Hutton. Sees him the first driver to dip below the 1 minute mark, but immediately followed by Tommy Burgoyne with a 59.7.
Yeah, Burgoyne's right up on the back of Oliver Bullock for 3rd place. They'll catch them now coming through there as you battle for 3rd. with Bullock in front, the blue helmet, Burgoyne behind the number 68 machine. Very similar liveries on the two karts as Burgoyne will come to the inside, but Bullock might have a little bit too much down the straight as he got on the power earlier. Burgoyne, though, still got the nose in, but as expected, Tom, Oliver Bullock does indeed hold on. Got the power a little bit earlier. And despite the fact that Burgoyne was alongside, Oliver Bullock holds on, at least for now, to third place.
Big wide arcing line from Burgoyne through hairpin 3. Gives him a bit of a run out of hairpin 4 as well, as he's starting to close back in onto the tail of Oliver Bullock.
Yeah, through the D chicane. I think they're closing in on Walker as well, Tom. Bullock was 0.3 quicker than Freddie Walker in second place. And it looks like they could well be reeling in the two of them, so maybe...
there goes Burgoyne down the inside at hairpin 2. Gets the move done as well. Very nice driving from Burgoyne. Got a great run through hairpin 1.
He was tight out of 2 though, Tom, and I don't know whether Bullock's going to have that straight line speed once again to chop across at South Bank. I think Burgoyne's just got enough, hasn't he?
Got the elbows out, didn't he? Did Burgoyne down the back straight there, and held on to P3. We've seen he's got pace once he gets into clean air as Burgoyne. He's got essentially the same pace as Abel Hutton. Just got to get those starts a little bit better. And we'll see. I'm sure we'll see him running up at the front of this one in the future. He's just got to make sure that he can get the thing off the line and up to speed a little bit quicker. Freddie Walker now being closed in still by Burgoyne and Bullock, who has not been dropped at all here. We're going to make it a 3-kart battle for second place.
Burgoyne is tight out of hairpin 2 once again. That does hamper his straight line speed slightly. And that will allow Freddie Walker to slot back through and hold on to second place with 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in Coma Bambino heat number 3. Burgoyne, once again, Tom, as we've mentioned on numerous occasions, once he gets going, has got some pace. Takes that sweeping line round. You see that
Potter-esque line.
Yeah, but by doing it, and you saw it there on camera, Bullock closed up, but then because Burgoyne carried more speed, it just opened the gap up, and that was a great visual representation of what was happening with Tommy Burgoyne taking that wider line. Lap traffic in front of them, though, as they head up through the chicanes and up towards hairpin number 1. As they'll go down the inside, and Burgoyne has had to go all the way around the outside. Didn't see the traffic in the same way that Freddie Walker did, and Freddie Walker's got a gap now of some 10 kart lengths down the back straight from Tommy Burgoyne and Oliver Bullock.
Yeah, I thought he could have gone down the inside with Walker, but maybe the camera was deceiving us slightly, and he opted to go around the outside. And as you said, David, that opened the gap up, but immediately it started closing again, and Bullock is still not being dropped by Burgoyne or Walker. So Bullock is right there as well. They come over the line this time. Let's get some gaps for you. So 7 seconds from Walker to Hutton. Out the front of this one is Abel Hutton. 7 seconds the gap. Another 0.4 of a second back then to Tommy Burgoyne, and then another 1 second back is Oliver Bullock. Calais Tennant in 11 seconds back from that group, 19 seconds overall. Then we've got Sullivan Crawford, Isaac Young, and Edward Charlton. Charlton with a personal best on that last lap around, despite the traffic coming through to lap.
Burgoyne is back up on the back of Freddie Walker after a lap and a half of falling away after trying to find the way through that traffic. He's back up on the rear bumper of the 33 machine. Time is down to 0 as Abel Hutton crosses the line now to commence the final lap of heat 3.
I tell you who his lines remind me of. Chloe McGill.
Yes. Like smooth, arcing, just
pure, almost as if it's a time trial rather than a race. Those leaving the door wide open because you're not really going to get out-braked in this class, certainly not around this circuit anyway.
No.
So you're able to take those wide sweeping lines to keep that minimum speed up through the corners.
Down the back straight, there we go. Then that's our leader, Abel Hutton, with a comfortable gap at the front for the 17. Battle still going on for second place. We'll keep an eye out on that, at least from our commentary box, to see whether Tommy Burgoyne can find a way through on Freddie Walker. Out of the final corner, though, will come Abel Hutton to take the checkered flag and pole position in the final. That his third heat victory means he'll have a maximum points haul. Freddie Walker will hold on track from Tommy Burgoyne, second and third respectively. Oliver Bullock crossing the line in P number 4. Then there's a gap back to the 52 of Calais Tennant, who comes out of hairpin number 3 and hairpin 4. He comes towards the line. And Calais Tennant, who was the final winner at round number 2 in then wet weather conditions, finishes in P5 in the third heat for Coma Bambino. Sullivan Crawford will cross the line P6 in front of Isaac Young and Edward Charlton in P number 8.
Yeah, Abel Hutton feeling the need to take his foot off the gas a little bit in the on the final couple of laps, and he was half a second slower than his fastest lap of the race. Freddie Walker, great driving to hold on to second place. Just positioned his car exactly where he needed to hold off Burgoyne. And Bullock was unable to go with them fully in the end, but a good showing from Oliver Bullock. Just 2 seconds off the back of Freddie Walker for second place. Then we had Calais Tennant, Sullivan Crawford, Isaac Young and Edward Charlton, as David said. And that will bring us on to our final heat of the day for Honda Cadet. Coming up next.
Bambino's heading in then. Honda Cadet grid of 28 runners will be welcomed out onto track in a few moments' time when all of our Bambinos make their way in. And it will be Hugo McCluskey, who won heat number 2, going off pole position with Max Taddy alongside. In fact, I'm just going to go back to heat number 2, see whether we had any post-race penalties. We did not for our Hondas, so nobody dropping down from where they should have been. Edward Ryan, Luca Machuever on row number 2 with Noah Clark and Tom Nichols on row 3. Then it's Aaron Berridge and Ollie Carter in front of Dexter Petty and Peter Webster. Then it's going to be Thomas Harper starting 11th with Jensen Whitehead alongside. Pierce Whitehead 13th, Sebastian McCarthy 14th. Then it's Ethan Pearson and Layla Berryman, Jake Gibbon and Sam Dixon with Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Isaac Welburn in 20th place. Then it's going to be Dylan Slack and Tristan Gilfillan on row number 11. Albie Cam and Alfie Keeling in front of Harry Scrafton and Jacob McDonald. Andrew McCrossan will start 27th in front of Joshua Sullivan, who retired from heat number 2. He will start in 28th and last position.
And just while we're waiting on our Honda Cadets to leave the dummy grid, I'm going to give a shout out to our sponsors as well. So thank you very much for these next group of people sponsoring our series, which is Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, and MS Karts. I'll try that again. Infratech, ARC Plant Repairs, Metro Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29 Graphics, and MS Karts. Without them, our stream here wouldn't ever have been on the air, so we thank you very much for your input to our lovely little series here.
And what a lovely day it is as well, Tom. Them clouds that we saw on the far end of the track have really gone now. I don't know what type of clouds these are. You can call them whatever you want. They're still white and fluffy. But at least they have a backdrop of blue sky behind them now.
Yes, I could do the full nature documentary as a seagull flew overhead.
Joshua Sullivan
down. Put my full Attenborough voice on if you want. So, anyway, yeah. So we just got a shot there of Sullivan coming round, warming the tyres up around South Bank Corner. Of course, starting in last place here due to the retirement in the previous heat. So some work to do. So I will keep my eye on the live timing screen and keep you informed with the progress of our reigning championing Honda Cadet.
Yeah, the thing with that, Tom, with him retiring before half-race distance in heat number 2, picks up 0 points, not only for towards the championship in that heat, but also towards the final grid. So the chances are for the final, he's going to be going off probably somewhere in a very similar to position he is for this heat anyway. So
did we find out what the issue was?
Yes, the chain was a little bit loose, we believe, came off and wedged itself in between the sprocket and the sprocket protector, hence why he was able to get going. By the time he got round to hairpin 4, there was very little left of the sprocket, and hence why he rolled to a halt.
Okay.
So hopefully all well and fixed. We'll keep an eye out on and see whether he can make any progress through the field from 28th as the barrier is placed back into place at the tail end of the field. Marshall making his way towards the front. And as it's got warmer, he has stopped jogging, which I don't blame him for at all, Tom. Because,
yeah, it's not really surprising either.
No, I wouldn't either. It's a long day out there for our
you don't
marshals.
jog anyway, do you?
I mean, pot kettle black, Tom.
How rude.
You started it. Yeah, to be fair, it's a long day for the marshals out there on track, isn't it? Particularly in the sun. Do feel as well for my fellow bald-headed colleague who is at Marshals Post 1 out there in the sun. Green flag being unravelled by our start line marshal. The green is going to be up in the air now, and it's down. We're away and racing. Good start from Rye. Even better start though from Luka Bachuev. Can he join and get alongside Edward Rye at the start? Hugo McCluskey will lead them round the first corner there with Max Taddy. Then it's going to be Edward Rye, Luka Bachuev, Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge with a good start in front of Ollie Carter and Tom Nichols, who's had a difficult opening lap as Thomas Harper dives down the inside of Dexter Petty into hairpin number 1.
Sullivan's already got 7 places through the first 3 corners, and he's about to take another one down the back straight as well.
McCluskey continuing to lead as we see Noah Clark trying to find a way past Luka Bachuev into the right-hander of hairpin number 3. Behind them, Tom Nichols is down the inside and holding off Ollie Carter. Then that's Jensen Whitehead side by side on exit of hairpin number 4 with Tom's good friend, Peter Webster, the fiscal wizard.
And Sullivan comes across the line 20th, so 8 places, or 9 places.
Yeah,
taken.
Edward Rye is wide at hairpin number 1. That allows Luka Bachuev to get alongside. And then Bachuev does indeed manage to hold on, but that's opened a bit more of a gap for the leading duo as Hugo McCluskey is starting to break away from Max Taddy, the top 6 on screen there, with a gap back to Tom Nichols and Ollie Carter. Behind them, Thomas Harper and Pierce Whitehead.
As they head over the line now to complete lap 2. It's McCluskey, Taddy, Rye, Bachuev, Berridge, Clark, Nichols. Nichols setting the fastest lap of the race that time around with a 48.297.
Caught back up as well onto the back of Noah Clark. He's dragging Ollie Carter along as well.
Yes,
the top 8 nose to tail. Tom Nichols benefiting greatly from a huge slipstream of all the karts in front of him.
Another 2 places for your reigning champion as well on that last lap, and as they head down the back straight, it looked like he was about to make another move there. But up to 18th for Sullivan now, and of course this is key for his championship effort to try and retain the title in Honda Cadet. With that 0 points scored in the previous heat, needs to maximise the amount he can get here from the back of the grid.
Yeah, well, we take the top 7 point scores from the 9 rounds that we run. Almost certainly this will be a drop round for Sullivan with that 0 point score and retirement. Who knows, though, later on in the season. At the front, Hugo McCluskey is continuing to pull the gap out on Max Taddy as Aaron Berridge tries a move down the inside of Luka Bachuev, and they'll run side by side together down the back straight. He's really tight, though, is Aaron Berridge.
McCluskey is looking comfortable at the front of this one at the moment, pulling away from Taddy to the tune of half a second, who likewise is half a second clear of Edward Rye.
Yeah, out of Aaron Berridge alongside Luka Bachuev, and pushes Bachuev through. Noah Clark. And then it's Tom Nichols, and we've still got... It's pretty much as it was, Tom, in that top 10. So they run through. Aaron Berridge, the one making the big moves so far in this one. And of the ones inside the top 10, he's moved up, and I think he's going to get pushed down the back straight a little bit here by Noah Clark, trying to find the way through. Top 3 are in a bit of a breakaway, and then Bachuev defends into South Bank. It's going to back them all up into Tom Nichols and Ollie Carter.
Yeah, Taddy started to move back towards Hugo McCluskey on the previous lap, and I'm sure he's going to be even closer this time around.
Behind them, there's a little gap back to Thomas Harper and then Piers Whitehead in the 27. And then there's a bit more of a gap back to a quad of karts led by Dexter Petty, Jensen Whitehead, Sebastian McCarthy and Joshua Sullivan coming through. And Sullivan's gone up and over the back of McCarthy and then up and over the curb as well. Drew alongside McCarthy and Sullivan's off and Sullivan's out again. Went for a move that didn't really need to. He's gone up and over. And Joshua Sullivan in the 13 rolls off, and that's going to be his second retirement of the race weekend for the driver of the 13. Up and out of the kart, got a huge amount of air up and over the curbs, and Joshua Sullivan is out of the kart, but he's just being tended to by the marshal. Back to the on-track action. McCluskey continuing to lead. It's this train of karts on screen.
Yeah, we've got McCluskey from Taddy, Wright, Bachuev, Berridge, Clark, Nichols, Ollie Carter, then Harper and Piers Whitehead, your top 10. But those front 3 are starting to close back up again now. It is there's just over a second separating the top 3. Then we've got Bachuev, Berridge and Clark nose to tail. And then Nichols and Carter are right there as well. So your top 8 separated by just 2.5 seconds now as we head towards the start of lap 8. So it is, we're going to keep an eye on what's happening out on circuit, as well as some as we deal with this yellow flag issue, which is still out on
red now.
Oh, in fact, we've got red flag now.
2 minutes
red flag. So
2 minutes and 5, and the race will be drawn to a halt. And I believe we will we'll have the medical team coming out onto track.
So we've got.
Field being taken off into pit lane rather than regridded up in single file format. So
yeah, I think
we're going to
looks like that's the result, doesn't it?
McCluskey
next
then
up will be the Intermax.
Yeah,
sorry,
I was about to say, because McCluskey will take pole then with 2 race victories. That'll put him on 148 points or so in front of Taddy, I think. Although he's had 2 wins in the third, Taddy's had 3 seconds, so they should be fairly equal in terms of points. We'll have a look, but normally I think if they're equal, it goes on the finishing position of heat number 3. That will put Hugo McCluskey on pole position for the final here at Teesside. So McCluskey then from Taddy and Rye in heat number 3. Let's have a quick look if we've had anybody else join us in the live chat. That's Asher Blythe that's been in touch, saying a good luck to Max Shields and Brandon Jennings in Senior Pro Kart today. And Volker saying hashtag 43, so I think that'll be for Connor Lucas, who does run the O plate but would normally race under his normal race number of 43. So we'll just...
The 13 car is now being recovered.
Yeah, that'll go back. I think the kart is generally okay. I think it's the squidgy bit in the middle that is
a little bit
being
sore at the moment.
Yeah,
So we'll just take a 30-second pause here, just while we await news on what is going to be happening next. I can tell you that the next heat is going to be the Intermax Heat 3, which will be coming up next. So just bear with us a couple of minutes, and we'll get that one underway, I'm sure. So what? Is he all right? So we're still awaiting an update here on how young Mr. Sullivan is doing. In the meantime, we've got a puppy up on the bank. I don't know if we can get a camera shot of that, but we've got the cutest little puppy. He's called Scrappy. Scrappy the puppy. Super cute as well. I mean, I better not let my puppy hear that, because he'll be very upset with me. But yeah, super cute Scrappy. We'll see if we can get him on camera as well, so you can all have a look. Meanwhile, we've got your Pro Kart Heat 2 winner has sauntered into the commentary box like he owns the place.
Well, to be fair, Tom, he did do a good stint for me yesterday in qualifying. He was my guest commentator for qualifying yesterday.
I meant like the
yes.
like the circuit, because he won Heat 2.
Yeah, and I think he's going to do a little bit of a favour, and he's going to have a little chat with you now.
Oh, is he?
We were chatting with me for 45 minutes yesterday, so he's going to have a chat with you now.
All right, okay. Well, I'll wait for young Mr. Shields to get his get the set for his head on, and I'll turn him on.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, Squire, how are you?
Yeah, getting on now.
Good day so far?
Yeah, Heat 1 was a bit rough and tumbles, but shook hands, we're a lot better now.
Okay. Yourself and Lennon, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I mean, you're good pals off the circuit anyway, aren't you?
Yeah. I'd call us friends, yeah.
Yeah, and it just got a little bit tight going down. I don't know if you've watched it back on YouTube or not, but we called it as Lennon basically was just squeezing, and you weren't going to back out of it, and so he ended up keeping going right. He could have given you a little bit more room. You could have backed out of it. It was one of those things. You both ended up with a contact warning and both ended up with a 5-second penalty.
I agree with that completely. It was, I'd say, completely 50-50 all the way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as you say, shaking hands and getting on with it. And then, of course, you had a very good Heat 2, taking the victory away quite comfortably in the end, it looked like. I mean, Connor was honing in on you at the end, but
I'd never say having Connor Lucas behind you within a second is comfortable in the last couple of laps, ever.
Well, I mean, he did come from a long way back, so, you know, I think you got it sewn up fairly early on. I think you gapped everybody behind you enough, and then it was only really sort of him and Grinsell coming through that you would have really needed to worry about. But, no, it was a great performance in Heat number 2. So tell us about what else is happening for you this year. How's BPEC going? Because you're racing in the, for those who don't know, there's the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship as well. So talk us through that.
So now this year we've won Pro last year and we moved up to Super Pro now. We had a bit of a rough start to the year with about, I think it was a 6th place in class. We were struggling with the wet weather driving. We were just the setup we needed to fix. But we came back strong at Sheddington. I think the second round was with a podium. Ella, we had a bit of a rough first day with a puncture, but the next day on the double header, we won that one.
Mm-hmm.
Then we came back for our 12-hour last weekend, and we won that one. So we're getting back onto our feet, getting back into a rhythm.
So an overall victory?
Not an overall victory, just
in Super Pro, sorry.
In Super Pro, yeah.
Yeah.
In Super Pro.
Yeah.
It was just because there's elites. There's 4 classes now. There was the clubman that are the starter off. So then you could move up to pro if you win the championship. You move up to Super Pro like we did last year when we won the championship.
Yeah.
And if you win the Super Pro championship, you have to move up to elite.
Yes, which is the way it should be.
Yeah.
You don't get people trophy hunting then and dropping down into clubman just so they can get a trophy and stuff like that. So it's it's all done on experience and sort of driver knowledge and driver skill and things like that, isn't it? So how you get assigned, and of course if you're in the wrong class as well, they'll change you pretty quickly if they feel that you've been misassigned, shall we say.
I think last year was they did introduce the new classes because there was such a difference between half of the clubmen and because we weren't good enough for what was originally pro but is now Super Pro. But there was certain people that were quite good in the clubman, so they ended up splitting it in half.
Yeah.
Then moving the specific few from the Winter Series up to Pro.
Yeah.
Which I thought made it a lot more fair at the BPEC Championship.
Okay. So plans for the British 24-hour?
Drive as fast as we can, win as much as we can.
And have you got any extra drivers coming in?
Yeah, but I'm going to keep that a secret for now.
So you normally run in BPEC with 3? Is that right?
We have me, Tom, and Seb, which makes the TSM team.
Yeah.
And we've got Ronnie. We always have Ronnie in for the 24-hour. And
yeah.
We've got two little ones coming in that we'll see.
So you've got 6?
6 this year.
6 drivers?
6 drivers.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's going to be interesting. At least you'll all get some rest in between stints, won't you?
And if you always drive for me, it's just drive as fast as I can, then chill out.
Okay. Fair enough. Good stuff. All righty. Well, that's that. And then obviously you've got you're here doing the full championship here in the Owner Driver Sprint Series. What else have you got on the calendar? Anything, or is that it? Just BPEC and
we are going to the UK IKR next weekend, which runs now the BPC, which we're entered in, which is a new British Pro Kart Championship.
Yeah.
That's coming down to Wilton for a double header next weekend, and that's got some tough names up there like Aaron Alexander, Jess Alexander. Not related.
No, but never heard of them. I mean, they've never done anything here, have they?
Oh no, they definitely weren't leading the championship.
They've not won races here at all.
They weren't leading the 24-hour last year.
Yeah. Yeah, very strong names in that then.
Definitely strong names. It's if you've watched the Sheddington race back from a couple of weekends ago, it was chaos. It was just pure chaos, but everyone came off happy enough, shaking hands with Seb's little backflip that he went through.
Okay.
Completely fine. He just clipped someone. Well, someone clipped him just on the exit, and he hit the tyres, did a full flip, and Intermax have hit the track.
Yeah, they have. Intermax are on their way out. You're absolutely right. So we will await David's return to the box. But in the meantime, we've got Intermax, as you said, heading out for heat number 3.
Is Joey Swan leading this one?
It is Joey Swan at the front of this one. Joey Swan has won both Heat 1 and Heat 2 so far. And then we've had William Collinson in second. And River Bell has taken 4th. And I forget who's in 3rd place. It'll come to me in a minute.
They'll cross the line in a minute.
Yeah, they'll cross the line in a minute. We'll see. My apologies, folks. David's got normally got the grids on his phone, and I don't know where to find them. But
there's only 4 drivers, isn't there?
Yes, there is. There's only 4 in the Intermax, but they are about ready to get going. We've had 2 false starts from 2 races here, and it looks like we're going to go first time. And we do. The green flag drops and we're away, and it is a good start from Paul Swan. Joey Swan. So they head around the national loop for the first time. William Collinson drops into second, and it is Grayson Crawford in 3rd place in the 22, and then we've got River Bell in 4th, who had a great start in heat number 2 and then dropped back I think there was a spin for River Bell. Once again, manages to keep going with them for the first 2 corners, and then just hasn't got the drive coming out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight, and immediately a gap opens up. Likewise for Joey Swan, he had the opposite effect. He got great drive coming out of hairpin 2 and has gapped Collinson and Crawford.
Swan has 5. Yesterday, did David tell you he was taking a very weird line around South Bank, but pulled it by about 8/10.
Okay, well, look, you know, weird lines are weird lines, but if they're fast, then
Very
it's not a
unique.
weird line anymore, is it?
It was untraditional, but it was a wide line around South Bank, and it just swept round. But he seems to be taking a slightly different line because it is a race. He doesn't want to get overtaken.
Have you tried it in the Pro Kart?
Yeah, I nearly ended up in the gravel. It didn't go too well.
Yeah, not the best then, is it?
It's more of a wet line, really.
Yeah. Oh, right. I see. So it's right up the banking then.
Yeah, it
NASCAR
was right
style.
on the end, right at the very end of South Bank. He was going quite sweeping, and he was just putting up a quality lap. But
okay,
he has seemed to have tweaked it slightly today.
Well, he's well clear at the front of this one. 45.1 is a full second faster than both Crawford and Collinson, third and second. So 45.1 and then a 46.1 and a 46.1 for Collinson and Crawford, and they are still together for second.
Are they going to push on, or do you reckon they're just going to scrap?
Well, look, even if they work together, I think they'd still have trouble catching Joey Swan. So, yeah, just fight it out amongst yourselves. And we've got a contact warning, in fact, gone out for Grayson Crawford in third place. So, must have been a bit of tapping on the rear of Collinson.
Wrong with a bit of tap. Just don't get caught.
Just Morse code, isn't it?
Yeah.
I am.
Although they do seem to be fighting now. I don't think there's going to be any sort of coordination between them.
No, I mean, you're best placed really to, especially with the size of the Pro Kart field as well, to tell us and tell our viewers as well. You know, what is it like out there in terms of working together? Is there much coordination between your? Because normally what we see is a driver tap the helmet. To say, come on, work with me, to the guy behind. And immediately that means I'm going to leave the door open and you're going to overtake me. Is that sort of, do you see, if somebody taps the helmet in front of you, do you see that as an opportunity immediately to overtake? Or do you actually think, do you know what, I'll work with you?
Well, it always depends on the situation with me. But unless if I'm leading the race, I'm never going to ask for help, because you know that what's going to happen is you can leave the door open, they're going to get past you.
Okay. But let's say because we've got the random grids here, let's say you're P15.
Say I'm P15 with Connor, and he's in front of me, and he's done the little work with me. I'm going to work with him because
you're both going to march towards the front, yeah.
But then at the end of the race, he won't turn around and ask for help. He will just go.
Yeah.
And I've got to try overtake him and get past him.
Okay, so you're in P15 and you've got other person in front of you, and they're saying work with me. Are you just going to go full send, or is it like if there's a second gap in front, do you think actually I will use the slipstream, they're almost as quick as me, let's work together, we'll close that gap and then I'll go full send?
Well, it depends how much quicker we're going than the people in front. Say the person in front of me isn't quite, he's the same level, but I think we could go maybe a bit quicker than in front. I'll pull in front and then I'll try to tell him to work with me, but he could feel the same and swap again, and if he swaps again, I'll try push on with him.
Right, okay.
Because
so it's like a little bit of, if there's to and fro and you end up holding each other up, it's time to work together. But if you can get through quickly, then march on.
It's sprint race. You've got 8 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Try to get from the back to the front. You can't focus too much on helping other people.
And I know from experience that in endurance racing, it's the complete opposite of that, isn't it? You'll tend to work with
everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll work with anybody that's around you. As Crawford looked a bit racy coming out of hairpin 4 with Collinson. Didn't manage to get through, but it is starting to heat up, this pair now for second place on the road.
He's pushing him through now.
Yeah, it looked like in fact it looks like Crawford can break significantly later into hairpin 1 than Collinson does, but he doesn't actually make a move. He just sort of stays in behind him and breaks earlier in the end, but it almost catches him out. In fact, he goes around the outside. Yeah,
trying Joey Swan's qualifying line, can't get the job done though.
It is as you were. Collinston still holding on to second place as Joey Swan comes across the line one more time. A 45.664. He's back to the pace right off now. He's 0.7 of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race, which, of course, on the opening lap, where they don't take the D chicane.
But as me and Dave were discussing yesterday, it's getting too hot on the tyres. He's had to open his radiator flap now just to get more air into the engine, cool everything down, and get everything back down to operation temperature.
Yep.
It can't overheat because he'll slow down and it'll work the engine too hard. He has to sort of watch the tyres even.
Yeah, there's the balancing act then of pressures, isn't there? Do you go high on the pressures to bring the temperatures up early doors, and then you'll suffer later on in the race, or do you go low to have them, essentially a slower start to the race, but then you'll be at peak performance towards the end? Or, there's no way that you're going to have it perfect for the 10, 11 laps that we're going to run here, or even 12 laps that we could potentially run in a heat race. There's no, you're not going to get that pressure bang on unless you're using like nitrogen or something in the tires, which you're not really going to do. To equalize that pressure, it's going to be one or the other, and it's just trying to get that balance right.
He needs to almost just chill for a minute behind Crawford. No, Crawford needs to chill behind Collinson and just pick his braking point and his overtaking point.
I think his best chance is into hairpin 1. It's a traditional overtake down there anyway, and then as much as it is the drag over the line out of hairpin 4 and into the D chicane. But I think his best chance is into hairpin 1, which is just about to come up now. They're going to go through the chicane and then they're going to come into hairpin 1. And I think you'll see he closes right up on the brakes.
He could try straight lane it into 2. Oh, he's defending.
He went straight. He did straight line it, but he went round the outside, didn't he? And did Crawford. So Collinson still holds on. They're still racing back down the back straight. Collinson
feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, he decided to defend down the back straight, and Crawford, I thought he was going to duck out, but it looked like they were working together.
There is only going to be 2 laps left now, so the pressure is on now for Collinson to keep position.
Yeah, I think Crawford's got to send it into hairpin 1 and then figure out what happens on the exit of hairpin 1 to be able to hold on to the position. But he's so much better on the brakes.
Well, he's just getting balked by Collinson around North Bank and getting that large
You've got to think
gap
if he
into
gets
one.
through, he's going to pull away. But he just can't seem to find a way past at the moment. Collinson doing a brilliant job of positioning the car exactly where he needs to. Both of them get good drive out of hairpin 2 and down the back straight and into South Bank one more time. You've got another overtaking opportunity coming up here into hairpin 3 for Crawford. Thinks about it, and Collinson just parked his car in the middle of the track and sort of made Crawford think, I've got to go one way or the other. And as you can see, that's opened up the gaps. A great driving once again from Collinson. Final lap board. Yeah, final lap board is out. Joey Swan's already coming through hairpin 2.
There's a big gap between Collinson and Crawford. That's really balked him out of hairpin 4, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's the biggest gap we've actually seen, really, probably all race between these two. But
he's reeling it in through the hairpins.
Still a few more corners to go. As we said, Crawford is better on the brakes, and through those 2 corners, it's here where Collinson is a bit stronger. As we look at Joey Swan coming out of the final corner for the final time to take 3 victories today. All 3 heats have gone the way of Joey Swan. Coming out of hairpin 4 for the final time, it is going to be Collinson from Crawford. Collinson with a brilliant drive to hold off Grayson Crawford, who, as we said, looked like he got the pace if he could have found a way past, but didn't. So William Collinson holding on to second place from Grayson Crawford, and then it was Riverbell crossing the line in 4th about now. That brings to an end heat number 3.
Coming up next is Junior Rotax, isn't it?
It is Junior Rotax. It says on our time in Junior Pro Kart, but it is going to be Junior Rotax. And here he comes. Mr. Sullivan is coming back to the commentary box.
I fear I may disappear.
You can hang around if you like.
Oh, don't worry.
You're more than welcome.
I actually might be driving soon. Yeah. Do you want us to drive for me instead?
I'm not that good, man.
Oh, you're not good at driving. Oh.
But no, thank you very much, Max. It's been a pleasure having you in the commentary box.
Thank you for having me.
We hope young Mr. Sullivan is all right. Get a thumbs up there as well. Yeah, so he's okay. Obviously, after that incident in the Honda Cadets, he's been checked on and seems okay. Will he be out for the final? A little bit touch and go. Okay, we'll see how he gets on over the next hour and a half or so. And thank you very much once again, Max, for coming into the box. Appreciate that. And we'll see you very soon out on track. Good luck for your Heat 3 and for your final. Thank you for talking to us.
I'm back. Juniors are heading out, Tom.
Yep.
So we'll run through a grid very, very quickly. If I can find it by the time they get round. Wrong one. There's Junior Rotax. There it is. Should be Jake Walker on pole, but his day has come to a premature end. Issues in Heat 1 were compounded in Heat 2 when they couldn't rectify the problem. That cart is loaded up. William Howard then should start on pole position. Bailey Heath behind. Then it's going to be Ben Robinson, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Ben Adrian and Oscar War in front of Holly Swan, Freddie Witherington, Sam Robson, Oliver Walker and Max Wilkinson. Then it's going to be Mark Gomez, Melissa Adrian, Riley Sims, Ezard Elliott, Dalton Ayres and Samuel Yeadon, with Joseph Yao, the Heat 2 winner, and Evelyn Bai. Then we move into seniors, Joseph Johnson, Pip Morris, Nathan Jensen, Paul Swan, and we're away. And we're not.
No, we're not. We are going round again.
I went at lightning speed for nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, it's okay. We weren't to know that there was going to be a false start, but there is a false start, and we will re-grid up and go once again.
That's fine. It gives me time that I can do a little bit of an update, Tom, from the Honda Cadet Heat number 2. Joshua Sullivan obviously taken off the track in the ambulance, was discharged from the ambulance with a little bit of pain. Very unlikely that we'll see him out for the final, though, despite the fact the cart's got no issue with it at all. I just don't think the driver's going to be quite ready for that, having taken quite an impact on the back when he launched over that curb. So I think that will bring the day to a close for the driver of the 13. Junior Rotax are together again. We're going to head into position. And the green does drop this time, and William Howard will lead them up towards the first corner in the 27. And it's Howard who holds position.
We've got Sam Robson off.
Yeah, it looks like Ben Robinson slotted into second place. He has just behind William Howard. And Ben Adrian tries to replicate what Joshua Sullivan did, and did manage to keep it a little bit more on the ground. Seniors are away, Tom, and they're going to run up towards the national loop as well for the first time. Looks like Pip Morris is going to lead them through.
And Sam Robson, already into retirement, unfortunately, has pulled off into the pit lane. So coming across the line for the first time at full racing speed, it is William Howard from Ben Robinson from Oscar War. Bailey Heath is in 4th place. Then it's Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Freddie Witherington. Max Wilkinson, Oliver Walker and Riley Sims Ezard, and then Joseph Yao. And Elliot Dalton Ayres is in 11th place. It's good to see Elliot Dalton Ayres back out on track as well, because looked in a little bit of pain after his heat number 2 as well. We've got, I think that's, is that Ben Robinson going through into 2nd place? No. Ben Adrian, sorry, it's Ben Adrian, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Oscar War, is it? Coming through, it is. It's Oscar War on the outside of the race leader, William Howard, being helped through as well by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Ben Robinson down into 4th place, having been up to 2nd, although he tries to move on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson round the national loop. Behind them is at the 30 of Bailey Heath, it is, and Max Wilkinson as well. Then there's a little bit of a gap back to the 21, which closes up as they head up towards hairpin 2 and down the inside, and up and over the curbs goes Wilkinson.
And Oscar War got very pushy going into hairpin 1, but it's actually benefited him down the back straight in the end as he gets through now, as does Stansmore-Wilson, and that relegates William Howard down into 3rd.
Stansmore-Wilson sitting on a contact warning, which she'll see as she crosses the line.
That looked like Joseph Yao.
No, it's Elliot Dalton Ayres facing the wrong way, but it was Joseph Yao as well involved in that, Tom.
Yeah, it was Yao and Ayres coming together.
Yeah, and the nose panel of Joseph Yao's number 8 heavily dented, and the 19 of Freddie Witherington peels off into pit lane as well.
Yeah, another one out then in heat number 3 is Freddie Witherington, pulls off into pit lane. So it's War from Stansmore-Wilson, Howard, Heath, Wilkinson, Robinson, Walker, Sims, Ezard, Adrian and Adrian.
The three of them down the inside there on what looked like to be Bailey Heath, who was hung out to dry on the outside. Oliver. Oh, and then Riley Sims Ezard. Is that squeezed off? On the outside, 3 drivers trying to go for a space of 2. Sims Ezard, the collateral damage. He was the one on the right-hand side, and he's eased off the track and onto the grass. Rejoins just in front of Elliot Dalton Ayres. That'll put him in 13th place, I believe. P14, in fact, for Riley Sims Ezard. It's been a frantic one, Tom, as out the window, I think Ben Adrian makes a dive down the inside of the 30 of Bailey Heath. Should put him up into... Well, it was going to be third. It is 3rd place, I think. Although having said that, I don't think he's that high up. I'm trying to figure out where. And the timing on the screen isn't what we're seeing in the combox, that's for sure, because we've got 0 laps being shown on it. But it's Oscar Waugh from Isabella Stansmore Wilson and William Howard, Max Wilkinson, and then Oliver Walker, Melissa Adrian, Ben Robinson, Ben Adrian, Samuel Eden, and Bailey Heath completed top 10.
Well, I'm just keeping an eye on the seniors as well, and there's only 2 seconds separating the top 4 in the only 4 in seniors as well. So they're having a good race amongst themselves as well.
Timing's back to where it should be, Tom, on the screen, which is good, showing that Oscar Waugh, who we pick up on screen, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson are your top 2, and they're on a little bit of a breakaway. They've got a gap of 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's appeared almost out of nowhere as well.
Yeah, back to Will Howard.
Yeah, they've managed to suddenly break away, these front 2. They have been working together. We have seen that. But yeah, they are now gapping to the tune of 2 seconds. William Howard and Max Wilkinson and Oliver Walker. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Melissa Adrian, and then another gap back to Ben Adrian, who's in a group of 5 that goes all the way down to Holly Swan.
Changes to 3rd place. Tom, Max Wilkinson and Oliver Walker have both found a way past William Howard at hairpin number 2. So Howard will drop down into P5. Got a bit of a gap back then to Melissa Adrian. Isabella Stansmore Wilson is starting to look very, very racy on the back of Oscar Waugh. A few nudges into hairpin 1. On the previous lap. We'll see whether the same happens.
In your senior class, we've got Paul Swan leading Pip Morris from Joseph Johnson and Owen Marquise. They're still not separated by much. You know, there's only a couple of seconds still separating these 4 senior drivers.
Oh, as Joseph Johnson in the 26 goes wide through the national loop, through the D chicane, and then has to be tight on over the exit, and that will drop him down to 4th place in class, dropping behind the 32 of...
He didn't have a good lap actually that time around. He lost he lost a second to Swan, which to say these 4 drivers in seniors have been separated by 2 seconds all race, to lose a second in 1 lap, something's definitely happened with the handling of Joseph Johnson's kart.
4 minutes to go, and the leaders still line astern.
Yeah, it's still Stansmore Wilson working well with Oscar Waugh.
26 of Johnson is off for the 2nd time, Tom, into the pit lane. Another retirement for Joseph in the seniors, takes them down to 3 runners again.
There has been a bit of a gap now because Marquis had to get past Johnson on that lap. So you've got Paul Swan and Pip Morris separated by just over half a second. But then there's now a 2-second gap to Marquis.
Trying to keep an eye out on Stansmore Wilson and Oscar Waugh. Stansmore Wilson having little nibbles, Tom, at the moment, but not really taking bites when it comes to trying to find a way past Oscar Waugh.
No, I think I think Stansmore Wilson's keeping the powder dry at the moment. Knows that just sitting there in 2nd place at the moment. They're moving away from the pack behind, which is a pack as well. There's 5 karts in that train, then a small gap, and then another 3, and then a small gap and another 2.
Yeah, Joseph Yao is recovering, despite the fact that the nose panel on his kart looks like it's been run headlong into a brick wall.
Yeah, he looked very comfortable at the front in heat number 2, but hasn't had the same luck this time around. But is now closing in very quickly on the back of Holly Swan. who is headed by Samuel Yeadon as well for 8th place.
I'd be surprised as well if that nose hasn't pushed in on Joseph Yow's, just given that the impact that you can see on the nose. Looking at Oscar Waugh's line through there, Tom, he really opens up hairpin number 3, which means that Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, if she plays this right, a little straight line job into hairpin 4 could be job done for the 88.
Yes, indeed, and it is going to be, I think it's going to come down to the final lap. I think Stansmore-Wilson is just going to keep that powder dry, but it's whether she goes earlier in the lap or does indeed leave it to the very last corner of the very last lap. It's always a gamble if you leave it that late, whether you can actually get the move done or not.
Yeah, well, the driver's always going to defend a little bit more on the final lap as it's that Joseph Yow coming out. He comes out of the blur and past Samuel Yeadon. And he'd already got past Holly Swan on the previous lap as well.
Yeah, so taking 2 and 2 laps there, or 1.5 laps now for Joseph Yow. Puts him up to 8th, and we will see whether he's got any kind of impact on William Howard, or the gap to William Howard, which is 1.5 seconds. There were personal bests on the previous lap for the front two, but not matched this time around. Max Wilkinson with a PB, as was Melissa Adrian, as was William Howard as well.
Yeah, with that 2-place gain on the previous lap, past Holly Swan early doors, and then past Samuel Yeadon. In the background there, Holly Swan dives down the inside. Oh, Samuel Yeadon around the South Bank corner on entry. And can Joseph Yow catch up onto the back of William Howard before the end of this race? He's going to have 2 laps to do it.
Well, the gap was 1.5 seconds. It's now half that. It is 0.71 of a second. So big chunk of time taken out from Joseph Yow on William Howard, and a personal best lap of the race as well. The only one to do it on that lap. Stansmore-Wilson and Waugh still working together down the back straight at the moment.
I wonder if Stansmore-Wilson has had a quick look at the points. I'm not 100% on this, but I don't know whether second place could be enough for a pole position start for Stansmore-Wilson. She's been very strong and consistent throughout the race day. And as we mentioned earlier,
we crossed the line with 2 seconds to go.
So 2 more laps then.
2 more laps, yeah.
That will definitely give Joseph Yow the opportunity to attack William Howard. Now he's got 2 laps, and Howard goes in a little bit deep into the national loop there. We see them coming through. As Joseph Yow will come into shot now. There he goes in the black as Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Oscar Waugh are now side by side. Waugh beginning to defend that lead, although I'm still not convinced that Stansmore-Wilson needs it.
I think we're going to find out in the next few corners.
Nonetheless, Oscar Waugh is parking the kart. Stansmore-Wilson draws alongside, but I think that's just because she needed to do it rather than getting off the power. As the final lap board is shown, over start finish, Oscar Waugh, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, the top 2 in Junior Rotax. Joseph Yow has got past William Howard.
Yeah.
And Oscar Waugh doesn't defend into hairpin number 1, but then defends hairpin number 2. And Stansmore-Wilson's down the inside as they head down the back straight. Now Oscar Waugh's going to try and get back past Isabella Stansmore-Wilson into South Bank. And he's through.
So Oscar Waugh has retaken the lead, and it is Stansmore-Wilson side by side through hairpin 3 and 4. We just picked them up on camera now, but it looks like that battle's done and dusted as they come over the line. It is heat 3 going the way of Oscar Waugh, holding off Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, followed by Max Wilkinson, then Melissa Adrian, Ben Adrian, Oliver Walker and Joseph Yow. Then it's William Howard, Holly Swan and Samuel Yeadon, the top 10. Then we've got Elliot Dalton-Ayres taking 11th place on the final lap from Ben Robinson. Then it was Bailey Heath, Riley Sims-Ezard. And then in the seniors, crossing the line now is Paul Swan to take victory in Senior Rotax, followed by Pip Morris, around 2 seconds back. And then Owen Marquise ended up around 5 seconds back from that. And then Evelyn Bye will be the last of your classified finishers in the juniors, so 18th place overall and the final place of juniors. So that will bring us on to our final heat for Junior Pro Kart next. Good action, that one, though. Enjoyed that in Junior Rotax.
Yeah, it was. And you said that Stansmore-Wilson was keeping the powder dry. I said that I don't think that she's going to go for the lead. I think she's going to pick up the points for P2. I was wrong.
Well,
In fact, I say that, the caveat that is that I think that because Oscar Ward defended to a point, Stanmore Wilson had to stick the nose in,
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Pretty much ground to a halt anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
I think she just positioned the car in a place where she was going to keep her maximum momentum. That brought her at the very least alongside, and then War managed to get back through with the drag down the back straight. But yeah, good action there through Junior Rotax as well, and lots of close racing. And then the seniors as well, Paul Swan from Pip Morris from Owen Marquis. And now we're going to go into Junior Pro Kart heat number 3. Pole position is going to go the way of Joseph Williamson, with Isaac Duff in 2nd place alongside. Then we're going to have Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews 3rd and 4th. Reese Cranston and Alana Howard 5th and 6th. Jared Fox-Whiteley we haven't got here today, but is shown on our grid form. But then we've got Finn Davis, who will go off P7.
Lovely. There we go. Just need to tidy, closen them up a little bit because the front row is
miles away.
Yeah, well, I was about to say entering hairpin 3.
They're almost in a different postcode.
South Bank. We might get there, Tom. They have slowed up now.
They right down now, though. There we go. Right,
together. They have Isaac Duff just giving it the little slow down signal. Green drops. We're away and racing. Williamson and Duff in the run up towards the first corner. Williamson should hold firm on the inside. He's got less of a run to go and does indeed hold off Isaac Duff as we're side by side further down the field. Everybody sets into single file and Isaac Duff wastes no time. Dives down the inside of Joseph Williamson. Williamson tries to come back at him into hairpin number 2. Isaac Duff holds on though. So they run towards South Bank.
Getting into hairpin 3 and 4 for the first time. Duff looking comfortable at the moment, not feeling any need to go defensive as we look a little bit further down. So the battle for 3rd and 4th. I think that was one of the Matthews. I should wait as they come across the line to see which one it was. It was, in fact, it was Reese Cranston taking the position away from Riley Matthews.
Yeah, up into 3rd place and hasn't got too far to go to try and get on the back of this leading duo, in particular because Isaac Duff has taken a wide line, which is probably the quickest line. I think he thought he had a little bit more of a gap to Joseph Williamson, who then stuck the nose down the inside. And that sort of slowed him ever so slightly and has allowed Reese Cranston to close right up onto the back of Joseph Williamson.
It's kind of the opposite of a defensive tactic because you leave the door wide open, but in the end it actually works out as quite an efficient one to hold on to your position, that one, because if the kart that's behind can't draw alongside, they end up slowing their own momentum down and actually losing time essentially. So yeah, it works quite well as a defensive tactic, even though it may not look like one from the outside.
Yeah, I was trying to see if potentially we can just drop back onto the next little battle behind. There's a 3-kart battle going on just behind this one. So we'll hopefully let them 3 go and then pick them up in a little while, because it looks like Riley Matthews, Grace Matthews and Alana Howard are having a good battle over 4th place. Grace Matthews has just found a way past Riley Matthews there in the background. We'll pick it up here. And Grace Matthews, who had that retirement but was off in heat number 2. With issues down at hairpin number 4, is starting to come through in her first race weekend here at Teesside, as is with Riley Matthews and Finn Davis as well.
Yeah, Alana Howard, again, we've said, taking big leaps forward in terms of pace throughout the day, is now running up there with Grace Matthews and Riley Matthews as well. So good showing from Howard. Personal best that time around from Grace Matthews as well.
Reese Cranston, Tom, is diving down the inside of Joseph Williamson into South Bank and gets the job finished at hairpin number 3. And this is still the battle for 4th. Matthews, Grace, that is the leader in that battle with in the 26 machine, leading Riley Matthews in the 47 with Alana Howard behind. There's Isaac Duff, the race leader at the moment.
Yeah, comfortable at the moment as well. 2 tenths quicker than anybody else, with the fastest lap of the race was Isaac Duff. Reece Cranston a 47.475, so a couple of tenths off what Isaac Duff was able to do, as the gap goes out to a full second now. Only 3 tenths back though to Joseph Williamson for in 3rd place. So Williamson could well start to make a move here on Reece Cranston. Oh, my apologies. In fact, it was Cranston who took 2nd place from Williamson on the last lap around.
Fastest lap, though, from Isaac Duff, as most of our field...
It was almost matched that time, though, by Cranston.
There he was, wasn't he? Fastest lap and a personal best, then, for the top 2.
So with coming up on 5.5 minutes to go, it could well be Cranston making a move towards the front. We will keep an eye on that one. Grace Matthews still managing to hold off Riley Matthews for 4th place. We've got a black flag gone out for Grace Matthews now, in fact.
I'm trying to find out what that's for, Tom.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by that myself, but... We've got a safety issue, in fact, has been called, and so black flag for Grace Matthews due to a safety issue. Yeah, so we've got the Grace Matthews has got her hair coming out the back of the seat at the moment, back of a race suit and helmet, and of course that needs to be tied back and well tucked in, otherwise it can be very, very dangerous.
Yes,
so,
I would never get a black flag for that.
No, you wouldn't. Well, not unless you're wearing a wig anyway. But yeah, it's not something you would most likely go out with.
No, the last
yeah,
time
we'll keep an eye on that one as well. She should be coming into the pits this time around, I think.
The last time I had sort of long hair was sort of in my middle teenage years, a sort of 15, 16, where I thought having curtains like a boy band was cool.
Same. The Ben from A1 look.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was better looking than him and all.
If any of you don't know who A1 is, then Google it.
Google it.
And yeah.
And we were both better looking than the one that was probably the good lookingest one of them. Not that I'm
Peter Andre Curtains.
Yeah, of course. I had his abs as well.
I was slightly less of the wet look than Andre.
I had his abs as well if you put an F and an L in front of it.
Yeah. Anyway, Cranston now, back to the racing. Cranston is moving towards Isaac Duff now. It had a couple of laps where he was still a little bit slower, but now sets fastest lap of the race that time around. Williamson and Riley Matthews, the only Matthews left in the race, also setting personal bests. And just wondering whether Cranston is starting to close that gap now. He's going to be able to challenge for the front. There's still 3.5 minutes to go. See whether these tyre pressures come good for Reece Cranston towards the end as we look at the front two. So that is Isaac Duff you're looking at there in the orange helmet, with Reece Cranston just in behind. The gap was 1.2 seconds over the line that time around.
Isaac Duff there sort of clipped the curb. There's not really a curb on the inside, but where them tyres are on the inside of that corner, you can drop a wheel down off the inside. There's a bit of a gap, and looks like he dropped the wheel there.
There's another fastest lap for Cranston that time around. The gap down to just over a second now. It's 1.5 tenths quicker, so needs to just try and find another couple of tenths, and then he'll really start picking up the slipstream from Isaac Duff. Once you pick up that toe, we've seen it time and time again here. Once you really do pick up that slipstream, that's worth another 2 tenths on its own.
Don't think he's going to have enough time, Tom, in this one. He is plugging in sort of fastest laps, but he's only getting a tenth and a half each time round. I think he'll probably gain again this time. No, loses fractions, isn't it, between the two of them?
I mean, they're so closely matched, these two. I think Cranston, just unfortunately for him, wasn't quick enough getting through the field and into second place, and it allowed Isaac Duff that gap away at the front. But we shall see. Still a couple of laps to go. Riley Matthews and Alana Howard are only separated by 3/4 of a second for 4th place. So Again, Alana Howard showing very well here in heat number 3. And as this championship progresses, as more experience comes into this class and more experience and more seat time, I'm sure we'll see Alana Howard moving forwards all the time. We've seen a massive uptick in her speed.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race this time round by Isaac Duff. Opens the gap up by 0.2 to 1.3 seconds with a 46.8 for Isaac Duff.
Yeah, Williamson as well with a personal best that time around. And the gap remains between Matthews and Howard. Another 3, it's still 3/4 of a second. So Howard again just needs another couple of tenths just to really pick up that slipstream from Riley Matthews and make it interesting between those two in terms of an on-track battle. Here comes Duff over the line once more.
Gaps out again, I think.
And again, a fastest lap of the race for Isaac Duff. Personal best as well for Reece Cranston. But yeah, as you said, David, it's out to 1.5 seconds now.
Last lap next time round, the time is down to 15 seconds or so, and Isaac Duff will bring this one home. All being well, lap and a half to go in Junior Pro Kart for Isaac Duff, your race leader there in the orange helmet.
So here we go, last lap board will go out this time. And it's going to be for Isaac Duff. And there goes Reece Cranston in second as well. So eased off a little bit that time around, did Isaac Duff. And in fact, so did Reece Cranston as well. I don't know whether Reece Cranston has looked behind and seen there's a 4.7 second gap and decided that it's now time to ease off and save the tyres for heat. Well, for the final.
Yeah, there's still plenty more options to take life out of the tyres yet. And if you can save them a little bit by lifting a little bit earlier and not slamming the brakes on, not turning the wheel quite as aggressively, that's going to give them a little bit more later on. Out of hairpin number 4 will come Isaac Duff to take the checkered flag and victory in
comfortable
the
in
third
the end,
heat.
wasn't it, for Isaac Duff?
Yeah, it went out to 2 seconds at the end, but Reece Cranston's charge, I think the tyres sort of went over that level at around about lap 9 or 10. He fell away just as Isaac Duff started putting in the fastest laps of the race. Joseph Williamson finishes in P3. Riley Matthews crosses the line now for P4 with Alana Howard and Finn Davis. And then Grace Matthews, who will be classified in 7th place, having completed half race distance. But the lack of points will probably put her going off the final position for that final. Through comes Finn Davis in the number 9 to complete our runners on track. Might as well rattle through that Senior Pro Kart grid fairly quickly, Tom, because
they'll be heading out very shortly.
They don't have to get round. So it's going to be Jack Hewland on pole position. Our pro runner with George Ludwell alongside Alfie King and Danny Bean on row number 2, Ike Needham, and the furthest forward novice James Kay on the outside of row 3. Chris Pebbody and Christian Oblag, Liam Gallop and Sam Barrett starts 9th and 10th. Then it's Joe Grintzell, another pro runner with Connor Cran alongside him, Gary Clark and Dominic Needham, Colin Handy and Sean Fearn on row 8, Brandon Jennings and Tom Hewland on row 9. Top 20 completed by Harry Roddis and Matthew Hauschby, Oscar Buckley and Wayne Pearson just behind. Then it's Kyle Burns and Sophie Pawsey with David Brewers and Jack Dawson. Then it'd be Robbie Lowe in 27th, Max Shields, the Heat 2 winner in 28th, Macaulay Parnham in 29th, Lennon French, Connor Lucas and Cameron Bailey round out your 32 kart Senior Pro Kart grid. The 2 winners so far today, Tom, going off 28th and 31st respectively. We could see a new name at the top of the pile here at Teesside, a new name for the Heat wins, which is always nice to see.
Yep, indeed we could. We could, and we'll look forward to finding out. And I was just about to say, if you think it looks warm out there. I can assure you it is very warm out there at the moment, and sitting on a dummy grid in your full helmet, race suit, and two Honda 4-stroke engines either side of you burning away. That's a very hot place to be with no air current of you moving forward to cool you down either. So it's going to be roasting as these drivers head towards the start-finish line.
It's fast-paced as they cross the line, but we are allowed to go racing. Jack Hewland leads them through. Max Shields has gone for an outside line, and he's taken a little bit of air as well. So he catches the tarmac at the pit lane. Ike Needham, no, it's not. It's George Ludwell leads then as they come through.
Max Shields went full rallycross style over the top of the final part of the chicane.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one as well. I think Gary Clark in the 15 did something very, very similar
as well.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of dust now, Tom, on the track on the inside there. At the front, though, George Ludwell leads then from the 171 of Jack Hewland. So it looks like it was Danny Bean up into third, and now it's Danny Bean up into second. Joe Grinsell, stellar opening lap, 11th to 4th as he crosses the line in front of Ike Needham and Liam Gallop. Then it's the 5 of Sam Barrett. Behind him, Alfie King, James Kay, Brandon Jennings and Christian Oblak. Big movers on the opening lap. Jennings up 6, 10 places for Max Shields. Yellow flag, that's Thomas Hewland in the number 8, off and onto the grass.
He gets back underway again, does Thomas Hewland.
Oh, we've got 3 and 4 off. Sophie Pawsey spins round. Connor Cranny's off. And that looks like it's the number 2 machine. He is off as well.
Colin Handy.
Yeah. So we had Sophie Pawsey spanning sympathy. The others, though, they came together. At the front, George Ludwell has opened up a little bit of a gap. But now it's Joe Grinsell into second place. Grinsell in front of Danny Bean, Ike Needham. And then it's Hewland, Barrett, Gallop, Jennings, Alfie King. And then I've run out of talent, and it's Christian Oblak.
Yeah, Christian Oblak. and that rounds out your top 10 as well.
I was doing it off site rather than... Yeah, I was doing it off site rather than reading. As down the inside of Alfie King goes Christian Oblak, followed through as well by the 181. The charging Maximus Shields.
Yeah, he took 2 in one corner there did Shields. I think it was Kay and King that he managed to overtake just through hairpin 1. So Shields, fresh from his stint in the commentary box.
He was having a nibble down the inside of Oblak as well, and then had to get hard on the brakes.
It seems to have done him no harm coming in and here having a chat with us as George Ludwell looks very comfortable at the front of this one at the moment.
Grinsell took 2 tenths out of him, though. Gap is down to under a second.
Yeah, we will see whether how this is going to shape up. Of course, they are in different classes as well. George Ludwell in the clubman class, Joe Grinsell in the pro class. But we've got 3 out of your 4 front runners are all in clubman. So you've got Ludwell, Bean and Needham. 1st, 3rd and 4th on the road.
Shields was down the inside of Oblak into 1, and now maybe going down the inside of Brandon Jennings into South Bank. He is, and Christian Oblak is trying to get through down the inside as well.
No sign of Matt Shields working with anybody here at the moment, but does pick up a contact warning for his efforts.
Finds his way through. Don't know where that was for, but he's not been shy in going forwards as Max Shields today.
Likewise, Lucas as well is now up into P12. And he came from right at the very back.
Yeah, he was 31st, wasn't he? Down the inside of Gallop goes Shields. Similar move down the inside of, I believe, was Macaulay Park. No, it's James Kay in the 808 by Connor Lucas.
So Grinsell again closing in another 3 tenths at the front of this one. And Danny Bean as well was quicker than George Ludwell, as was Ike Needham. See, front 4 starting to close in now. There they go across the line one more time. In fact, that time the quickest one was George Ludwell, only just. Sorry, Grinsell was quicker by half a tenth. Then it was George Ludwell, Danny Bean and Ike Needham. Fastest one out there at the moment. 46.539 is Max Shields.
He's currently running in 7th place. Has managed to find a way past Liam Gallop on the previous lap. Connor Lucas gained 2 places, up into 10th.
Cracked the top 10 now for Connor Lucas.
There's your top 2 on screen, Tom.
Grinsell taking a lot of curb on the inside there of South Bank. It looked like it lifted the front end up ever so slightly. I thought he was going straight off, but managed to gather it all up and actually not lose any time either.
Yeah.
The gap was half a second. It's now half that. It's a quarter of a second, and the fastest lap of the race to Joe Grinsell, immediately eclipsed by Max Shields in 7th.
46.3 down to 46.2 for Shields, but if we can pick up the two leaders, Tom, Joe Grinsell trying to charge down George Ludwell at the front. There they are on the heading onto the back straight. He's not quite close enough. Got drivers going wide. Connor Cran is almost off track at hairpin number 1.
They exit hairpin 4 and across the line, and Grinsell is right there now on the back of George Ludwell. They come through the D chicane, and also right there, Ike Needham and Danny Bean together. Shields up to 5th place. We're bringing along Jack Hewland now. Has overtaken Hewland on that lap, but he's bringing him along with him, as there is Sam Barrett and also Connor Lucas as well in that group.
Lucas is right on the back. Barrett's trying to move down the inside of Hewland into hairpin 2. Then he's going to run him wide out onto the rumble strip. He'll be to the inside. Can Lucas get close enough to get into the gap? Yes, he can, I think. As we've got a contact warning for the 11 of Connor Cran. Back to the battle at the front, though, Tom. This is George Ludwell being closed in by Joe Grinsell, still with 4 minutes to go in this Pro Kart 3rd heat.
We've got a contact warning has gone out for the 11 of Connor Cran. We've missed that one off camera, but yeah, definitely picked up by the marshals.
Yeah, down at hairpin number 1. That's where he had his issue, as George Ludwell goes in hot into hairpin number 1, and that allows Joe Grinsell to dive down the inside at hairpin number 2, side by side by the two leaders down the back straight, and Joe Grinsell will have track position and the lead at South Bank corner with 3 minutes and 15 on the clock. George Ludwell with a comfortable gap back then to Danny Bean and Ike Needham, but Ludwell's not giving this one up with a nibble down the inside of Joe Grinsell at hairpin 4. That's lost him a few kart lengths on exit. Grinsell's through and he's got a comfortable run.
Yeah, comfortable by Senior Pro Kart standards anyway. It's still Danny Bean and Ike Needham 3rd and 4th, but Max Shields and Connor Lucas are now 5th and 6th, and they're not far off the back of those two. Your leader in novice is still James Kay in the 808 car. He's in 13th place, and you've got Gary Clark and Zach Dawson in 17th and 19th respectively.
He's got a big gap back as well, because behind him, Alfie King in the 44 is defending hard. Yellow flag, Sophie Pawsey off. Sean Feehan is off as well in the 57, and Sean Feehan's novice plate is hanging off the back of his car. The tie wraps have come off the top half, so we'll see whether the tie wraps on the bottom half hold that on. But that's the second time that we've seen Sophie Pawsey round.
Ludwell doing a good job here of hanging on to the slipstream of Grinsell over these last couple of laps that he's been behind him. He's not been dropped by much. Hasn't got the pace to get right onto the rear bumper of Grinsell at the moment and certainly make a move for an overtake, but is hanging on well, using that slipstream from Grinsell.
And time-wise, with 2 minutes to go, Tom, it's going to be enough to hang on to second place
I think it will be as well. Yeah, he's managed to hold on to that slipstream, as I say, and that's going to give him potentially an overall clubman class heat victory. As I just look at, was that Shields going side by side with Ike Needham? I think it was.
And now that's opened the door for Connor Lucas to come through on Max Shields. So don't think Shields was too impressed with Needham's defence of that, and that's opened the door and allowed Connor Lucas to come through.
Yeah, it was pretty robust between the two of them. They did come together. It was like Needham had almost parked it on the apex. There goes Lucas in hairpin 2 as Shields then goes through and follows Lucas through on Needham. So Danny Bean, the next one on the road for these two to get through.
At the front, you know, George Ludwell's caught right back up onto the back of Joe Grinsell. Round South Bank, out hairpin 3 and 4.
So what we said, he's using that slipstream well, is Ludwell. They're in different classes as well, so there's no need for him to go for that overtake on Grinsell if he doesn't want to. it's not going to make any difference whatsoever. The only in terms of, points or trophies per class. So, yeah, might as well just sit there in second place. There goes Connor Lucas on Danny Bean as well for third place on the road. Shields unable to follow through at the moment. As they head down the back straight and into South Bank corner, where they're there on screen now. That is Lucas now in front of Bean, and then Shields behind. And then behind those two is Sam Barrett now from Needham. So Sam Barrett's done well to come through as well. He's followed Shields and Lucas through the field.
And Shields down the inside of Danny Bean at hairpin number 4.
Last lap board out as well.
So it's Joe Grinsell and George Ludwell leading the way. From Lucas, Shields, Bean, Barrett, Needham, Hewland, Jennings and French, the top 10. Into hairpin 1, the final opportunity of this lap for people to try to get through. Down the back straight, and George Ludwell is trying to go round the outside of a very defensive Joe Grinsell. Into the South Bank corner they go. Grinsell's going to go tight into hairpin number 3. Can Ludwell make the run? Thought he looked like he was going to straight line it into hairpin number 4. Out they go. Joe Grinsell will get the run and will win heat number 3 in the 199 from George Ludwell, Connor Lucas and Maximus Shields, Danny Bean, Sam Barrett and Ike Needham. Then it's going to be Jack Hewland from Brandon Jennings and Lennon French, Christian Oblag and Liam Gallup, James Kay is your leading novice runner in P13, Gary Clark and Zach Dawson will cross the line second and third in that class respectively, 16th and 19th on the track for those runners.
George Ludwell coming over the line and smacking the steering wheel in frustration shows where his thoughts were towards the end of that race, but I think he can be very, very happy with a second place overall and first in class. So frustrated not to get past Grinsell, but there was no need in different classes, so just, as they say, take the W.
Yeah, absolutely. You're still picking up maximum class points for second place because you're the leader in your class.
Yep. So take the W and enjoy it, George. As you said, Danny Bean and Sam Barrett, second and third in Clubman. And then you've got Kay, Clark and Dawson, your novice podium.
Yep.
And that brings to an end all of our heats here at Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, round number 3.
Good to see.
Coming up next will be your finals.
Yeah, as I say, good to see our seniors have had they've had a stern word, been told about coming in when the checkered flag is shown. They have to do one additional lap, and they've all adhered to it.
Yes.
So
I'd just put the barrier across until they're all through, and then be like, no.
Put a toll bridge.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Right, seniors are off. Then it's time for the first of our finals today.
While David runs through the grid, I'll nip for a quick comfort break.
And it will be a maximum points haul, taking Abel Hutton to pole position. 150 points from his 3 heat victories. Tommy Burgoyne will start alongside on the outside of the front row. Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant on row number 3. That's on row 2. Then it's going to be Sullivan Crawford and Isaac Young with Edward Charlton and Freddie Walker, who's been really, really quick but didn't score any points from heat number 1. He failed to make it out onto track, and because of that was pick up his points, 98 points. So even if he'd have picked up the win, that would have put him much further forwards, but yeah, no points for Freddie Walker. Means that he will start from 8th place, and he'll have to come through the field, try and get himself on the podium as our Bambinos make their way out onto the track for their final. We've given them some extra time as well. We go up from 8 minutes to 10 for the finals. The finals longer, so just got to manage the additional 2 laps. Abel Hutton then will lead us round as the parents and helpers make their way down to the start line where they'll meet their drivers. Abel Hutton, the first round, and he'll just drive straight through past the marshal as he heads up towards the start line. So he'll roll into position. He'll have Tommy Burgoyne in the 68 kart for company. He can be found on the right-hand side. There he is, sent forward into the second place berth. And then behind them, the second row, Oliver Bullock and Calais Tennant are sent on their way. And the rest of the field will drop into their respective positions. The final two runners will be sent towards us. Edward Charlton in the 36 will start on the inside of row number 4 in 7th place. That leaves Freddie Walker to drop into the 8th place berth. Keep an eye out for him. He's had some great pace and he came through from a similar place in heat number 2 to get up to 2nd place. So a podium not out of his grasp here this weekend. Start line marshal heading towards the front with the green flag.
Yep.
Welcome back, Tom.
It is damned warm out there. Green flag is down and we're away and racing. Good start from Hutton. Also a good start from Bullock. Burgoyne once again struggling to get it rolling, but manages to hold on to 3rd place for the moment from Sullivan Crawford.
Minimal damage so far, although right the way around the outside. It is
Freddie Walker. Yeah, great
place
start.
Into 3rd, goes right the way around the outside of Tommy Burgoyne in the 68 machine, and then already having thoughts of getting past Oliver Bullock early doors. Bullock might have to defend that one quite hard, and that could hand it to Abel Hutton really before the end of the first couple of laps here.
Yeah, it was a great start there for Freddie Walker. Already looking at 2nd place as well.
No.
Through hairpin 3
Do
alongside hairpin 4.
Could he on the exit, and he's drawn alongside Oliver Bullock, and then he's quite robust and runs Oliver Bullock right the way to the edge of the track. But it has allowed Freddie Walker up into 2nd place. And you know what, Tom? Abel Hutton's not too far away.
No, he isn't. And you've got Bullock and Burgoyne there now. So Burgoyne's got up and running now, but he lost 3 seconds again from Abel Hutton. So we've seen both Walker and Burgoyne have got the pace to go with Hutton. Walker is there. But Burgoyne has got Oliver Bullock in between at the moment. Let's see whether they can get through and actually put Abel Hutton under some pressure, which will be for the first time today.
Yeah, Hutton's had it fairly comfortable, but the 3 of them behind just need a little bit of a train, see if they can work together. Hutton, though, is really, really quick round the South Bank corner and through hairpin 3. Went very, very wide that time, but again, he's just keeping the speed up as he comes through over the start line.
We've talked about that wide arc that Burgoyne takes through hairpin 3, and I wonder if he's got it almost the wrong way round, because what he actually does is he sacrifices the entry into hairpin 4 that then costs him a little bit of speed coming out. I think he needs to flip that, sacrifice the exit of the entry into 3, carry the speed through, and then get a better entry and run through hairpin 4 Thomas Potter style.
Well, he set the fastest lap on the previous lap, but I know what you're saying, because at the moment it's quick, but it's not giving him a chance to try and get through. He was tight out of hairpin 2 again there and drew alongside Oliver Bullock, but you can see by the time we get to the end of the straight, the gap is 3 or 4 kart lengths as Walker continues to hold on from the 18 of Oliver Bullock, who is now under pressure. And that's that wide line, Tom, out of hairpin 4 for Tommy Burgoyne.
Yeah, the exit is fine in terms of his line, but what I'm saying is between hairpin 3 and 4, he ends up in the middle of the track.
Yeah.
He doesn't get that wider entry into hairpin 4. He might be better off sacrificing sort of the exit part of hairpin 3 to get himself wider for hairpin 4 and carry more speed through. We saw it a lot with Thomas Potter when he was in Bambinos, and it really did him favours. And of course, we're talking for all drivers. It was just, in particular, we noticed it with Burgoyne, who's now actually got past both.
Slowing down the back straight at the moment. It's the 33 of Freddie Walker. The kart is slowing. He's pulling off to the inside, which will be the racing line as we head up towards South Bank. Drivers behind are going to have to notice that very, very quickly. Sullivan Crawford does, as does Calais Tennant. And Freddie Walker, after a great performance all weekend, that kart's going to roll to a halt. I don't think it's going to have enough power to get it back to pit lane. Might just have to pull it off, and he does. Pulls off towards the inside. The marshal's going to go and help him, I think. No, he's going to... I think he might try and get it back, Tom. The 33 rolling once again.
Just a little bit further down the order, we've got Sullivan Crawford and Calais Tennant are going at it hammer and tongs as well for fourth place on the road.
Back up to speed, Tom, is the 33 of Freddie Walker. Absolutely no idea what's caused that. He's lost nearly 20 seconds. 1:22.
It did pull over at one point, didn't it? And made a full stop and park, and then all of a sudden it kicked back into life again, and away he went.
Yeah, he pulled over at hairpin number 3, placed his order. Guy said, carry on to the next window, and he's carried on to the next window. Abel Hutton over the start line with a gap of around about, I'm thinking 4 or 5 seconds, 3.1. It's closer than it looked because Tommy Burgoyne takes 3/10 and sets a personal best.
And he was only just off the fastest lap of the race as well that time round, about half a tenth off. So, yeah, 3.1 seconds is the gap. It's going to be very difficult with 4.5 minutes to go to close that back in on Abel Hutton. But was 3/10 faster that time around. And we've got Oliver Bullock now in a very comfortable 3rd place. Sullivan Crawford and Calais Tennant still going at it. There they are, in fact, on track as they head down the back straight. And it is Crawford still in front of Tennant, but only just as Crawford are weaving down the back straight. I'm not sure whether he was trying to break the toe or what was really going on there, but Calais Tennant sort of treating it like the hind legs of a donkey and keeping well clear.
Another 3/10 by Tommy Burgoyne.
Good run out of hairpin 4 for Calais Tennant again, and closed right back in on Sullivan Crawford. They come across the line nose to tail.
Right, through round the national loop they go. Calais Tennant taking a wider line as Sullivan Crawford dips a wheel onto the grass on the inside. Held onto the position, but was definitely trimming the grass on the inside of the national loop. Looked like he had a look towards the right-hand side, and in doing so, sort of tightened up the steering wheel ever so slightly. So, trying to find an extra few tenths to pull away from Calais Tennant.
We're going to get Abel Hutton over the line this time. The gap was 2.9 seconds to Burgoyne. It is significantly less than that this time around. Tommy Burgoyne with the fastest lap of the race, and I think that's the fastest lap we've seen all day as well. A 59.5, really coming on song now is Burgoyne. The gap down to just over 2 seconds.
Traffic management's going to be the important one here, as Abel Hutton has to take a very, very wide line round the 36 of Edward Charlton. If Tommy Burgoyne can use a little bit down the back straight and find a way through cleanly, and he can, we might have a bit more of a race on here as Tommy Burgoyne is heading towards the front.
The gap was, as we said, 2 seconds over the line. It is certainly not that now. I think it's just around about 1.5, 1.4 as they'll come over the line this time. It might even be significantly less than that, as Burgoyne got a great run through hairpin 3 and 4. Two minutes to go, and the gap is less than a second between the front two. This is the first time that Abel Hutton has been put under pressure all day. How is Hutton going to cope with that? Head into hairpin 1. Burgoyne still closing in, it looks like. Just didn't get the best run out of hairpin 1, didn't Burgoyne? But Hutton still holding on, not feeling the need to look behind.
Huge chunk of time, though, on that last lap, Tom. 1.1 seconds by Tommy Burgoyne.
That's Freddie Walker now recovering and passing Isaac Young on track. We just picked that up on camera. So Freddie Walker still not quite up to full race pace. He's dropped about 3 seconds a lap compared to when he was right up there at full speed. But
Burgoyne's dropped 4/10, Tom, down
but
to
has taken
1.4.
6th place. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's all right. I was keeping an eye on the battle for the lead. Abel Hutton has picked the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he had a brief look behind, and
well, he went round had to go all the way around the lap traffic, didn't he? That was his 101 lap where Burgoyne dropped to 59 and gained 1.5 second, or 1.1 seconds. Now,
might have been given the old marshal. The help a hurry up signal.
Yes. Let's
Oh,
see.
is that Freddie Walker going slowly again?
It is Freddie Walker going slowly again.
He's just taken 6th place on the road, and he's coming across in front of the commentary box very slowly. Once again, puts in a 1:10 lap, so dropped another 7 seconds that lap.
Yeah, I don't know whether he's going. I think
he is pulling
yeah,
off into retirement.
Yeah, he's been. The marshals just told him to pull off to the left because the leaders are coming through to be met by the final lap board. Abel Hutton and Tommy Burgoyne.
Burgoyne again, sub 1 minute lap that time around, a 1:03 for Hutton. So the gap came in by 0.4 of a second, but it's still a second is the gap between the two of them. It might just be a little bridge too far for Burgoyne to be able to take Hutton here, and barring any mistakes from Hutton, of course. But he's looked supreme at the front, has Abel Hutton all day. Ultra confident, ultra smooth, not made a single mistake. He's only got 3 more corners to go here in the final of round 3. Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series 2024. 2 corners to go, 1 corner to go. It is going to be Abel Hutton just, it looks like, holding on from Tommy Burgoyne, who's got a great run out of hairpin 4, but isn't going to be able to draw alongside. It is going to be checkered flag for Abel Hutton. Tommy Burgoyne coming in with the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, bringing that gap down to just over 1/3 of a second in the end. It is going to be Oliver Bullock in a very comfortable 3rd place, followed by Calais Tennant and Sullivan Crawford in P5, with Isaac Young in 6th place and Edward Charlton 7th, setting a personal best on the final lap for Edward Charlton as well. And then the unfortunately retired Freddie Walker will be classified as 8th.
Abel Hutton takes his 2nd maximum points haul of the season and his 2nd final victory. Tommy Burgoyne on the podium again for the 3rd time in 3 rounds. 3rd at round number 1, 2nd at round 2, 2nd again today. Still waiting for that trip to the top step to complete the trilogy here at Teesside Autodrome. We'll move on swiftly to our Honda Cadet final grid. So it will be as we expected. Tom, Hugo McCluskey on pole, with Max Taddy alongside Edward Ryan, Luca Bachuev row 2, Noah Clark and Tom Nichols on row 3, Aaron Berridge and Ollie Carter on row 4. Then it's Dexter Petty and Peter Webster, Piers Whitehead and Thomas Harper on row number 6, with Ethan Pearson and Sebastian McCarthy row 7, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn, Jensen Whitehead, Layla Berryman and Jake Gibbon. Then it's going to be Sam Dixon, and it should be Joshua Sullivan, but unlikely we'll see him in P20. Isaac Wellborn starts 21st. Tristan Gilfillan, Dylan Slack and Albie Cam. Alfie Keeling, Harry Scrafton, Andrew McCrossan and Jacob McDonald. That is your 28 runners in Honda Cadet. And there they are, Tom, ready to go out.
So we're just waiting on the final Bambino, just coming in and has cleared the grid now, so we'll expect our Honda Cadets There they go, look, heading out onto the track for today's final. It is roasting out there at the moment. I'm not sure what the temperature is, but it's got to be around 21, 22. As we said earlier, it's pretty muggy as well. The air's pretty thick, so these engines aren't going to be performing at their absolute optimum at the moment because of how thick that air is that they're drinking in. They need it. They like it nice and cool. Plenty of oxygen in there, and that gets the combustion in the chamber, a little bit more power, a little bit more speed. Not going to have those conditions here today, but certainly a marked improvement from when we were here 2 months ago for the last round, in round 2, when we got away a few hours late due to the torrential downpour that we had and the subsequent clearing of the track that was needed. It was quite the scene here. You'd have been better off with an arc and a few paddles rather than a go-kart. Just wait for the final few runners to head into their positions. Hugo McCluskey, eyes focused forward. Max Taddy alongside, and Edward Rye in third as well. Luka Bachuev in fourth place as well. Noah Clark in fifth, all looking very racy. We've just had one out of position as well as they start to grid up a little bit further down the order. Just about ready to go for the Honda Cadet final, and it doesn't look like Joshua Sullivan will be taking up position here, so we'll use this one as a drop round for the reigning champion and will not take part in the final.
No, he's up on the bank watching his friends race.
How is he?
I've got half a smile out of him, so...
Half a smile?
Half a smile. He's currently tucking into a bag of fruit gums, so...
Oh, it can't be too bad then, can it?
No. Barrier being put back into place. So that would mean that everybody's sort of moved up a spot. Ethan Pearson. Yeah, Ethan Pearson's giving his dad a wave on the bank.
Barry R, he's a nice fella. I met him a few times.
Yeah. Is he as nice as the Barry from the Silly Bang advert? Or Barry from EastEnders?
Or Barry Shields?
Lovely man.
Exactly, he is. Yeah, we had a bit of a catch-up with him last night.
We did. Here we go then. Green flag in hand. McCluskey on the inside. Taddy on the outside. Green is up. Green is down. We're away and racing. It's a good start from Taddy. He might even get round McCluskey. No, he doesn't. Slots in. But Noah Clark's had a good one, Tom.
Yep.
He's straight into the rear bumper of Edward Rye. Thought it was going to be tough for Luka Bachuev to get in. But he does indeed slot into fourth place. As the field run round the hairpin number 1 for the first time. As we're 4 wide in the middle of the pack. They need to sort out their squabbles. Good little move there by Jensen Whitehead with a switchback and Isaac Welburn down the back straight. As McCluskey leads from Taddy and Rye with Luka Bachuev and Noah Clark. Still your top 5. As Taddy takes a chunk of curb there, Tom, on the exit of hairpin number 3. And that almost lifted the rear of his car up and changed the direction of it. Fired him out in an almost straight line.
Yeah, it is. So you're McCluskey from Taddy, Rye, Bachuev, Clark, Berridge, Nichols, Carter, Petty and Whitehead, your top 10. I've got a shout-out to do later in the race, but we'll wait for it to settle down first.
As Luka Bachuev goes down the inside of a very squirrely Edward Rye as tack-sawing at the wheel. And Luka Bachuev is through. Rye went slightly wide, put a wheel out on the white line on the outside of the entry into hairpin number 1, and Luka Bachuev is up into a podium position. At the front, though, Max Taddy, as I think he's got a bit of a plan here, and that plan is to try and push Hugo McCluskey away from the charging battle behind. Down the inside of Edward Rye goes Noah Clark. There, side by side, up and over, start, finish. Clark's going to try and go all the way around the outside. He has to slot back in between himself and the 22 of Aaron Berridge.
Yeah, Berridge thought about going on the inside of the entry into the D chicane, and then very much thought second best of it as he almost goes into the back of Noah Clark as well, into hairpin 1.
Went in very hot, and that's it meant that Tom Nichols had to get on the brake, and that's allowed Ollie Carter to have a run down the inside. Carter can't get the exit, though, and Nichols holds on. Dexter Petty and Piers Whitehead. There is a break then behind them two. That's the top 10 back to Peter Webster and Thomas Harper.
Yeah, Peter Webster heading up that second group, as you say, David, and that goes all the way down to Dylan Slack in 23rd then. That's one big group.
So top 10 are together. And as you say, there's probably another 10 all the way down to Slack in that 53 machine.
Quite a few taking an aggressive right as they go into the D chicane. Certainly a few of the front runners, which is an unusual line to see. I saw, in fact, a few little black lines from the tyre slip as they went in there.
Taddy again with a tight line at hairpin 2. He's using the curb on the inside, the concrete curb where it's sort of dog-toothed. He's getting a wheel up on there. It's helping him get that kart rotated. At the moment, he's on a bit of a push job on the back of Hugo McCluskey, and it's working for the pair of them in opening up the gap to Luka Bachuev. Expect the gap to open. It was 2 tenths last time. It's out to 7 tenths. And this is a smart ploy for Taddy. In the end, you push away. Worst case scenario, you come second, but you're giving yourself an opportunity to win. If you don't push and stay with one driver, what that ends up doing then is you have a 10-kart battle. You could end up 10th.
Indeed, and personal best all the way down the field, all the way from first down to Ethan Pearson in 13th. So all of them going quicker and quicker as the tyre pressure starts to come up.
Just off camera, so Thomas Harper get past Peter Webster. Peter Webster got the position straight back as well. And then down at hairpin 3, Thomas Harper's found a way back past Peter Webster as they come into shot there. In the purple, white and yellow machine of Harper. And
he got full send like a P45 in the post.
He did, mate. If we'd have done this joke in April, he could have had his P60, couldn't he?
He could, yeah.
No,
well, I nearly said
end of the tax year.
I nearly said P60, but I decided against them. Anyway,
behind them, Ethan Pearson. He's on a brand new chassis this weekend, and it looks like it's going to be his best weekend so far. Just behind Peter Webster, Sebastian McCarthy, with Scarlett Whittaker done, the 21 of Jensen Whitehead, and the 166 of Layla Berryman. We had a contact warning earlier on, I think, for Jake Gibbon in the 124. He's currently behind Isaac Welburn, battling with Sam Dixon.
He's my shout-out. Is Jake Gibbon, currently in 19th place. It's his birthday tomorrow.
It is.
So we shall wish him a very happy 8th birthday while we were just mentioning him. And he's picked up a contact warning to go with it. So happy birthday and happy contact warning, Jake.
Having a quick look, there's a battle going on behind Thomas Harper, where all of them are very, very intent on trying to get to the front of that respective train.
Very different lines for the front two through hairpin 1. McCluskey feeling the need to have a tight entry. Taddy going very deep and carrying the speed into hairpin 2.
See, for me there, I think Taddy goes deep because I think he breaks a little bit later than McCluskey. We've got a technical defect for Sam Dixon in the 76 as Taddy goes down the inside of Hugo McCluskey into hairpin 4. McCluskey rides it out and comes back through. I think that could give Bachuev a bit more of a sniff. I'm going to keep an eye out on Sam Dixon in that 76 and see what his problem is, Tom. He's in this battle of karts that's just coming through in a few moments' time.
Yeah, Bachuev closed in by nearly half a second that time around as well. So, if these front twos do start going side by side, we're going to see this group of 4 that is Bachuev, Rye, Clark and Berridge close back in. And that could well bring as well Nichols and Carter, the front 8, all back into play.
Technical defect is chain guard has come off the 76 of Sam Dixon. His day will come to a premature end. So he will be called in as Noah Clark is down the inside of Edward Rye. Rye tries to nibble back, but Clark is through. Aaron Berridge is on the back as well. So Noah Clark up into 4th place. Edward Rye will drop down into P5. At the front, again, Taddy continuing to try and help push away
after he had an attempt at taking the lead earlier on. We're coming up to the corner here, Tom, that I was talking about before. Taddy, for me, is later on the brakes, hence why he's going in a little bit deeper, because if he brakes in a normal line, he's going to run into the back of McCluskey and brake earlier than he wants to.
He carries so much speed in there that the rear end is almost hopping. He's got that much, carrying that much speed with the rear end. He's very confident in the grip of the back end of that car.
McCluskey's defending now, Tom.
He is now, and that's only
still
going to
got
bring
3
others
minutes to go, and this is going to back the whole field up. But straight out of the South Bank corner, Hugo McCluskey is very, very defensive, and now I will expect him to take a much different line into that hairpin 1 braking zone. I think he's going to be there, and that could give Taddy the opportunity to take a wide line then round 2 and try and get a run down the back straight. We'll try and keep an eye on what's happening between the 2 front runners.
It's too early to start defending. Still 2.5 minutes to go here. They've not got a big enough gap that's going to stop that the 6 cars behind from closing in and being able to challenge. It's McCluskey and Taddy have got to work together here. But McCluskey again very defensive into hairpin 3, right on the inside line.
Bachuev's very similar as well, though.
And that's allowed Taddy to go through.
It has, and then but McCluskey's going to get back side by side, and McCluskey once again gets the power down earlier, and Hugo McCluskey retakes the lead. But the gap that they'd worked has gone. 2/10 they've lost back to Luka Bachuev, but he too, Tom, it was very, very defensive on Noah Clark. Lap traffic in front of them, Tom, that's going to come into play with 1:40 remaining. We're past that point now where the heats would have finished. The checkers would have been out already for the heats.
Yeah, just watching Max Taddy through hairpin 1 again. He is right on the limit of grip as he goes through there. I mean, he's really leaning on the car as they come into that lap traffic, and McCluskey gets held up, and that brings Taddy into the back of him, and now we've got Luka Bachuev is right there as well now, and it is that front group of 8 that we talked about.
Yeah, again though, the lap traffic stayed on the racing line where they should have done.
Yeah.
As Aaron Berridge has found a way past Noah Clark, balked in the middle of it, and Berridge is up into 4th place. So Berridge now with a sniff of a podium. Up to hairpin number 1, still with 50 seconds on the clock. So we're going to have 3 laps of Honda Cadet. Hugo McCluskey, Max Taddy, Luka Bachuev, Aaron Berridge, Noah Clark. That's your top 5. And like I say, Tom, with that lap traffic, they stayed on the racing line, which is exactly where they should do. The faster drivers need to find a way through. McCluskey and then Taddy came together ever so slightly. McCluskey with a tight line at 4. More lap traffic, Tom, that they're going to meet, heading up towards the part of the track where it's very, very single file. Through the D chicane, round the national loop, and then the chicanes. It's whether they catch that car before hairpin number 1.
Yeah, McCluskey went a little bit wide on the entry into the national loop as well. That's brought this front 5 all together now.
Yeah, Aaron Berridge just closed right up onto the back of Luka Bachuev. The 36 moves across. Andrew McCrossan allows the leaders to pull through and up into a train of karts.
Good awareness.
As Berridge has tried to go down the inside of Luka Bachuev. Bachuev then runs him out wide. Can Noah Clark stick a nose down the inside? Berridge is going to try and run all the way around the outside. He's side by side with Luka Bachuev. Is Aaron Berridge. Aaron Berridge, I think, is going through, Tom. Berridge is through alongside Bachuev. There's contact between the two of them as their side pods. Berridge goes wide. Clark is back through down the inside. Clark is up into 4th place.
We're on to the final lap now as well, so only a few more corners left to go for Max Taddy to be able to take victory here away from Hugo McCluskey, who leads us onto the back straight for the final time. A gap now between the front 2 and the following pack.
McCluskey comes across to the inside. Taddy's going to sweep round. He's going to carry more speed around South Bank towards hairpin 3. But McCluskey's going to be tight on the white line. Can Taddy straight line it into 4? McCluskey parks it. Brilliant park job by McCluskey. Taddy gets the run out of the final corner. They're side by side. Taddy's got to go the long way. And for the first time at Teesside, Hugo McCluskey wins from Max Taddy. Then it's Luka Bachuev and Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge and Edward Rye, with Tom Nichols and Ollie Carter in 8th place. Then it's Dexter Petty and Piers Whitehead rounding out the top 10. We'll do the rest of the results in a minute. What a race between the two leaders, Tom, but let's not forget the supporting act behind them. Bachuev, Noah Clark, Aaron Berridge, Edward Rye, Tom Nichols, Ollie Carter. They're all going slowly down the back straight because they're all exchanging fist bumps between them. A superb display of Honda Cadet racing from the top 8. Behind them, they had Dexter Petty and Piers Whitehead. They had a race-long battle. We didn't have too much focus on them on the screen, but they were having a great battle. On screen right now, though, a maiden final victory for the number 4 of Hugo McCluskey.
Congratulations, Hugo. Congratulations to Max Taddy and Luke Bachuev as well on your podiums here at heat number. I keep saying heat 3. It's round 3 of the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series 2024. I was focusing on those final few corners. Just while you were commentating on the leaders, I was focusing on that group behind. And Edward Rye had a bit of a dig at Aaron Berridge through hairpin 3, couldn't get it pulled off. And then Tom Nichols drew alongside. And then there was a drag race out of hairpin 4 between Nichols and Rye. And Rye ended up holding on. So it's kind of the 5th, 6th and 7th is as you were going into hairpin 3. But it very much wasn't that way round going through 3 and 4. So yeah, it was there was an exciting finish a little bit further down the order as well. And of course, Jake Gibbon, birthday boy tomorrow, finishing in 18th place as well. So again, once again, happy birthday from us here in the commentary box.
Rest of the run then outside of the top 10. Thomas Harper in 11th, Sebastian McCarthy in 12th. Then it's Layla Berryman and Peter Webster in front of Ethan Pearson. Then it's Jensen Whitehead in 16th, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn in 17th. Jake Gibbon, Isaac Wellborn and Dylan Slack with Albie Cam, Tristan Gilfillan and Alfie Keeling, the final runner on the lead lap. Andrew McCrossan, Jacob McDonald and Harry Scrafton taking the checkered flag. And then there was Sam Dixon, who had to come in after 8 laps as he had his the chain guard came off the kart. Before that, he was running in the midfield pack.
So coming up next will be our Intermax final. Joey Swan, taking all 3 victories here so far today, will go off pole position, followed by William Collinson, Grayson Crawford and River Bell.
There they are waiting. To the right-hand side, bottom right there, is the 27 of Piers Whitehead. Takes off his neck brace. I think the helmet's coming off as well. Just even though he's still sat in the car. Be a big exhale of air after that frantic race between himself and Dexter Petty over 9th and 10th place.
I think you had it right the first time. I think there's a few of them out there that will have a big exhale of hair as they take that helmet off as well. We're not in that group though, are we?
We are not. So we just wait clearance that the track is good to go for our Inters. The reason that we're not going just yet is because with the Honda being such a big grid and with us lovely to see there, that bottom right there, that's Dexter Petty, who finished in 9th place, and Piers Whitehead having a little bit of a fist pump between the two of them after their battle for position. Yeah, but the field of Hondas is still halfway out the pit lane because they're all having to go over the weigh scale at the end of the race meeting. Throughout the day, we'll probably do like the top 3 or 4, and then we'll do random ones throughout the rest of the heats just to make sure everybody is on weight.
They have drop downs in Honda Cadet. Just a minute or so more, and we will have the Intermax 4 runners in your Intermax grid heading out.
So Piers Whitehead just pushing his car. He's going to go on the weigh scale there in the bottom right-hand corner. Even though it was parked on the other side, he's still going to have to go over the weigh scale at the end of the race meeting. So the final few runners are being pushed into the pit lane, which will clear the track and give us some green flag conditions to head out onto circuit for our Intermax final.
Gives us a chance to shout out our sponsors once again. Thank you very much for sponsoring our series. MS Karts, Garage 29 Graphics, HRS Racing Engines, Metro Plum, ARC Plant Repairs and Infratech. as I said before, without your input here into this stream, we probably wouldn't be able to bring you this particular stream.
Yeah, huge shout out as well to Medics UK, who provide us with the medical cover here for the race meeting at Teesside. Without them, we definitely couldn't go racing.
That's very true.
So out onto track, though, for their final come our Intermax runners. Going to get into formation very early by the look of it. No excessive tyre warming from the Inters. They're already in their 2x2 formation, heading down the back straight towards South Bank.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take them long to sort it out with 4 drivers in it anyway.
You say that, Tom, but we had a roll round in Heat 1.
And in Heat 2.
They were very, very quick.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Logic would say,
Yep.
but yeah.
No, there's
no such thing as logic in
practice
racing
makes
drivers.
perfect, Tom, and we're away and racing in Inters. And Grayson Crawford off 3rd place on the inside has once again jumped past William Collinson at the start. And through he goes. So, yeah, with Joey Swan. And then, so Collinson was in front at the line, which is all important. And then Grayson Crawford had the track position for the right-hand national loop. Got himself round into position, and he is into 2nd place in front of William Collinson in the 74.
Yeah, Crawford looking pretty good on this opening lap. It's got to be said. He's Joey Swan's not been able to really get away so far. Equal gaps between Swan, Crawford, and Collinson. Riverbell around 2.7 seconds back, not showing up fully on our timing system yet. We've now got a number but no name. Well, the previous lap we had nothing at all. So we're just waiting on Riverbell's timing to sort of update itself and figure itself out. But it is still Joey Swan who is now starting to move away from Grayson Crawford.
Yeah, Crawford's still in the same camera shot, but I think Swan's just got a smoother line, particularly around hairpin 3 and 4. It's going to allow him to open up a little bit of a gap. 4/10 on the previous, out to 7.5 this time round. William Collinson still in touching distance as well. Full second back off the back of Grayson Crawford. Those two have been I wouldn't say hit and miss, but it's been hit and miss as to which one goes into 2nd place throughout the day. Collinson had that spin in heat number 1, but recovered well later on in the day and had some good pace. At the front, Joey Swan has taken commanding victories, but so far in this one, doesn't seem to be breaking away quite as quickly as he did previously.
No, indeed not. 3/10 slower was Grayson Crawford on that lap, and another 4/10 slower was William Collinson on top of that. But like you say, David, there's not much... gap is not going out anything like as quick as it was for Joey Swan. Brings the tyre question into play, doesn't it?
Yeah, with it being a little bit longer as well for a final, though, they could have taken 1 psi out the tyres, knowing that they've got longer to bring them up to temperature. So it may well be that now we start seeing Joey Swan opening up the gap. We're only a quarter of the way into this race. But that's the sort of the additional time that we add on for the finals. So you may well see both Joey Swan and in turn William Collinson, who runs out of the same awning in the pit lane as Joey Swan. So I'd imagine that they'll go back to back on setup. So we'll keep an eye out at the moment.
Actually went a bit slower that time around, did Joey Swan, compared to his previous couple of laps.
Still pulled out a little bit on Crawford, and there was very little in terms of the gap between Crawford and William Collinson.
And then we do still have Riverbell in 4th place as well.
No, there's Swan on screen.
There's half a second last time around between Swan and Collinson in terms of lap time. It's about the closest they've been really all day. Ah, there we go. Now Swan's maintained a pace. In fact, he's improved it slightly by a couple of tenths that time around. And Crawford and Collinson both dropped off by 4 tenths of a second for Crawford. And then I've pressed the wrong button. And about half a second for Collinson. So both of them went significantly slower that time around, which is weird, isn't it?
Yeah, quite
You'd expect them to be
interesting.
going quicker and quicker and quicker, and all of a sudden they've dropped a chunk of time each.
Swan has been very, very consistent all day, though, hasn't he? In this class, he got to the front, and that's his main thing now. He's just popping in 45 2s, 45 3s, lap on lap for Joey Swan.
And Collinson was slightly quicker that time around, to the tune of a tenth and a half than Crawford. So that gap down now to 1.356 seconds.
So out of hairpin number 2, we pick them up. It's the long run down towards South Bank, and Crawford again taking that much tighter line. He parks the car on the middle of the track and then just drives around. I imagine
it's not quite the Bambino line, is it? But it's
no, but I think it helps that they've obviously got grippier tyres, that they can probably do that turning a bit quicker. Collinson there with the wider line, the arcing line, but then he got wide at the end and had this feeling there. He kind of thought, I don't want to hit the curb, so tightened up on the steering wheel a little bit, and it did scrub off a little bit of speed on exit. Was fractionally quicker than Grayson Crawford, though.
Yeah, it was almost identical, those two that time around. But now Joey Swan, again, just maintaining that consistency. He dropped about a tenth and a half on his regular pace, but Crawford and Collinson are now going, every time they go round, they're going slower and slower and slower. And it's only by a tenth or half a tenth each lap, but you would expect them to be getting quicker and quicker, and it's not. It's actually going the other way. The pace is going away from them.
Yeah, Swan's pace is actually dropping as well. He's dropping pretty much a tenth a lap.
Yeah, he is.
45.3, 45.4, now in the 45.5s. As Crawford that time went half a second quicker than Collinson, but still half a second slower than Joey Swan, but did dip into the 45s to the 45.9. 3.5 minutes to go for this one for Joey Swan, who's led every lap of the day so far today here at Teesside.
He has. It's been very comfortable for Joey Swan at the front of this one all day. The closest anybody's really got to overtaking him has been at the start, and still nobody's got past. So Joey Swan has led every single second
gap is
of
out
all 3 heats and the final so far today.
Yeah, gap's out to 5.5 seconds. He won heat number 2, or was it heat 3 earlier on by nearly 11 or 12 seconds. Hasn't quite had it as commanding this time, but the gap is still comfortable nonetheless. 2 minutes and 45 to go.
Yeah, Grayson Crawford, again, looking comfortable in second. He's been a bit up and down with his results today in terms of whether he's been in front or behind William Collinson, but looking pretty comfortable there for the final so far.
So, top 3 as it stands with Swan, Crawford and Collinson. Then there's that gap back to River Bell. She's currently rounding hairpin 3. Sliding it round hairpin 3, in fact, at the moment.
So it's a 45.4 that time around for Joey Swan. And then a 46.3 and a 46.4 for Crawford and Collinson. So, again, their times are dropping off. I mean, they were doing 45.5s on the first flying lap of the race, and then a 45.8. Now down in the 46.3s.
Yeah, that first flying lap as well. They missed the chicane, don't they? So
no, I didn't count.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't count lap 1.
I think fastest lap of the race so far is Joey Swan on the opening lap.
Yeah, we don't count that one, but yeah. Again, 49.5 for William Collinson. He's done another 49.5. And another, so he's done 3 laps in the 49.5s, but he's currently in the 46.4s and 46.5s. So pace really gone away for the second and third place drivers. Joey Swan, as he said, David, he's dropped off a little bit, but I think he's just realised that he's got that gap now. But he's 45.2, 45.1, 45.4, 45.2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. You know, and again another 45.5. So, I mean, he was within 0.02 of his previous lap on lap 12. So he's got that consistency there with his lap time, but not quite the same for Crawford and Collinson. I'm sure there'll be some head scratching in their particular awning.
30
as to what they can do to change that.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock here for Joey Swan. I think he'll get round, but
will of course need to be for the next round because this is the final.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is for Swan, he's got 19 seconds. He could do this like Le Mans, you know, where he sort of slows down a little bit to try and not have to do one extra lap.
Yeah, that's not happening.
He's going to cross the line with 9 seconds, and I think he's got about an 8-second gap to Crawford, so it would have been a very, very risky, because Crawford crosses the line now with 1 second to go in second place. So 2 laps to go for our race leader, with Grayson Crawford in second, still William Collinson in third, then River Bell. Speaking of Le Mans, Tom, and we're taking the TSK-Motorsport media channel fully international in a few weeks' time as we stream the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race from the Circuit Alain Prost inside the confines of the Circuit de la Sarthe in France. You doing anything interesting that weekend, mate?
Me?
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't know. Fancy a trip to France myself.
Yeah, I'll give it some consideration.
Yeah.
Final lap for Joey Swan, with Grayson Crawford also crossing the line to commence his final lap. William Collinson a little further behind, but heading towards third place and a trophy.
In a roundabout way, what we're trying to say is we'll both be there doing commentary for it. So if you want to tune in, we'll be there for the 24 hours of Le Mans 2024.
Absolutely. Joey Swan then out of hairpin number 3 and round hairpin number 4 to complete a day where he's led every single lap here at Teesside. Joey Swan wins in the 95 from Grayson Crawford in second place. He'll come through now to take the checkered flag and the second step on the podium, with William Collinson in third place. And then we'll await the 99 of River Bell to complete the runners here.
And I don't think it'll take too long to clear the grid for these Rotax interclass. So with these 4 runners, so River Bell comes across the line and takes the checkered flag now. We'll get the grid cleared and we will go straight into the juniors.
Yep, straight into Junior Rotax.
And senior.
Yes, we've got an amalgamated grid for our junior and senior Rotaxes. And points-wise, Tom, as we expected, second place last time round was enough for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson to put the number 88 kart on pole position with Oscar War alongside. So those two that battled it out in heat number 3 will go off the front row for the final. Joseph Yao and Melissa Adrian on the second row. Ben Adrian and Oliver Walker on row number 3. Then it's Max Wilkinson and Samuel Yeadon, row 4. Riley Sinverzard and Elliot Dalton Ayres will be 9th and 10th. Behind them, Holly Swans in 11th, Ben Robinson in 12th, William Howard, who's had a retirement, albeit still picking up points for 14th place in heat number 2, starts 13th, with Freddie Witherington, who's also had a retirement from one of the races in P14. Other drivers with retirements to their name, Sam Robson, Bailey Heath and Evelyn Bye in 15th, 16th, 17th. Jake Walker took no part in heat number 3 and won't do so either in heat number 4, in the final, sorry. And then Mark Gomez also has had a retirement where they've not picked up points. Into seniors, Paul Swan will roll off their pole position berth with Pip Morris alongside. They've had a battle throughout most of this race day. Owen Marquis and Joseph Johnson will start on the second row in third and fourth, respectively. Going to have a slight delay on track, Tom, and then we'll be back in a few moments' time with Junior Rotax.
So here we go then. Your juniors and seniors heading out now for their final.
Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, as mentioned, will be on the inside with Oscar Waugh on the outside, Joseph Yao and Melissa Adrian behind. That issue for Yao earlier on. He's already had a heat win in Heat 2, but then had that off in Heat 3. It was early enough that he was able to recover fairly well throughout that heat. The nose cone was caved in. I don't know if he actually picked up a bearing for that. I don't think he did. I don't think we had a drop. Oh, we did. Yeah, he had a drop down, as did Max Wilkinson. So that dropped him slightly down the order for Joseph Yao, put him back behind Swan, Wilkinson and Yeadon.
Looking to get going first time. This time, the flag drops and they're away and racing.
Yao straight into behind Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. That should put him up into second place, but Oscar Waugh's going to try and hold on round the outside. Yao, though, is forceful and holds on to second place. So it's Wilson from Yao and then Oscar Waugh, Melissa Adrian, Ben Adrian, although he's wasting no time in diving down the inside of his cousin for fourth place, and he's through, and that's allowed Max Wilkinson to have a run down the inside of Melissa Adrian as well into South Bank. Seniors are away and racing in their race. Paul Swan leading Pip Morris up towards the national loop for the first time. Let's see whether Joseph Johnson can bring that 26 machine home. He's had a few problems today as juniors head toward the timing line for the first time.
So it is Stansmore-Wilson from Yao, Waugh, Ben Adrian, then Max Wilkinson, Melissa Adrian, Sims Ezard, Walker, Freddie Widrington and Dalton Ayres, your top 10.
Had it looking out the window at hairpin number 1 as the carts stream round. And Stansmore-Wilson not breaking away, head down behind the steering wheel. Joseph Yao tries to do the same, but he's about a foot taller than Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. He's got to work a lot harder as Wilson goes wide, and down the inside goes Joseph Yao into hairpin number 3. And Joseph Yao is through on Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Oscar Waugh as well, still on the back. There's a little bit of a gap back to Ben Adrian.
No secondary invitation needed for Yao there, and Stansmore-Wilson immediately pushing Yao along as they came over the start-finish line. So not able to overtake, but deciding that pushing along is a better way of going about it for the moment. They head down the back straight now. It is Yao from Stansmore-Wilson from Waugh, and then Ben Adrian.
It's been a tidy race so far for juniors, the opening couple of laps. I imagine, as with a lot of junior races, it's going to be a little bit more frantic the deeper we go into it. It often is. As Yao and Stansmore-Wilson are opening up a little bit of a gap to Oscar Waugh. Nothing comfortable, but still 2 or 3 kart lengths.
The front of seniors, it is still Paul Swan from Pip Morris, from Owen Marquis, and then Joseph Johnson has got to fourth through that, actually. Marquis has got back through.
He has. They're going to cross the timing line now in the order that Tom's just mentioned. And Joseph Johnson again, Tom,
pulls off.
Is off into the pit lane. He's not. I don't know if he's going to make it. He's trimmed the grass for us again. It was already neat before he did it, but he's just made sure he's kept it down. And he's off into the pit lane for what I believe to be the third time this weekend.
Fastest lap of the race that time around for Joseph Yao at the front of this one, but still Stansmore Wilson is right there. Oscar War is not out of this either. Neither is Ben Adrian.
Trying to keep an eye out on where we might start seeing the field coming together. Obviously, in these finals, everyone's in the sort of like more respective order in terms of where their track pace puts them compared to the random grids from earlier on, which is all about making your way through traffic. Although Riley Sims-Ezard has handed over a place to Oliver Walker there and will come under extra pressure from Elliot Dalton-Ayres. And Riley Sims-Ezard in the 45 machine.
What's been surprising for me is in 2024, of course, Ben Adrian was in the Minimax class last year and was almost untouchable throughout the entire year, and stepped up into juniors now and has found it nowhere near as comfortable as he found it last year.
No, bigger grid as well. That's it. Last year, Amy Peacock was his main target, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Peacock's picked up a final win here. Round number 2 in Junior Rotax. Ben Adrian still looking for that elusive junior victory here at Teesside. He's currently sitting in 4th place, just off the back of Oscar War at the moment. At the front, Joseph Yao's being pushed along by Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and lap on lap they're probably adding a 10th or so to their lead. And even now, through hairpin 1 and 2, we're just looking out the window, she's just pushing him all the way, just trying to open up a bit of a gap.
Well, 2 karts working together will be faster than one on their own, so Stansmore Wilson with the fastest lap of the race as well last time around. But Oscar War is still managing to use the slipstream of the 2 in front, and he's able to hold on just by fingernails to the front 2, with Ben Adrian crossing the line in 4th now, 1.4 seconds behind your leader Joseph Yao. With Melissa Adrian in 6th, Oliver Walker in 7th, and Riley Sims-Ezard 8th. Then it's Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Sam Robson, your top 10.
Again, the top 2 pulled a gap of around about 2 tenths or so. There was a 10th on Oscar War, but even now, Joseph Yao can't break away from Isabella Stansmore Wilson. He's found a kart length or so, but I think Stansmore Wilson sort of closes that in at varying parts of the track, particularly out of hairpin 4. She closes up. Had a gap of 2 tenths last time. It's out slightly this time, but it's still only 2 kart lengths between them. There they are, heading through.
There they go through the shot there as they head through the chicanes, through hairpin 1 and then through hairpin 2. It is still Yao holding off for now Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and I've got to be honest, David, Oscar War looks like he's coming to party.
Yeah, could have played the long game. We've still got over half this race to run. We're down to under the 6-minute mark, but we had that +1 lap on at the end, and Oscar War could quite easily have a lot to say about this final. If he's gone long on tyre pressures, dropped him by a PSI and maybe more, they could be coming good to him now.
Well, just front 3 all did a 42.4 that time around. So nothing between them in terms of lap time. Of course, War and Stansmore Wilson getting that slipstream from Joseph Yao, helping to pull them along. And Ward did really look like he was closing in, but it looks like Stansmore Wilson has actually started to bridge up to the back of Joseph Yao once again.
Takes a little bit out this time round.
Yeah.
Very similar, isn't it? Everyone's sort of gaining a 10th on each other in that top 6 or 7. There's been an overtake further down. There is that Sam Robson up a place on Riley Sims-Ezard.
Melissa Adrian and Oliver Walker is 6th and 7th, setting identical lap times that time around to the 1,000th of a second.
Oh, yeah, 42.765. Overtake as well further down on the previous lap. Saw Mark Laredo Gomez get past Evelyn Bye. Looks like the seniors are starting to...
it looks like Evelyn Bye we might have lost Evelyn Bye.
Just keeping an eye out. I think you may well be right, Tom. I think that's a peel off into the pit lane.
We have watched Joseph Johnson as well. I don't know whether we saw that.
Yeah,
one.
we saw it earlier on. Yeah.
My apologies. Yes, we did. We did a bit of grass trimming as well. But it looks like Evelyn Bye might have pulled into retirement somewhere. I haven't seen any yellow flags. Fastest lap of the race, well pointed out, David, for Isabella Stansmore Wilson that time around. Closed right back in onto the tail of Joseph Yao.
Up and over the timing line, as mentioned by Tom, Stansmore Wilson has closed up onto the back of Joseph Yao and is pulled away from Oscar Waugh. So Stansmore Wilson,
lap traffic going to get involved in the next couple of laps as well.
Yeah, Stansmore Wilson, who finished second at round number 2 behind Amy Peacock.
Heading through, just checking on the seniors at the moment. We've got Paul Swan in 16th place overall, but is leading the senior class. Of course, they start around about half a lap down on the juniors.
Yeah, he's opened a good gap up as well, Tom.
Sorry?
So he's opened up a good gap from Pip Morris. They've been very, very close all day.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was 7/10 quicker on the previous lap and has a gap of 3.1 seconds, does Paul Swan.
Yeah, and it's about the same gap as well. Back to Owen Marquise now as well, who's taking up your final podium spot on the in seniors. So Oscar Waugh is now over a second back from the front two, which is around about the furthest that gap has been between the front three drivers throughout this final.
Yeah, gapped out to 0.2 of a second as Joseph Yao adds a little bit more to his lead. Still 2 minutes to go. Battle for the lead is there's on our screen. We see our leader in Senior Pro Kart, Paul Swan, in the 95, rounding South Bank in hairpin 3. So Melissa Adrian has made a dive down the inside of Max Wilkinson out the commentary box window. She might have track position, but Wilkinson's on the power too early and holds on to 5th place. Back to the overall and junior leaders on track, and Joseph Yao again has started to edge the gap out ever so slightly and puts in the fastest lap
of the race on that last lap.
42.250. Eclipses Isabella Stansmore Wilson's 42.292 on the previous lap, so another half a tenth.
But the gap out to a massive quarter of a second.
Night and day.
It's it's still all to play for here. Just under a minute to go. Wilson is right there again, though.
The Max Wilkinson Melissa Adrian battle has got Oliver Walker off the back of it as well, and they seem to be very, very close together. You'll see them there in the background coming through the screen over the start-finish line.
Yeah, there are three of them nose to tail, as you say, David.
So as they come through the
That's
chicane,
the battle for 5th place.
Yeah,
overall.
well, I think
there
we're going to pick them up there as they come through. So back to the leaders of Joseph Yao and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. And Wilson's had the pace to stick with Joseph Yao, but has never looked like she was going to find a way past. We should see the final lap board this time round, Tom.
Clock just ticks down to 0, and there they go across the line.
Right, so let's see whether Stansmore Wilson does have anything left in the tank. Close enough to challenge and run with Yao, not close enough to put an overtake opportunity in. Let's see, though, whether Yao opens the door, because if he defends when he doesn't need to, we'll see whether Isabella Stansmore-Wilson will have an opportunity. But Joseph Yao has got to the front early doors in this final and has looked comfortable, even under pressure from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. He'll come out of hairpin number 4, and Joseph Yao will take the number 8 machine to victory lane. Yao wins from Isabella Stansmore-Wilson and Oscar War. That's your top 3 in juniors from Ben Adrian, Max Wilkinson, Melissa Adrian and Oliver Walker. Sam Robson up into PA, Elliot Dalton-Ayres and Riley Sims-Ezard complete your top 10 in juniors in front of Holly Swan and Samuel Yeadon. Then it's Freddie Witherington and William Howard will cross the line now in P14, and then it's Bailey Heath in P15 in the number 30 machine. Seniors will be taken by Paul Swan as he crosses the line there to take the victory in Senior Rotax from Pit Morris, and it will be Owen Marquis on the podium with them as well as Joseph Johnson, who's out of the race very early on.
Yeah, good action again through your Junior Rotax field. Am I right in thinking, but forgive my memory because I'm an old man now.
You're 3 months. You're about 6 months older than me.
Joseph Yao, is that his first final victory?
Possibly so. Not
in any class.
No, he won the O plate here back in Cadet. Won the Cadet O plate back in 2022, I believe.
But that's different to the Owner Driver Sprint Series. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of a one-off. It's winter series, so we won the O plate, then we visit other tracks as well. So that may well be Joseph Yao's first final victory. Whether it is or not, congratulations. It was a great run by Joseph Yao, holding off Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. There was very, very little between them. And once Yao got through on Stansmore-Wilson, despite the fact that she was on the coattails for the entirety of the race, didn't have anything to find their way through. There's your senior runners coming in. It was Paul Swan. There's the 44 of Pip Morris and Owen Marquis behind in the 32.
I know there's obviously a big weight difference between the juniors and the seniors as well, but interesting that the seniors obviously have the extra power. 3/10 off what the juniors were doing. So the fastest lap of the race in seniors was a 40... Where have we gone now? Where's Paul Swan? Here we go. 42.531. 42.247 for the juniors.
Yeah, it's always a little bit hit and miss with it, you know, in terms of like conditions and power.
Oftentimes they're like a second a lap quicker than the juniors, aren't they?
But again, it's because it's warm.
Yeah.
They're not going to get the air through that radiator. The engine's not going to perform as well. And that's going to bring in the fact that the juniors are nearly 20 kilos lighter.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there is obviously a significant weight
which is exactly the same as we've seen with Pro Kart, really. We've seen juniors running, they run at 1.65. You've got seniors running at 1.85 as juniors are making their way out onto grid. And we've seen when we've run an amalgamated grid between them that the juniors do start coming through, you know, based on that weight difference. Reece Cranston will start on pole position for the junior final. Isaac Duff alongside him in the front row. Joseph Williamson and Riley Matthews on row number 2. Then it's going to be Alana Howard and Grace Matthews on row 3 with Finn Davis in the number 9 on row number 4. All 7 are out onto the track. Just need to slow it down and get their formation correct as they head towards the acceleration zone. So Cranston leads them through with Isaac Duff alongside. They get the power down early. We're away and racing, and they're going to be 3 wide, and it could well be Joseph Williamson off the second row, diving down the inside of Reece Cranston. The power was down so early by the leader that Joseph Williamson got the jump, and from third place, they were 3 wide into hairpin number 1, Isaac Duff, with a robust move down the inside of Riley Matthews into hairpin number 1. Is back up into third place, having dropped down into 4th. But at the moment, it's Joseph Williamson, then leading from Reece Cranston and Isaac Duff as the top 3. Look to break away. Riley Matthews in P4 gets a little bit of squirrely round the national loop behind them. Alana Howard has a nibble down the inside of Grace Matthews for 5th place.
Yeah, good start to this one. Certainly for Joseph Williamson. Got a great jump off the line, and it is Williamson from Cranston, then Duff, Riley Matthews, Grace Matthews, Alana Howard, and Finn Davis, your 7 runners. So it's the first time we've seen Williamson at the front today. Timed it right.
And Isaac Duff has got past Reese Cranston, and then they come together out of hairpin number 2. They're side by side. Duff has a quick look over. Cranston looks back at him. Duff's going to struggle to turn in there, but does so. Risky move.
Yeah, it was.
Risk and reward for Isaac Duff, and he's up into 2nd place. And Joseph Williamson leading, the unlikely leader, in fact, going off 3rd place, but leads them up and over the timing line this time round. Had a gap of less than a 10th previously. The battling behind between Duff and Cranston's opened that up to half a second.
Yeah, quick lap time as well that time around from Williamson. He was 3/10 faster than anybody else out there on track, and that gap's gone out to well over half a second.
Could think he's gone high on pressures early doors, Tom? We'll find out, because down the back straight, that gap is not half a second.
No, well, Isaac Duff has just reeled in Williamson going down that back straight with just pure power, and the exit from hairpin 2. And it was literally just like he had a magnet on the front of it, just pulling him in.
Tried a little go down the inside there, didn't he, of Joseph Williamson. Then Williamson's nudged wide, I think, there by Isaac
went off
Duff.
On his own, but there might have been contact. But
we'll have another look at that in here, definitely. We'll see whether we can figure out what happened. But it is now Isaac Duff leading from Reese Cranston. Duff's been given a contact warning for it, Tom, but we'll see what happens. And we're just watching in the commentary box on the delayed feed as to whether anything happened. I think there's a little bit there, Tom.
I think there is, yeah. I think there's a little nudge from Duff in the rear, and in fact he's picked up a contact warning, has Isaac Duff.
I don't think it was intentional in the way that it ended up being. I just think Duff got such a good run out of hairpin number 4 that he got into the rear quarter of Joseph Williamson. It
just
pinged Williamson wide, yeah. And once you get out onto that grass, particularly since it's very dry, the grass at the minute, and you could just see the dust going up in the air behind, and through he went.
Well, Williamson just needs to keep calm now, let the red mist clear, and try and get back to that pace that he was running at the front and reel these 2 back in.
Oh, behind Tom, I've just seen into hairpin number 2. Alana Howard give Finn Davis a huge nudge wide into hairpin number 2. So we've got some good battles further down the field as well, just behind this one. Alana Howard's going to get a contact warning for that, not too surprised. Behind, I might pick it up, just the driver with the yellow helmet coming through here, Riley Matthews and Grace Matthews, having a battle on track with each other. It's been very interesting watching out the window, because they take very, very different lines through hairpin number 1.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race that time around for Isaac Duff as well, with a 47.172. Good 3/10 faster than both Cranston and Williams, who were almost identical in lap time.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, Tom. That's Riley Matthews, the front runner with the yellow helmet, in 4th place. Grace Matthews just behind, who had to come through from 6th place at the start up into 5th.
And no relation as well.
No.
Between the 2 of them. We should point that out.
Matthews takes a dive down the inside of Matthews into hairpin number 3. Grace trying to find a way past Riley. Riley holding on. So we clock down past the 3-minute mark in this race. Still 7 to go for the race leaders.
Well, that gap has now flip-flopped at the front, and Reese Cranston sets the fastest lap of the race that time around and has closed right in on the back of Isaac Duff. Was 3/10 faster that time around. Williamson as well with the personal best lap, but was still another 4/10 slower than Cranston. Cranston with an absolute flyer that time around.
Yes.
He's right there now. So they head through hairpin 4, and in fact he's side by side. And is he through?
He is.
Is he?
I don't know.
Is he?
There's still.
Is he?
Oh no, Isaac Duff's back down the inside, then Duff gets a chunk of curb and gets squirrely. And
Yes,
Reese
he
Cranston
is!
finally done it into the D chicane.
as Isaac Duff took a huge chunk of curb through the dog leg. That slowed him down, sent him slightly sideways. He's back down the inside, though, at hairpin number 1 with a good move on Reese Cranston, who in turn is back down the inside of him on hairpin number 2 in an equally great move by Reese Cranston. And the two leaders, finally, they get to a corner where they don't overtake each other.
It took a while to sort that out, didn't it? But eventually it sorted it out. It did, and it is Cranston now from Duff. Back in front now is Cranston.
See whether he can break away or whether Duff can go with him, because you see that they have a lap where they go together, and then once the leader gets into the front, they can begin to break away.
Just looking at Williamson's lap time, I thought there was a good chance that he could close in a few tenths that time around, but he's matched the two leaders only, even with their squabbling. And there goes Duff back down the inside of Cranston, and they swap places once again. And they're back as you were. So they did a switcheroo through hairpin 2.
Yeah, Cranston was very defensive into hairpin 1. That allowed Isaac Duff to dive down the inside into 2 with the trying to lever the door open. Cranston got back through, though.
And Cranston, a bit of a tight line through hairpin 4. Not sure whether that was defensive or not, but actually it's worked in his favour. The gap has gone out a bit to Duff. And now Williamson has started to close the gap. He was 3.5 tenths faster and set a personal best that time around. So the more these two battle at the front, the more Joseph Williamson is going to come back into play here.
And down the inside again, Tom, has gone Isaac Duff, on Reese Cranston. He's through this time. Will Cranston pop back out as they head down towards South Bank? Yes, he will. Duff had a look. He had another look. And as soon as he looked forward again, down the inside went Reese Cranston. Cranston is through and retakes the lead in what has been a...
Although it hasn't actually worked out fully for Isaac Duff, it was a good overtake through hairpin 2. He managed to stop the switchback from Cranston, who eventually ended up going around the outside and holding the momentum that way instead. But it was a good move and to park it on the apex and stop that switchback. But all that has done is let Joseph William close in another quarter of a second. So the gap now down to 1.2 seconds between Duff and Williamson.
Yeah, Williamson still not out of this one because I don't think Isaac Duff's going to settle for second place. And Reese Cranston again with not a defensive line, but semi-defensive as they head towards South Bank. That sends him slightly wide towards the entry into hairpin number 3. And now Isaac Duff's going to have that job down the inside. That's going to put Cranston wide.
But again, he parked it on the apex. Yeah. Didn't allow the switchback and holds the position that time. It's a good move from Duff that time around. And again, another quarter of a second taken out of the front 2 by Williamson.
Gap is down to 1.2. There's Reese Cranston trying to find a way. And he's quick around hairpin 1, that Isaac Duff, and then Duff's gone very, very wide at hairpin 2, and that's allowed Reese Cranston to draw alongside. I think Duff will have enough as they head down towards South Banks. He's got on the power earlier and does indeed hold on to the lead. But Reese Cranston is once again right in the wheel tracks of the 74 machine.
I'm just chuckling away at your poetry, David. Duff has enough and indeed holds the lead.
Honestly,
it's
mate,
beautiful. It's like you're a professional.
I'm underrated.
The gap comes down again with Joseph Williamson. He really is closing in on the back of these two now. It's not particularly quick, isn't the rate of closure, but he is coming. And further down the order, we've got Riley Matthews in 4th place. Then it's Grace Matthews in 5th and Alana Howard in 8th. All setting good lap times as well relative to each other. Yeah. And Grace Matthews with a personal best that time around.
Fell away off the back of Riley Matthews. Just have a quick look, Tom, on her lap time. See if she's had a problem on one of the laps. Been doing 47s. As down the inside of Isaac Duff goes Reese Cranston into hairpin 4 once again. Duff's going to hold on and slots back into the lead.
Yeah, lap 10, Grace Matthews did a 52.9, so probably a half spin somewhere.
Yeah.
Lost around 4 seconds, but immediately recovered with a personal best.
Two leaders, despite having that side-by-side action, have managed to maintain that gap
to Joseph Williamson. Looks like his opportunity for the victory may well have run its course. Having led early doors, Isaac Duff and Reese Cranston, the two leaders at the moment. Cranston has led on a number of occasions. And once again, he's quick into hairpin number 4. He's closing up again. 57 seconds on the clock. They'll get round, Tom, in order to get 3 more laps in here.
Yeah, I think they probably will. You're right, David.
Duff with the fastest lap last time round as well, 46.92, compared to Reese Cranston's 47.1. 3/10 quicker than Williamson behind, who is now beginning to fall away in third place.
He is, unfortunately, for us in terms of the front 3 being a close battle, but we've still got the front 2 together. Always looked like Duff went wide there on the entry into hairpin 3. Looked like he lost the rear, and that's going to allow Cranston back on the inside into hairpin 4. So he just lost all momentum, did Isaac Duff.
Yeah, thought Cranston was going to park it a little bit more than what he did. Towards the D chicane they go.
And Cranston with the fastest lap that time. First person under the 47-second barrier today, and that looks like just the right time to do it as well. As the timer hits 0, they'll get the final lap this time around.
Yeah, he's going to defend, Tom, but I don't think he's going to need to, because whatever he's done round hairpin 1 and 2, he's opened up a gap to Isaac Duff. And Reese Cranston, having led a number of occasions, is now going to lead at the business end of this Junior Pro Kart final.
Yeah, the boiler is fully lit now for Reese Cranston. Fastest lap last time around, gapped Isaac Duff as well.
They come up towards the timing line to be greeted by the final lap board, and Reese Cranston has 2 kart lengths back to Isaac Duff. Is reasonably tight into hairpin 1. Duff does indeed close in. Duff needs a good run out of hairpin number 2 and indeed gets it.
In fact,
down
gets
the
a
back
monster
straight.
Run.
Cranston's going to have to come across and defend, and indeed does, realises that Isaac Duff's got the pace, and Reese Cranston half a lap away from a first final victory in Junior Pro Kart. I think he'll park it on the inside. Duff's going to try a wide line to get the run out the corner, but he's not going to have enough. And Reese Cranston takes a maiden victory, celebrating already through the dogleg. And Reese Cranston takes victory from Isaac Duff, to cheers of jubilation from the Senior Pro Kart paddock watching that race down the far end. Joseph Williamson will join them on the podium in 3rd place. Then it's Riley Matthews, Grace Matthews, Alana Howard, and it'll be Finn Davis in 7th place to complete the Junior Pro Kart grid. So Reese Cranston taking victory from Isaac Duff and Joseph Williamson.
Yeah, great to see that from Reese Cranston as well, and you can see how happy he is with that, and good respect from Isaac Duff as well to come alongside, and I think he gave him the thumbs up down the back straight as well. So good respect between our drivers. And they will come across the line, and we will clap them as well, which we tend to do for finals as well for our winners. So they will come across the line, and that brings us on to our final race of the day.
Yes, for Senior Pro Kart, we have one further race meeting for our Senior Pro Kart runners. We'll run through the grid already. It'll be Connor Lucas on pole position. Joe Grinsell will join him on the front row. Then it's George Ludwell and Maximus Shields on row number 2, with Sam Barrett and Brandon Jennings on row 3. Row 4, Jack Hewland and Ike Needham, Cameron Bailey and Danny Bean complete the top 10 in front of Lennon French and Christian Oblag. Then it's Macaulay Parnham, the leading novice runner, in 13th. Oscar Buskley alongside with Zach Dawson and Harry Roddis on row 8. Robbie Lowe and Connor Cran on row 9. David Brewis and James Kay complete your top 20 in front of Gary Clark and Liam Gallop. Then it's Matthew Hauschby and Alfie King with Colin Handy and Sean Feehan. Kyle Burns starts 27th. Dominic Needham. Then it's going to be Tom Hewland, Sophie Pawsey and Chris Pebbody in 30th and 31st.
So Grinsel's going to have a hell of a few corners, first few corners here to get in front of Lucas and try and then just white line it all the way and defend. We'll see how this one plays out. Of course, you've got Shields as well, right in behind Grinsel.
Just wondering, Tom, why Sophie Pawsey was so far down, and that's because in heat number 2, she was removed from the standings because she was underweight.
Oh,
which is
she also had a shocker of a heat 3
Yeah,
as well,
but I think that the big part of that, Tom, I think is the weather. The amount of weight you're going to lose from fluids. Yeah, I think that'll be the reason. It'll be half a kilo under. Seniors come through with a decent pace, and we're away and racing as George Ludwell gets right in behind Connor Lucas, and Ludwell up into second. Is that as they come through? Let's have a quick look. Absolutely it is. As then Joe Grinsel tries to help him round hairpin number 1. Grinsel up into down into 3rd. Shields is already up into 4th place with Sam Barrett, and then there's a gap because this driver's coming together on the exit of hairpin number 2. Lennon French and the 171 of Jack Hewland side by side, and that backed the rest of the field up as well. And there's more contact further down. Ike Needham into the back of Danny Bean on the into the braking zone of hairpin number 3. Top 5 on a breakaway at the moment. It's Max Shields from George Ludwell. Then it's going to be Joe Grinsel, Maximus Shields and Sam Barrett, Lennon French, Jack Hewland, Cameron Bailey, Brandon Jennings and Ike Needham to complete your 10.
Yeah, so your leader in Pro is Lucas, then it's Grinsel and Shields, 3rd and 4th. Your leader in Clubman is Ludwell, with Barrett in 5th and Bailey in 8th. And then your novice class is Macaulay Parnham in 12th, Zach Dawson in 15th and Connor Cran in 16th.
Contact, Tom, just looking out the back window. Sorry, I just gave you a little nudge just to let you know that I'd seen something. I think that's Cameron Bailey, and I think it was potentially Ike Needham. But the battle behind, Tom, we'll try and catch it in a minute. Lennon French, and then everybody else.
Yes. There's a gap, and we have got that kart being pushed off.
Kyle Byrne, the 31, being off, and this contacted Connor Cran, and that's Buckley's off. Broken track rod.
Yeah.
For Oscar Buckley, he's off into the wall in front of the commentary box. His day is over for Oscar Buckley. The track rod broken, the wheels pointing in different directions. Bit of a thumb up. He's out of the race, though. There's no way that kart's going anywhere. Marshall was considering pushing him back on, but he is out of the race. He jumps up and over the barrier.
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, there's a lot of adrenaline involved in that, but yeah, he's okay, and the kart will be pushed, I'm sure, to a safe location, and we'll be okay to go green flag racing once again. Of course, we've got the other kart being recovered as well, so no overtaking under the yellow flags. It is Connor Lucas from Joe Grinsel, from now Max Shields in 3rd place with Sam Barrett right behind him 4th, and George Ludwell now dropping down to 5th place.
Yeah, that has broken up the pack a little bit from what was 2x2 everywhere into more of a single file format, and drivers are starting to drop into battles of 2 or 3 between them. We've still got that yellow out over the start finish. I think that'll be withdrawn by the time the leaders come round this time. I think the kart is far enough away. We'll find out in a few moments.
Make sure our marshal's safe as well.
Yeah, that was the reason why the yellow stayed out, was while the marshal makes his way back to his post.
Yeah, look, not quite sure how that one came about, but yeah, it's definitely been a race ender as Lucas once again comes across the line. Grinsel behind and Shields behind, as they were. Personal bests all the way down the field as well this lap round. Sam Barrett is still right with Shields, not dropping off at all.
No, leading runner in our clubman class is Sam Barrett, just in front of George Ludwell, who ran as high as 2nd place earlier on in this race. Contact warning for the 77 of Sophie Pawsey. That's the first third of the race, Tom. 4 minutes in the bag.
Yeah, we've got Sophie Pawsey with a contact warning that time around. She's in 25th now. We've had Harry Roddis in the 88 has dropped a few places that lap as well, as has Matthew Hauschby. Dropped 4 places on the previous lap. So it is Lucas from Grinsell from Shields, as we've seen throughout the race. Sam Barrett is still right there on the back of Shields, but hasn't gone away. George Ludwell dropping back slightly from Sam Barrett, and then we've got Lennon French still in sort of a race of one in between two packs.
Contact warning for the UK plate.
Ike Needham.
Yeah.
That's in 9th place, is Ike Needham in 9th.
Just running behind Brandon Jennings, so yeah, 9th place. Then they've got Jack Hewlett completing the top 10. The rest of the field comes through.
It looks like we're going to have a black flag going out for Tom Hewland in 27th place as well. That's out on the Digi flag now, so number 8 is going to get black flagged and brought in.
So this one, as we see with most Senior Pro Kart finals, Tom, just calms down a little bit in the mid part of the race.
Got a crazy start. Then we have a bit of a lull, and then all of a sudden the timer starts to count down, and it all starts to go a bit crazy.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So yeah, we've got little battles going on all the way down the order. There's your race leader on screen, Connor Lucas. At the moment, there's a contact warning for the 2. I think that's Colin Handy. It is.
I was just looking at Robbie Lowe and Christian Oblad going side by side through hairpin 4 as well. And we've got contact warning. Yeah, contact warning for Colin Handy in the 2. I think that's not the first time we've said that today.
No, he had an off earlier on as well, earlier in the day. So yeah, it's all sort of calmed down. I'm just going to see if we can maybe pick up what was the battle just behind this one. We will have Danny Bean will come through in a minute in the 23 machine. He's currently alongside Brandon Jennings as they come up towards start-finish, and Jennings has been trying for a few laps to get past. Ike Needham is there as well, trying to find his way through. Didn't know if we had some contact. We do. We've got David Brewish off on the grass.
Back underway again is Brewis. And there's the 8 is now rolling into the pits. So that's Tom Hewland has now been black flagged and is out of the race. Connor Lucas looking very comfortable at the front of this one now. Good few seconds clear of Grinsell, but Shields has started to reel him in.
Yeah, another 2
and
tenths.
has brought Sam Barrett with him as well.
Another 2 tenths out of Grinsell by Maximus Shields. Connor Lucas, fastest lap of the race so far, 46 dead.
Great showing from Sam Barrett here in this final. I don't think this can be understated as to how good a showing this is. Currently leading the clubman class.
Yeah, and opening up a bit of a gap as well to George Ludwell.
Yeah, and that gap is the Ludwell gap is actually being closed from behind by Lennon French as well that time around, who put in a personal best. Only a tenth and a half off what the leaders were doing.
Yeah, I think Shields, Tom, next time round, if he plays it coy here with Joe Grinsell, could just put. I think the move will come at hairpin 4.
Play it coy with Joe Grinsell.
Yeah, I think.
Well, there's.
No, as in like if he doesn't make half moves and gets hairpin 3 right, I think he lined up partially there to straight line it into hairpin number 4.
Okay.
And I think we may well see that if Shields can get it lined up.
I don't think you can play it coy with Joe Grinsell. I think you need to sort of hit him over the head with a brick to be able to get through on Joe Grinsell. Metaphorically, of course.
He's very robust. But let's see here. This is where I think it's coming, Tom. For Shields, I think he would look to dip it in there, and I don't know why he didn't that time round.
So we shall keep our eye on this. This is the battle for second place. As we said, Lucas clear at the front of this one now. 2.5 seconds clear at the front. And Grinsell's going to have to do everything he can to hold back Shields and also Sam Barrett, who is still right there. George Ludwell has been gapped ever so slightly, about 5 or 6 kart lengths now to Barrett, and Lennon French still closing in. But I mean, the gaps are minuscule where these going in and out and in and out. You know, we're talking half a tenth maximum between these guys. There is nothing between them in terms of lap time. Anyway,
there's
Shields.
the move, Tom.
Exactly as you called it, David, the straight line between 3 and 4. Grinsell holds on for now. He's going to have the inside line through the kink and the dog leg. There he goes and holds on into the D chicane to second place. And again, Sam Barrett now right there in 4th place. Of course, he's in a different class, so all he's got to do is hold on to 4th place
Shields
overall,
not, yeah,
and he'll take his own class victory.
For me, Tom, Shields not quite firm enough into hairpin 4.
Well, you said play it coy. I said he's got to go in there roughhousing. And we'll see which method is going to get him through here on Grinsell, if he can at all.
That's the Brandon Jennings battle with Danny Bean that we saw earlier. Jennings has now found a way through on Danny Bean. Ike Needham, the next one, trying to find a way past the driver of the 23 machine.
So we 2 minutes to go as they come across the line. Connor Lucas has backed his pace down ever so slightly, around about a third of a second off what he is he's capable of doing, or he's set the fastest lap of the race as a 46.
Oh, Shields and Grinsell, Tom. Sorry, Shields and Grinsell side by side on the exit of hairpin number 1, and then ran into each other slightly on the exit, and then that's Sam Barrett still there to pick up some pieces.
Yeah,
and Shields is down the inside again into hairpin number 4. Will he be more robust this time? No, he won't, because Grinsell's got the run all the way around the outside.
And Sam Barrett's, you know, he's class leading in as we said, in that clubman class, in 4th place overall. So he only needs to sit there. But the problem is, if these two start fighting, that's going to bring George Ludwell back into play.
At the minute, I think he's being super, super smart.
I think he is as well.
Sam Barrett. It's like, whether you finish 3rd, 4th, 2nd, he's still going to lead his class, isn't
exactly,
he? So
and that's my point. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do. But the problem is that if Shields and Grinsell start going at it, George Ludwell's going to come back into play, and he seconded that class.
30 seconds to go on the clock, so they'll get round for 2 more laps of Senior Pro Kart. Connor Lucas leading comfortably from Joe Grinsell, Max Shields, then Sam Barrett and George Ludwell.
Just looking down at your novice class as well. So we've got Macaulay Parnham showing very well in 12th place. And then Zach Dawson in 14th and James Kay in 16th overall. They're your 1, 2, 3 in the novice class.
Out onto the back straight they go. This is the battle we were talking about. Brandon Jennings now has found that way past Danny Bean, but is then comfortable in 7th place for Jennings. That'll put him on the podium in club. As it stands, it's Lucas, Grinsell, Shields in pro. Then it's Barrett, Ludwell and Jennings in club. Parnham, Dawson and Kay are your 3 in novice. It's Connor Lucas crosses the line to commence the final lap from Joe Grinsell, who carries a bit too much speed in through the D chicane. That's allowed Max Shields to close right up. Will Shields look for a move? I get the feeling Grinsell will be super, super tight into hairpin 1. Shields has thought about it, has half a look down the inside, and then we'll try a straight line into 2. That's going to ruin his run down the back straight as Grinsell opens up the gap.
He does, but it immediately starts to close in as they enter South Bank corner.
Shields is defending off Sam Barrett there, wasn't he, into round South Bank. I don't know if Shields is going to be close enough to try anything on Grinsell into hairpin 4. Out of it, though, is Connor Lucas, who has a look over his shoulder, slows over start-finish, and takes victory in Senior Pro Kart from Joe Grinsell and Maximus Shields. And it's Sam Barrett who wins in Clubman from George Ludwell. Lennon French in P6, Brandon Jennings, the final podium finisher in our Senior Pro Kart Clubman class from Danny Bean and Ike Needham. Jack Hewland, then Cameron Bailey. Macaulay Parnham crosses the line in the 222 to take victory in novice in front of Zach Dawson and James Kay in that class. 12th, 14th and 16th respectively between them, Harry Roddis and Liam Gallop. Then we've got Christian Oblag in 17th, David Brewis, who recovered to 18th with that trip across the grass earlier on. Robbie Lowe and Gary Clark complete the top 20 in front of Sophie Pawsey, Sean Feehan and Matthew Houshby. Colin Handy, Dominic Needham, Alfie King. And then our runners that didn't make it to the end, King was one of them, Tom Hewland, Connor Cran and Oscar Buckley, whose cart is against the wall in front of the commentary box.
We will clap the drivers as they come over the line in front of the commentary box once more, and it's nice to see a nice sedate roll down and cool down lap. I think it is quite literally a cool down lap as well. At the moment, it's incredibly warm out there, and it's been incredible action throughout the field today.
Very warm day today, Tom. Thank you to everybody that stood out there, marshals and everything else. Just to say thank you to them. Thank you to our camera ops. Thank you to all of our sponsors at the bottom. Thank you to Rob, our photographer, who goes out there in the sun to get us some fantastic photos. Thank you to the medical team. We needed them once today. They've done a fantastic job. Normally, I'd say thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you on the Teesside Karting on TSK-Media page in a month's time. But we'll be back, of course, before then, won't we, Tom? Because we're streaming over in France in 3 weeks' time. We'll be heading out in around 2.5 to get everything set up to bring you pictures from the 2024 Le Mans 24-hour hire kart race. And then before we know it, we'll be back here for rounds number 4 and 5, a double header, of course, as we have Saturday and Sunday
It's going to be incredibly busy June, July and August, isn't it, for us?
Yes, it definitely is. I think in a 7-week period, I think I've got one off.
Yeah.
As a commentator, so I'm really, really looking forward to a busy summer, and then it'll culminate. Really, the summer season for me culminates with the British 24-hour, and then I go on holiday on the Monday and have a week of rest.
And it's not the first time you've done that either, is it?
No,
Didn't you do that last year?
I did last year, and I was asleep on the plane before the plane took off because we had a 7 o'clock flight in the morning, and I woke up and we were already in the air. And I'd been asleep for an hour. So, yeah, the rumble of jet engine slept through it all.
So if anybody, I know obviously our drivers go through a lot here, and they're all knackered as well on the Monday morning, but we put almost as much effort in here in the commentary box, and we are awake for as much of the 24 hours as we can be. In fact, we normally get here on the Thursday, don't we?
Yeah.
And we're on we're on it then from Thursday morning right the way through till Sunday afternoon.
Yeah,
so.
Interviews, fact-finding missions, helping cameras, that sort of thing. So, we enjoy ourselves for that British 24-hour. We try and make at least half a week of it as our Senior Pro Kart runners wait to get weighed. Marshall's making their way in. The race day comes to an end here for round 3 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series. Thank you very much. Before you go, if you're still watching, give the stream a little thumbs up, give us a like, a subscribe, even press the bell icon so that you'll get notified every time the TSK Media page goes live, because we don't always just cover karting, we cover drifting and bikes and everything else that's on here at Teesside Autodrome. Thank you very much for spending your Sunday with us. We look forward to you joining us again on the TSK-Motorsport Media page. Thank you to all of our drivers who've put on a fantastic show, and we'll see you again in a few weeks' time.